Loud. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kinukinia ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. E hi aki ana, te atakura, he tiu, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri o. Morena everyone. I have apologies from Councillor Bartley on bereavement. We've got a lateness from Mayor Wayne Brown, and we've got lateness from Councillor Lee. Are there any other apologies? No. I have a mover, Deputy Chair, Councillor Dalton, Deputy Mayor second. All those in favour? Any opposed? No. Right. Attendance by electronic link. We have Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Leone, Councillor Foley, Councillor Newman, Councillor Sayers, who all would like to be accepted on electronic link. Councillor Walker moved. Councillor Dalton, Deputy Chair seconded. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? Cool, thank you. We'll just wait for them to come. Well, they'll be let in, but they may not all come in at the same time. Okay. So when I see them on, I might do the if you're in a secure place thing then. It doesn't make much sense right now. Are there any declarations? No. Confirmation of the minutes. Councillor Filipina, move. Seconder. Councillor Baker, good on you. Any questions? All those in favour? Any opposed? No. Right, we've got 3 requests of public input. The first request was declined. Joanna Beresford on behalf of Open Space for Future Aucklanders Incorporated. She wished to speak to their submission on the open space, sport and recreation policy. The reason for decline is under Standing Order 7.7.4b. A speaker may not use the time allocated for public input to speak about a matter that has a separate public hearing or consultation process, which took place to get us to this. We also had a request from Terry Randall, who was declined for a similar reason, wished to speak to item 12. The reason for decline under Standing Order 7.7.4b is the speaker may not use the time allocated for public input to speak about a matter that has separate public hearings. So item 12 is about going out for a notified change that will be widely consulted.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Just in respect of declining Mr. Randall to speak, he has emailed some material, I think. I certainly received some. And what's of particular concern is that there's new material that Mr. Randall has put forward, and my understanding is that he was not made aware of the impact on his land before receiving the agenda late Monday, which is of concern.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. We will definitely be open and able to ask those questions at item 12. Just based on the public input, that issue will be addressed through the public consultation process.
Just further to that, what's of concern to me
this is not
is in an instance where there's somebody directly affected by information that they had not had prior to receiving the agenda, that they're not able to speak.
Councillor Walker, this is a question for the officers on the item at item 12. Thank you.
Okay.
Public input that were accepted. Extinction Rebellion. Carol Cohen will address the committee regarding Auckland Council's membership of C40. And I think, please come up. Nice to see you again, and bring whoever you'd like to the table if you'd like. Otherwise, I see you've got a group of supporters there with you. Welcome again. You've got your 5 minutes, and we'll have time for questions within that as well. Good morning.
Thank you. Is this working?
It sure is.
Thank you. Look, before I start, I'd like to just mention a small issue, but of deep concern. I had a phone call a couple of days ago from Sandra. Apparently, the police had informed council that there were going to be hundreds of us, and they were misinformed. Now, either somebody is purporting to be the police, which is serious, or somebody is trying to sabotage either us or council, and I just wanted the meeting to know that this has happened here.
And when that came up in our pre-agenda, I commented pretty quickly that I've never had a negative experience with any of you, and I'm sure maybe it was just, turning up to council meeting, maybe they are looking across social media pages, but we didn't see you as any risk to us. So thank you for clarifying that as well. But just so you know, we didn't feel there was any concerns at all. So thank you.
Right. Yes, we are deliberately using this forum to be able to talk to decision makers. And the time before last, month before last, we had a banner that said, "The climate is in your hands," because that's what we see. It isn't only in your hands, and we do protest elsewhere as well, and sometimes disruptive protest. But that's not what we do here with you, which is wonderful. So thank you for the opportunity of talking today. Just a reminder, we are ordinary citizens. We are not scientists, but we listen to what the scientists are saying, and we have deep, deep concern about what is happening in the environment. Now, let me remember how I do this. No, that one.
If you just point it down to this computer here. There you go.
Great. So what we're bringing to you today is a reminder on top of the climate emergency that you declared unanimously in 2019. And following that, you became a member of this prestigious group, the C40. And this is coming up for review. And we understand that this committee will be advising the Mayor as to whether Auckland should stay a member of this committee. It's a global network, 96, 97 members. I checked it out this morning. It's creeping up. 22% of the global economy, so quite a significant body. And we have had membership since 2013. We want to again acknowledge what has happened in this city, what you have made good decisions about with our climate action plan. And that our mayor, previous mayor, this mayor, has been able to go to the C40, and that we have been classed as an innovator city, which is absolutely marvellous. We're looking at a pledge to reduce the greenhouse gases for the city, to track progress, and to prepare for the impacts of climate, disaster that is in front of us. We're in a voting year, and I think it's important for you to realise what the public are saying. Now, first of all, I think it's important to remember only 40% of the eligible voters voted in the last local body elections. And part of that is that people are not seeing the relevancy. So we sit that beside now 3 big significant lots of research that show that 80+% of the population are concerned about the climate, either deeply concerned or concerned. You know how research goes. The last one, which comes from Yale, which is international, they did about 130 countries. They found an interesting new piece of information that of those, two bits actually, of those 80%, they thought, a large proportion of them thought that they were isolated in this thinking. They did not realise that a large proportion of the population thinks the same as them. So part of our job as Extinction Rebellion is to go out and find those people and to get them joining activist groups so that we can have greater effect and a louder voice for you, the decision makers. But one of the other bits of information which was really interesting in the Yale research was that people are prepared to pay more money if they are going to get action on the climate. So as you are coming into the elections, I would suggest that you can be a little bolder about the climate. As you look at the at the C40, there are some options. There's three that are small players. There's one, I think there's a typo there. It's meant to be UCLEI, the United Cities for Local Government, and then there's the C40. So we argue that it's between Isley or the C40. And, oh, thank you. So the advantages of the C40, we have been an innovator city, and so that's a good thing for us to follow up on. But we have, this is an important and influential organisation. It has top rank expertise. It has an excellent organisational structure. Senior officials are really important. Look, it's all there. It's a superb network, international network, to be part of. So we remind, just a reminder there, I won't go over it because the bell's rung, but we are urging for the C40. Yeah. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you so much, as always. Very clear ask of us and very important work you're all doing in a difficult time here in New Zealand and overseas for climate action, it feels at times. But as far as I know, there is no risk of us leaving or removing ourselves from C40. There isn't, I know you've mentioned cost in there, but I don't believe we do pay any membership. This is a voluntary, we gain a lot from being a partner, but we don't, as far as I know, we don't pay into anything. The cost is our time, I guess, talking to, and I have met various C40 reps over time, and they did support a lot of our work through Te Tarakia Tāwhiri and our climate initiatives, and we share a lot of information back and forth. I do know there is work being done to make sure we fit into the new ways of working, and that they're changing some of the requirements. But if there's any change, we'll definitely bring that back to committee and make sure you all know that we're either going to endorse or change, where we fit. But just to, I guess, calm your nerves at the moment, that there's no, I believe there's no risk of us pulling out. And they're really keen for us to be involved. They want more cities.
We actually understood that the mayor was not so keen, but maybe the council is.
That's definitely not what he's told me. So,
Right.
Yeah.
That is very good news.
So he's all in support of the climate plan and everything. So yeah. There are questions. First Deputy Mayor.
No, Chair, you answered my question.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor Darby.
Thank you, Carol, and I don't have a question for you, but thanks for that explanation. But I would really like to know what relationship are we actively engaged with C40, and who is doing that? Because I sense that we've lost political oversight of that. So Megan, maybe that's just a brief memo. Who's the political lead? What actions are we taking? What's the engagement? What are the invitations that have come in to participate, etc.? And it's, I'm not questioning what you've explained, Chair, and I appreciate you and Councillor Dalton would be on top of that. But I think it is important that we are all aware of that important relationship with C40.
Thank you, Councillor.
Through the chair, look, I have spoken to Kataraina Maki, our Chief Sustainability Officer, and we were talking about exactly that, Councillor Darby. So we will be putting probably a memo or some kind of information to you. I'll work with her on that. Thanks.
And the relationship is largely with the mayors, but over time, same with Mayor Goff, enabled me to do things, same as Mayor Brown, but I think we could be doing a lot better. Thanks, Councillor Darby. Councillor Watson.
Yes, thanks for your presentation. Thanks for coming along. I just wondered if you had any idea as to what's the difference between councils or cities like Auckland and some of these other cities that are in C40. I look at some of the Scottish cities, for instance, like Glasgow City Council that achieved its CO2 emissions target of 30% 5 years early. You know, so some quite impressive achievements. We're in the same network. Do you have any notion what is the difference between some of these cities who are just flying ahead and others that aren't progressing?
We are both, I think, as a city, but also as a country, are lagging behind. And this is a shame when we are used to being right there at the leading edge. You know, look at our sports people, for example, but so many other factors that we always, you know, target high and get there, and we're not on this. I was interested to see that in both Sydney and Melbourne have specific targets. We don't. They're looking at their ports. We could probably do something with our ports and get it up to speed, because I know that they are transitioning everything to EV. And I know that they went and hunted out and got designed an EV tug, for example. All their heavy machinery they're putting into EV. That's marvellous. But then we're having cruise ships coming in, which are one of the worst polluters in the world. For example, I think we could be doing a lot. There's so much around the transport network that we are lagging behind on. There's so much more that we could be doing that we're not. That, you know, in 5 minutes I couldn't cover everything. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Watson. Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, look, congratulations to you for the concern and the worry you show about this particular issue. But for me, the thing that almost stops me sleeping at night is a couple of numbers. China at present is putting out 12 billion tonnes of CO2 while we're doing 30 million. If you take China's growth, just China's growth in CO2 last year, it's 18.3 times New Zealand's total. In other words, every 20 days, China grows by more than New Zealand's total emissions. Every 20 days. So even if New Zealand was to disappear from the planet today and be gone and contribute nothing more to emissions, in 20 days from now, the world would be back to where it was. So it becomes quite difficult, in my view, to know how do we slay the dragon when it's that big? And we're such a small contributor.
That's why I think it's important to be part of something like the C40, which is the 22%. The other thing with China that people, like this comes up a lot, there's a bit of a difference between the size of the countries and the population. We actually have a much higher per capita emission than China. China is actively addressing this. They are making their own EVs. They are actively transitioning their transport to EV. They have put in very fast transit trains across their enormous land so that people are not flying the same. They are doing a lot, and in time they will be dropping equivalently.
But their change graph is still vertically going, like up.
They're doing what they can and the best
They're
they
going
can.
to break.
And so
they're going to break 12 billion tonnes this year.
That doesn't mean we should give up.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying we are so minor that even if we did amazing things, even if we completely disappeared from the planet, it's 20 days and we're back to where we were as a world.
Do you remember when we struggled against the horrors of apartheid in South Africa? We were one little country, and this was a big thing, and that was a country way over there. But we were a little part of that change. And I think we've got something similar here. Yes, this is international. That's why we've got the IPCC. That's why we need to be putting pressure on not just our government, but all governments, and encouraging our government to put pressure on all governments on the international field to be not dragging their feet. Everybody's dragging their feet on this. And what's happening, we're getting more and more severe weather events. I had it advised to me not to put up the newest severe weather events over the last fortnight from the Yellow Dot studios that I showed you 2 months ago, because it's considered repetitive, and we might have been knocked back because it's repetitive. But if you look at what's happening, it's horrific. People are hurting. They're hurting now. And we know that people in parts of the city that don't have enough green cover, i.e. South Auckland, are going to feel the heat so much more than in the leafy suburbs. So it becomes a justice issue as well.
But they're still going to keep
Thank
going on, isn't it?
Okay, I think,
We hope it's not,
Yeah.
but yes.
thanks. Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor, there's 3 more questions, but we'll leave it there with those 3 because we need to move on. But Councillor Walker.
Sure. So look, I'm well familiar with C40. I've attended meetings with C40 people, and certainly supportive of what you're putting up. I've got a question though, because there's the membership of C40, but also if we're going to address that, we should address renewing our membership of ICLEI, which is a Cities for Climate Change organisation. This was an organisation that all of the legacy councils, almost without exception, and then Auckland Council was a membership of for many years, until not too long ago, as compared to C40, which interacts at what I describe as a bureaucratic level. C40 exists for local government members. That's mayors, that's councillors, that's local board members. And I'd just ask whether you're familiar with their programs, which include carbon management, transport, biodiversity, procurement. They have a program for the Pacific Islands, for example. They're in Australasia. Cities like Melbourne, for example, are members. And as compared to C40, which has a rather low membership, the last I checked was around 65 or like.
No,
more
it's
than
over
that.
90.
It's over 90 now. ICLEI's got, or it had about 1,500, so much more representative of cities the size that we are. So I just wonder whether you'd be supportive of our membership of that, for which we get, or would get, enormous benefit for a paltry cost. And I'd invite your comment.
Yeah, we have understood that it's not a and, that it's an either or. And we've gone for the C40 if it's either or. If it's an and, I think that would be marvellous. Yeah?
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering if your organisation was aware that we're the 5th worst country in the world per capita in climate emissions.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, thank you. And whether, as the largest Pacific city in the world, we have a moral obligation to our Pacific neighbours to fix our trajectory.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, yes. And I would ask Councillor Williamson to take that on board, that we're the per capita 5th largest. Yeah. And that's transport. And primarily, it's really interesting in the international climate activist circles, we have to say it's not energy. We've got, we could so easily be 100% renewable energy. We've been hammering at Genesis forever to get rid of Huntley. But, slowly. And then it's agriculture. And we've cheekily shut down Fonterra headquarters on several occasions, and we think it's about time to do it again. Just to get the point across, they are a huge, their activities are a huge polluter for us. But transport is the one that we can do particularly in this city. And I would say that we're dragging our feet on that. Where's our citywide cycle network? Although I'm thrilled to see on Great North Road a sign that says, we're making the roads good for everybody. Yay, good on you guys, you're just about getting there.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Good, a great point. The last question is Councillor Filipaina.
Tēnā koe mōrena he mana, mōrena koutou. Mōrena, ngā mihi ki a koe mō tō mahi. I just wanted to say firstly good morning and thank you for your work. Is it important for Aotearoa to do as much as they can around climate change despite other countries not?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because the more that we are doing, the more that the little countries are doing, the non-aligned countries are about a third of the population, and several of them, and I'm sorry, I don't have it quickly to mind, some of them have met their IPCC targets already. We are, particularly with this government is so disheartening. It is, yeah, that's what keeps me awake at night, yes. And if we're at the leading edge, it has that ripple effect out. So we're doing it. And, you know, I went to an Oxfam presentation last week of what's happening in the Pacific Islands. It's heartbreaking. They can't grow their own food because except on raised beds, because the ground is salinated. You look at Tuvalu and you've got a little sandbank that used to be land for them. The main road gets flooded at king tides, and so on and so forth. This is urgent now. I think Councillor Williamson is right, that it's now, and we need to be doing it now. We need transformational stuff now, not just here, but we do it and it ripples out. Yeah.
Yeah, and just my last part, sorry, Chair. You've already answered the one about the Pacific. My last part is that, did you know that Auckland Council's contribution to having an impact on climate change, that in 2017 they received a Global Leadership Award, and that's Auckland Council for cities for zero waste. Did you know that there was 10 other cities? Were you aware of that? Because it's just our contribution going back to 2017.
That's absolutely not. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to acknowledge it all from the environmental team, but yeah.
Is marvellous. And like I'm old enough to have lived through us lobbying to have recycling done at the gate, which we didn't. And so that's happened. I have friends who were part of resisting getting rid of the glass milk bottles. That goes back a while too. And now we've got the food waste being done at the gate. And I am so proud of my city that we have the compost that comes out of the council composting is much higher in protein, because so many of us are doing our own vegetable composting. You know, that is, you know, marvellous. But let us not forget it's the emissions, and we're not dropping the emissions, and that's what we need to be doing. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you so much. I did say I'd cut off questions there. We do need to move on, but there's two more. But if they're really short, as Councillor Newman said, Councillor Newman.
Thank you. Good morning. Can I just, sorry, I'm online today. Can I ask, you referred to cheekily shut down Fonterra. I'm assuming that it was a protest outside the head office. Is that correct? Can you describe what cheekily shutting them down means?
Absolutely. We go there before they open, and we set up ourselves by the front gate. We have a tape that says climate crisis area that looks, you know, mimics what the police do when there's an emergency, and we have big banners, and we have half a dozen people. Yeah, and people go around to another entrance where it doesn't actually shut them down.
Okay, so but you All right. So can I just ask that you don't try and shut down an industrial plant or an operation like the one I have in Unit Place in my ward. I wouldn't want to see that commercial operation, that industrial operation, shut down by you. So you will limit your protest to the head office and not the plants themselves.
That's what we can do easily here in this city. I can't speak for other people around the country. And let us not forget that it wasn't Extinction Rebellion, but it was certainly in the Climate Activist Network that climbed into coal trucks in Stockton Mine over Easter. It was stopped anyway, but they extended the Easter stopping for a couple of days. So this shows the level of frustration and anguish that people have over the inaction over the climate. If we look at Fonterra in particular, you may remember Jeanette Fitzsimons, leader of the Green Party for a long time. She was negotiating directly, and she thought effectively, with Fonterra for them to stop their stop using coal in their furnaces. And she gave them an alternative, which now they are finally getting to do when we've got this far into the crisis. If they'd have done it 20 years ago, it might have had some effect. Better late.
I think that the questions and comments were probably veering off from the presentation.
She raised it. Thank you.
And that's exactly. That's why I let you ask. But I'm just saying the continuation. Chris, did you have a quick question?
Just a quick comment.
Yeah, I'm happy to move in second, but we don't do debate on public forum. Yeah, cool. Okay, well, thank you so much, Carol. Appreciate all of you being here and your passion for this. We will let you know as soon as we have the C40 update coming to committee and any other information we can provide you. I'm sure will be debates through the election period as well over who is doing what on climate. And I do note that your study is an international one, but when we were doing the climate targeted rate, the same levels, I think 70% of submitters, but also we did some polling on climate action generally, and Aucklanders said, 60-70% said they're happy to pay if they understood that it was going to help make change. And as we've seen through the flooding events recently, and I think looking at Queensland this morning, the outback is flooded. So, there are massive issues in our neck of the woods as well. So, all those in favour? Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you, councillors, for your time. We do appreciate it.
Thanks for coming again. Are there any extraordinary items? None that I know of. Oh, item 6. Sorry. Apologies. Kia ora, Kendall and Margie, I can see there, I think. The screen is very small, but we have the Albertine Local Board coming to speak about the plan change for notification on the notable trees schedule, and also Manaki Tamaki Makoto, the Auckland Council Open Space, Sport and Recreation Strategy. Kia ora to you all.
Kia ora. You can hear me?
Sure can.
Right. Should I start now?
Yes, please. You've got the normal 5-ish minutes, and I'm sure there'll be questions as well.
Fabulous. Thank you. Good morning. And yeah, should we do that at the end?
Oh, yeah, up to you. Go.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the committee about the new open space strategy and notable trees. Due to time restraints, we will focus on the former, and Margie will give a brief little spiel about the notable trees. On your agenda, you will be being asked to adopt a new strategy for open space, sport, recreation for Auckland. This decision will define the feel of our city and the quality of life for generations to come. My request to you is to pause on the provision and acquisition sections of this strategy. We think this section needs further work, and we urge you not to adopt those sections today. The Aberdeen Local Board has had a keen focus on open space this term. In addition to providing input into the draft strategy, we also had a local board member, Margie, on the joint working party. At the same time, we have been tracking the progress of the private plan change to the unitary plan for the Wairaka precinct. This is the development near Carrington Road at the ex-Unitec land. We provided formal feedback and spoke at the hearing in November last year. While the site is specific to our area, it is a case study for high density development and a test for providing good open space outcomes for communities across Auckland. The outcome has been very disappointing, with a real lack of good quality usable open space considering the density that has been accepted, including heights allowed to 27 metres in central sections, 35 metres in northern sections, and 3 tower blocks with heights of up to 72 metres. They are equivalent of tower blocks of around 13, 16 and 21 stories. Given the importance of this work and the key role local boards play, we're speaking with you directly to share our feedback and urge you to consider it before making today's decision. In our feedback, you will see that we support most sections of the draft. The section we do not support is Policy 2, Open Space Provision and Acquisition, and its 2 associated objectives 6 and 7. We have a number of key concerns about Policy 2. Firstly, this policy has been planned without considering the overall implications of the decision relating to Plan Change 94 at the Wairaka precinct, which is a precedent for Auckland. We think Council needs to consider the following. The relationship between the RMA processes and decisions and Council's policy on open space, the implications for Council's approach to implementing the NPS-UD and flow-on consequences for policies on open space, and the adequacy of proposed strategy for open space in brownfield or high-intensity areas. Secondly, we hold the following high-level views on Policy 2 as currently drafted. We consider the overall provision of open space and the standards for acquisition are restrictive and do not provide for a well-designed urban environment. Council should set a higher provision rule of at least 20 square metres per capita before considering other measurements such as walking distance. We think the policy needs to allow for exceptional and compelling cases to be considered for acquisition that exceed the provision and acquisition standards like the Wairaka precinct. We think that Council needs to ensure that large developments, including those led by the Crown, provide adequate levels of open space before changes in resource consents are granted. We request the governing body increase funding for acquisition on open space in the next LTP to support the growing city and the important function open space plays for both biodiversity and people. The open space policy should also be linked to the DC policy, and that developers should be required to provide open space as part of that contribution and associated infrastructure development at no cost to Council. We have also raised a number of specific points in our feedback, which you will find in our resolutions. The report before you recommends that the draft is adopted, but there is another option outlined in the report too. This is to adopt the strategy except for Policy 2 and request staff to undertake more work on the open space provision standards. We request the committee choose this option. This policy will shape Auckland's open space for the next generation, and we know once we have missed an opportunity to provide parks in our growing city, those opportunities are lost forever. I'll hand over to Marky to mention the notable trees.
Yeah, just very briefly, on your report, you'll also asked for feedback on additions to Schedule 10 of the AUP on notable trees. Those reports went out to local boards earlier this year. Our feedback was there are 4 very large native trees in one street. However, only one was listed in the program, and we believe that all 4 should be assessed at the same time. The report stated additional analysis. Any additional analysis necessary will be undertaken following the receipt of local board views. That isn't being progressed because we've been told it's a no. So we would have liked to have seen all 4 trees assessed, not just one. Thank you. Happy to take questions on both items, but focus on the first one maybe. Thank you.
Thank you both. Maggie, if you could send us those trees just for out of interest to see what we can do. I think it may have been a timing issue. I'm not sure, but if those specific addresses, if you could send it our way, then we can just double check the time. And on just a quick comment, I've got before I obviously heard your comments, Chair, but I have 2 chairs recs that are going on the open space around funding. I think most of what you're speaking about I've heard, and myself and Councillor Dalton's questions have been about funding. The issue with the 20 hectares, I think it would mean about $200 or $300 million worth of open space in the area you're talking about. That would be sort of the budget almost for the 10 years. So we need to dramatically uplift the funding, and we've got some resolutions about that which are connected to the policy but don't necessarily, the policy needs to sit and then we need to increase the funding. But of course that's rates and etc. But all of us should be advocating for that, I assume. Councillor Dalton, question.
Thank you for the presentation, Margie. Thank you for all the work you did on the working group. Just picking up on what you've just said, actually, Chair, and that was around the 20 square metres per person. We acknowledge that since we went through the emergency budgets, many of our budgets have not been revisited since those significant cuts, this being one of them. Have you been given any ballpark figures what that budget would look like if we were going to do 20 square kilometres per person? 20 square metres per person.
No, we haven't been given that information. We were just giving input about what it looks like for the overall city. And I guess, while finances, I'm always about being prudent and reasonable, we have to think about if we're allowing it to go so far up, it actually is enabling more land out. And if we're just going to put people in like sardines, we have to think about what the feel of our city is going to feel like.
No argument. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, and it's good to follow Councillor Dalton because I sort of on a bit of a similar thing here. Can I have a assurance from you and maybe Megan that the points that the Chair has made will be addressed in the item, the questions that she raises and the points will be addressed in the item? Because I think it's important for me as a decision maker here to be assured that her concerns are going to be covered by staff when we get to the relevant item. Thank you.
Kia ora, Deputy Mayor. Yes, if you look in the agenda and in the policy and in the local board feedback, so in some ways I was welcoming the board coming here today, but technically we could have had all 21 come to us because the feedback has been quite a lot in that session. So if you look through, there have been some of the issues, but in discussing with staff, the main issue we face is the budget. So we can have all these nice kind of high-level ideas, but I have asked for advice on the 20 square metres, and it did sound like sort of like $200 million per local board.
That's what I wanted to know. Yeah. So just, you don't have to answer my question. I just wanted to know that the issue will be dealt with at the end.
We will be able to ask all those questions, and I know that Carola's and team are definitely keen to answer these questions as well. But we do have those additional recommendations that Alf and Councillor Dalton are keen to move. Right, are there any other questions? No, perfect, that's clear. Yeah, if you could just send us those trees, see what we can do in the short term. It may just be a processing, but we can ask those questions too. Right, Councillor Ferry.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Councillor Ferry, would you like to move? And Deputy Mayor, would you like to second? Yes, I will. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? Of course not. Thank you, board members. Right, no extraordinary items. Number 8, we move to the item itself. Manaki Tamaki Makoto, Open Space, Sport and Recreation Strategy. We have Carol and Debbie and Louise. Cool. So we'll go through the presentation and we'll have questions at the end, if that's all right. Oh yeah, so the chairs recs, just so Councillor discuss this with Councillor Filipaina and Councillor Dalton, who would like to move in second, but the chairs recs there, E is, so they're all the same that were in the agenda, apart from E, support the development of an open space acquisition prioritisation program to provide a 10-year and 30-year view of the open space acquisition pipeline and support budgeting and work planning processes, noting the open spaces are acquired as budget enables, and then request that the long-term plan prioritise adequate budget to enable open space acquisitions early in the land development process. That has been checked with staff and they are fine with that wording, so we can debate it at the time, but I just thought keep that in your mind while we are asking questions. Kia ora. Louise or Carol.
Morena, councillors and members. Today we're talking or presenting on a significant piece of work that brings together 5 strategies and plans in line with trying to consolidate and simplify some of our policies. This particular one outlines how Council will provide open space and sport and recreation opportunities to benefit Aucklanders. As Carol will outline, we've had valuable input from the advisory ROPU, the political working group, local board input and public consultation. So what we are seeking today is the adoption of the final draft of the strategy and agreement to rescind the 5 existing strategies, policies and plans for Auckland Council's open space, sport and recreation policy framework. We have Carol here today and also Debbie Kujin from Active. Carol's going to just a quick overview of the main points of the strategy and then for the discussion to follow. Over to you, Carol.
So as Louise mentioned, so we're bringing 5 existing strategies, policies and plans as per our political mandate that we got in 2022. And we are delivering a single policy document, Manaki Tamaki Makolo. So by having a single document, it helps us having a single stop shop for strategic direction, investment, objective and policies related to open space, sport and recreation. It's also a strategy that is up to date and reflects our new strategic and organizational direction in response to current challenges and opportunities for growing and changing Tamaki Makolo. We've also had the opportunity to integrate a Tiao Maori worldview in the strategy, and so the strategy takes an ecosystem approach, and we think that's really a positive change from previous policies and plans. Enables us to focus our intervention to deliver multiple benefits and contribute to multi-dimensions of oranga or well-being. So the having a regional policy sets a common roadmap for the Auckland Council group to deliver on and other partners, stakeholders and committee groups to contribute to. It also supports the governing body in its responsibility for the funding and allocation of resources, including making decisions on the long-term plan, annual budgets, work program, setting and gathering development contributions. The strategy has a level of directiveness, but also enables local boards to provide guidance to local boards for best practice to support implementation. So just speaking about how we've developed the strategy very briefly, we have had the guidance of an advisory structure, as you can see on the screen. And to give you a little bit of an idea of the scale of input that we have received, we've had 10 meetings with the Joint Political Working Group. We've had 6 meetings with the Maori Ropu, 7 meetings of the Joint Advisory and Maori Ropu, and over 60 interactions with local boards. So we've had a lot of guidance throughout the development of the strategy. I know that will be of interest. The Maori Ropu was formed. We've invited Manawhenua and Matawaka groups to join. And so that was a self-selection process. And we've had really superb guidance from the Maori Ropu. And I would like to meet here Paulette Tweedy from, sorry, I just need to read that. Te Pakuri Kiri. Paulette has been instrumental in adopting a Te Ao Maori worldview and a framework into our strategy. Also, a big thank you to Active, and Debbie is going to say a few words in a minute. So what is it we're proposing? What is it you have in front of you? That's our strategy on the page. As you can see, the purpose of the strategy is to deliver open space, sport and recreation opportunities to benefit all Aucklanders equitably, now and for future generations. So that's the overall aim of the strategy. To do so, we have a single value, Manakitanga, which is showing respect, generosity, and care for each other and our shared resources. And that value was selected by our Maori Ropu. We set 5 strategic directions, which will be on the left-hand side of your screen, where we are heading, which is quite holistic again, looking at recreational opportunities, but also climate, environmental benefits, and obviously physical activities. On the right-hand side, we also have 4 investment principles that were taken from thriving communities. And at the bottom of high interest to you, I'm sure, 3 policies which sets Auckland Council expectation for delivery. So how we make the most of our open spaces, how we acquire, we provide and acquire new open spaces, and how we invest in sports and recreation and play. So I'm sure you'll have questions on that. Just very quickly, the feedback that we have received. So we undertook consultation as well as a survey. Overall, there's very strong support, and you've got more detail in your report. We also engaged with local boards in April. There's general support for the strategy. But as you have heard from the Albert Eden local board, there's mixed views on policy 2, where some local boards felt that we were not providing enough open space through the policy, noting that 11 local boards supported our capacity approach. Those sentiments were echoed by the Joint Political Working Group. There's general support, apart from Member Connie, who just do not support policies. She wants guidelines only. And some members expressed concern about policy 2, and again, members from the local boards side of the governance. So we made some changes based on the feedback that we have received, and the strategy is in attachment B with track changes showing what we've actually updated. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and if there's a need, we've got a more detailed presentation on policy 2, if that's helpful later on for the debate. But Debbie, who is a general manager for investment program and services at Active, would like to say a few words, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
Good, and welcome, Debbie. Thanks so much to you and the team for being here. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Morena. Active has been involved in the development of the Manaaki Tamaki Makoro Auckland Open Space Sport and Recreation strategy. Both myself and Manu Pihama, our Māori partnerships manager, have been involved in the different rupu. We believe the strategy provides a clear pathway to navigate the complexities challenging Tamaki Makaurau in relation to sport, open space and recreation. There is a strong alignment with active strategy, with our vision for Tamaki Makaurau to become the world's most active city by 2040, ensuring equitable opportunities for all whānau, tamariki and rangatahi. While participation rates have bounced back to pre-COVID levels for adults and tamariki, we see rangatahi participation has not recovered and continues to decline. The 4 investment principles, ensuring that investment decisions are evidence-based and targeted towards communities of the highest need, will have a positive impact for those considered to be missing out. We know that access to and provision of quality open space, sport and recreation facilities are fundamental to the well-being of Aucklanders. Being physically active has a positive effect on society, improving the well-being of people and communities and contributing to the Harora health and well-being of our tamariki and rangatahi. Research demonstrates the benefits of being physically active include a positive link to improved educational outcomes, which leads to an increase of 8.6 million of GDP growth annually for Makaurau. 372 million of healthcare savings, leading to 279 fewer deaths annually in Tamaki Makaurau. Participation provides currently 74.3 million hours of meaningful, positive social interaction annually. And finally, sport and recreation operating spend has a direct and significant correlation to participation levels for all. Active is committed to working with and supporting Auckland Council in the implementation of the strategy. We are dedicated to developing and sharing insights and understanding of future needs of Tamaki Makaurau. Ka pai.
Thank you. I'll go to questions and then there may be more discussion on the policy too, but I guess my main question, just because it may get brought up on the presentation from Albert Eden, our target we're looking for is between 10 and 20, not 20, and the reason would be, could you maybe give an example of what that might mean? And specifically, I think you've sent me an example of Wesley. What would be the required funding to get to? I mean, that's a great aspiration, but I think, could you give us the details of what that would be?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. So just maybe going back one step, when we looked at the 2016 policy and we assessed where it was working, we concluded that the policy was not working well in high-density area, nor was it working well in greenfield areas where you start from a next to inexistent network. So that's the things we wanted to fix in the refresh of the policy. So we have looked at a lot of different options as to how we can best address these problems. And we have done a lot of case studies in greenfield areas, medium density areas, high density areas across the city. It's also worth noting that there are no international standards when it comes to open space capacity. And that in fact capacity is important, but so is quality of open space and where the parks are located. So accessibility and distribution of the network is really important. So we are not proposing a capacity target. And when we looked at actually delivering 20 meters square per capita at a 30-year horizon, we looked at Wesley and we look at Wainui. With Wesley, if we were to achieve that 20 meters square per capita, delivering for 10,000 residents over 30 years, we would have to spend an additional $320 million additional to I think it's about $50 million acquisition. So really, when we're making recommendation for the provision standards, we have to balance different factors. We have to balance, obviously, delivering good outcomes for our residents, which is, our priority. But we also have to balance achievability. Is the developer or developers going to be willing to sell us that much land? And there's also a cost factor. Can we afford that much land? Is it value for money for ratepayers? And so this is why we're not recommending further work to go and look at higher provision standards, because we know that there's already a funding shortfall. And so there's kind of a bit of a realistic view of what we can achieve.
Thank you. And it was remiss of me, Councillor Filipina led the working group, and I did say that he was going to open up before you, but then when you got here, I just got so excited. So apologies, Councillor Filipina. He's going to open up the conversation and debate and acknowledge all the work that's been done and acknowledge the working group as well. So apologies, Councillor Filipina. Member Henare.
Kia ora. Thank you. When you sent your letter to the iwi authorities, did you indicate if any of those trees from the 161 that are part of the plan change?
Wrong order.
Hey?
Wrong order.
Oh, is that the next one? Oh, I thought we were on trees. Oh, okay. I'll wait for the trees to grow.
There's lots of trees on the open space. Member Ashby.
Kia ora, thank you. No, that's all good. Thanks for the report. I'm interested in the engagement with Māori. So I know there's been the working group and a rōpū set up with several iwi and mātāwaka reps. What could council do better to ensure robust engagement with the 19 iwi going forward? I guess I'm interested in the gap in terms of the input, because I understand there's been some mixed views and responses. I know in the report there's some in particular related to policy 2, the acquisition, some unanswered questions from member Renata in terms of again the acquisition, and I have some I guess a question related to that is, in your view, focusing on policy 2, how does this handle treaty rights and interests? So there's design in there, and there's comments and feedback about co-management and things like that. But beyond just design, thinking of rights and interests in the land and how it came about before it's acquired, how is that handled in the policy? I'm struggling to see it. So could you just give me some guidance around that, please?
Sorry. The first question was better engagement with Mana Whenua and Matawaka groups. We know they are highly solicited, and we have made a lot of efforts to communicate progress with them. And as you mentioned, we've had mixed responses with, unfortunately, no iwi provided feedback on the consultation document. We have had a lot of inputs through the Maori Ropu, so I'm quite confident that we've got to a good place. But maybe Louise might want to answer that more generally for policy, because that's an issue across all policy areas.
Yes, thank you, Member Ashby. I think it's a really good question, and one that we need to do more work on, about how we engage effectively, particularly around some of our complex strategies and policies, the demands we make on individual iwi to be able to respond to these. How can we make that more reasonable? How can we support that process? I'm also aware that across the range of my department, which covers a very wide range of policy, we're often going, individually on individual policies. So I think as we build the relationships with iwi and be able to give an idea of what the forward work program is, hopefully we can do that better in the future. With this strategy, we have really tried to get input. The Māori Raupu was one way of doing that. It was self-selected, so just a number of people there. But I do acknowledge there's more work to be done in this area, and basically as council, how we make the process easier to have input, particularly at that strategy level. The other comment I'd make too is that this is a strategy, and in terms of the implementation, which is the next stages, how we plan that out, some questions and concerns, are probably better addressed through that stage as well. So I think that continuing dialogue very important. Thank you.
Thank you. And just, I guess supplementary, just to clarify as well, because it sounds like there's some more work to do, and I'm concerned just because I can't see it in the policy around, because that's fine to leave it to implementation in one way, but if there is, for example, Parks acquisition of treaty settlement land, for example, there's nothing in this about that, and that's a concern to me. Marae on parkland, urupa, things like these strike to the heart of Article 2 of Te Tiriti. So I can't see it reflected in the acquisition policy, which is a concern to me. So if you can give me, I'm asking for comfort, but if it's not there, then yeah.
So the question was raised about how we, by Member Renata, about how we consider treaty obligations when we acquire land. So noting that through the provision there would be discussion with the interested parties, but acquisition is a commercial in confidence transaction, so there's no discussion at that stage. But what we have put in the policy is that when possible, we would locate parks near iwi land to increase the sizable piece of land and the value of both lands.
I guess just, I don't know if the last part of Marae and it's not exactly part of this, but how does this improve what Member Ashby's asking around consideration of marae on open space?
So open space acquisition for marae purposes is out of the scope of the policy. It is enabled if the governing body or local boards resolve to acquire land to locate a marae, then they can do so. They don't need a policy to cover that. And I hear from my colleagues that there are examples of urban marae being located on reserve land. So this is enabled. However, it's, as I said, it's outside the scope of this policy. If you want to find out more, I can put you in contact with the right staff and they can follow up with you.
Yeah, I'll just let, I know there's other questions, but I think we'd want to settle this conversation. So, no, I'm trying to give Member Henade a question as part of the, I assume it's going to be connected to those questions. You can ask.
Well, I'm just wondering, out of what you said, how marae out of scope was this? Is that what you said?
That's correct. So the open space provision and acquisition policy does not cover every single instance of when Auckland Council buy land, and so it's not a fully comprehensive policy that looked at every single opportunity. And so Marai land acquisition doesn't require a policy to go ahead.
Yes, just perhaps to add to that, this particular policy, we also have some associated policies. So we have the Community Facilities Network Plan. I think perhaps it's an issue that it'd be good if we could come back to you with some further information on that, but probably more within the scope of that plan rather than this one. But I do hear the specific question that you're asking, and we can certainly come back directly to you on that.
You nearly had me. But if you come back to us, could it be with the reasoning behind why marae are not part of, or even new marae are not part of the plan change? You just, I mean, not now, but in your letter to us.
Okay.
Yes.
Just want to
Absolutely.
clarify to make sure, because exclusion sounds wrong to me, but what you're trying, am I understanding it right, that the questions being asked are because this is not necessarily about what is on, it is about the provision of, and then we would be doing, marae and other things are set under the facilities policy. Is that what I'm missing, or?
Yes, I suppose just to clarify and understanding the question that you're asking, this deals with the provision of the land. We have associated policies, a Community Facilities Network Plan, and other means by which we support marae that will cover that. And we undertake to come back to you with more detail about that following this meeting.
Thank you. Good questions. Councillor Baker.
Oh, going around, and obviously the three of us are poster children for being active. But my question is in regards to where in the strategy we talk a lot about and we talk a lot about acquisition, and I guess one of the changes is clarifying that the council attempts to acquire land early in the development process as budget enables, and the critical thing there is when budget enables. So does this strategy enable, because I can't see it and I've read it and reread it and tried to look, does this strategy enable council to actually look at other options? Because we talk about the provision of open space and the importance of it, but we are talking only about what we can buy and only when we can afford it, and it means that some parts of Auckland don't get anything. There's development and they get nothing, and also it has developers saying, we would like to partner with you in terms of the provision of open space, but we say no because our policy doesn't allow that, or our strategy doesn't allow that. So does this strategy, or any strategy that falls underneath it, allow for a developer to say, I want to provide open space and I want to put a park on it, or I want to put things on it, and then later in the piece we enter into an agreement, because we can't even get into that agreement because later in the piece we have nothing, because we have no policy that allows us to put something in the LTP. So I want to know, does this strategy cover that sort of situation, or is this all about the old-fashioned council will provide everything for everybody, and if you have to wait, you have to wait?
Thanks for the question. So acquisition is a really broad term that speaks about us as council bringing land into our ownership. It doesn't really matter how we acquire it, whether we pay for it, whether it's a partnership, whether it's a bequest or donation. So all of those methods of acquisitions are mentioned in the strategy on page 72. And absolutely, and you'll be aware we've got also Deliver Differently business case, where we're actually promoting different ways of working to get better value for money for Aucklanders and our ratepayers.
I guess that, but again, we're just coming back to, it is about us buying before we do anything with it. And so I'm wanting to know, can we within this strategy enter into a different agreement where we might actually lease for a period of time or something like that, because I don't see it, and I think that hamstrings us as a council providing to the community what we hear is so important, but we're also happy to sit for years and years and years, decades, on our hands until we can find the money to do it. So can we do that within the strategy, and what would be needed to make that happen?
I guess leasing is more common for facilities than it is for land, but there's nothing stopping us doing it.
Just to add, Councillor Baker, on page 72, the strategy talks about collaboration with developers, including partnerships as part of policy 2, under alternative funding or delivery methods. So actively looking at different ways of how we do things, again with the emphasis on value for money for ratepayers as well. So, you know, these things are possible and enabled.
Okay, thank you.
And even on the principle 4, maybe there's just a word or added, you know, there's the facilitator, there's the partner, you know, working with community developers, mana whenua. There could be an additional word because it says investment is provided by the council but delivery is by a third party. Potentially there's just a slight change in there that could be provided by the third party as well. I think that's what the policy for the working together says, but I think if it's not clear, then we trip up on ourselves to enable what Councillor Baker's talking about. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. There seems to be a fundamental change to that tension between regional parks and local parks. Am I correct? The regional parks used to be purchased on an intrinsic value, a sort of cultural value. They were often purchased way ahead of when the demand turned up. Take Shakespeare, for instance. The demand followed the park was there because of its intrinsic special cultural heritage value. But this has now changed to, if I've got back to the right page for my wording, it's changed to a case-by-case consideration, and we're talking about a change to a capacity sort of overview. How do parts sit in that? I'm fearful that we end up with just going to where we're serving a population need now, when regional parks have managed to actually be very good in serving an unseen populational need way into the future.
Yes, thanks for the question. So the acquisition of regional park is covered here. It's a very enabling policy. As you mentioned, is a case-by-case consideration. My understanding of historical acquisition, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that they were on an opportunity basis when a piece of land had the values that we expect in a regional park, and that was when regional park was acquired, and it was not a function of where the population was living or where it was growing. So it's a slightly different focus than the rest of how we grow the network.
Thank you, but that's my point. I'm working off some pictures here because I was working on so many screens, but one of these things I had, which had the regional park stuff there, it showed the strikeouts and the additions, and there was some in red, some in purple, some struck out in black. I found it hard to follow, but where the acquisition of land for new regional parks or regional park extensions will be assessed on a case-by-case basis, and that has to be seen in light of this idea of a capacity overview. There's a tension there, I believe, between you know, a regional park purpose and that capacity purpose of local sports, you know, where the people are. And so I'm concerned that regional parks, the opportunistic times when something with intrinsic value that is comes up doesn't have, it falls by the way for this capacity strategy? What would you?
So there's no capacity consideration when we look at opportunity to buy regional park land. So it's very much looking at the opportunity to buy a piece of land on a case-to-case, by case basis. So is it something you want to pursue? Is it a good new regional park? Is there a good extension of regional park? So those type of consideration based on those regional parks management plan values. And so there's no consideration of capacity. Of course, when we look at the whole of the network, all of our parks, the dock, the regional parks, the local parks, that's just built up to a whole of network. But regional parks acquisitions are enabled, so you can just consider each opportunity for their own merit.
Further to Carol's comment, there was quite a lot of discussion on this issue in the political working group and in the feedback, and we did amend the strategy to reflect that, to be enabled on a case-by-case basis. There was also quite a bit of discussion around, not only the value of regional parks for people and their recreation and leisure activities, but also biodiversity and cultural values as well. So the final draft strategy does pick up on that input and enable that case-by-case assessment.
Thank you. You touched on that. So some of the stuff I'm channeling is through ex-councillor Sandra Coney and historian. I've had quite a lot of discussion with her. She's got a depth to this way beyond me, and she was the one who explained some of this stuff to me and said that you'd put in a case-by-case basis to half-pie accommodate her concerns. Could you explain to me her concerns that she believes aren't accommodated by this?
I believe their concerns were addressed. So initially we had promoted an equity consideration when we looked at open space acquisition for regional park purposes. We did some mapping and looking at whether all urban Aucklanders have access to a regional park within a 20-kilometer drive. And we noted that in the future, people living in South Auckland, especially around the Drury area, which is obviously, as you know, a fast-growing area, won't have access to a regional park within 20 kilometers. And so we suggested that that could be a good area to prioritize a new regional park. Member Coney was not comfortable with that approach. She felt like, as you mentioned, that regional parks acquisition, should be acquired for their values, regardless of where they're located. And so as a consequence, through the feedback from the Joint Political Working Group, we have removed that whole section, and that's why you see some strikes. Yeah, so all the track changes are in the document. So we've removed that. The opportunity in South Auckland still exists, but it's not in the policy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is that kind of what you 2010 you were talking about those distances, were you?
So that's a different one. That was what Albert Eaton were requesting, that we aim for 20 metres squared per person. But what the staff are saying that even in suburb areas, that could be up to $300 million. So the aim in the current policy is to aim between 10 and 20 square metres per person. That's different to the access to a regional park.
I do share ex-councillor Sandra Coney's concerns that there's a tension here between the purpose of regional parks and the purposes we're talking about here today. Thanks.
Councillor Darby.
Chair, you said you had some recommendations. I think maybe my questions will be addressed if the recommendations take things into account. You've got some recommendations?
Yes, I read them out at the beginning, but sorry, we probably could have sent them around too. There's the E and the F. All of the recommendations are the same apart from E and the F. Support development of an open space land acquisition prioritisation program to provide a 10-year and 30-year view of open space acquisition pipeline and support budgeting and work planning processes, noting that open spaces are required as budget enables, and then request that the next long-term plan prioritise adequate budget to enable open space acquisitions early in the land development process.
So, don't want to put you on the spot here, but maybe you could just articulate. There's quite a lot of concern about policy 2, right? There was public feedback on policy 2. There was general concern about policy 2, and then one of the recommendations, though not the staff firmed up recommendation, is to look at undertaking a review of the policy 2 area. That's it in a nutshell. So are you subscribing to undertaking a review of policy 2 or going with the staff recommendation?
So I guess, and maybe I'll get the staff to answer, all that feedback was considered, and much like that question to Councillor Turner now, the policy has been changed based on that feedback. Do you want to just go through what, based on the feedback, what was reviewed and changed in policy 2 to improve it, but maybe also giving Councillor Darby the nuance around the specifics around the concern around we should be aiming for 20 metres squared, which is a fantastic aspiration, but whether we would afford the billions of dollars that might cost.
I'll make a general comment and then Carol will talk about it in the detail. The staff recommendation is that the policy is adopted as a whole, including policy 2. In terms of the feedback, it's fair to say that we had mixed reaction to it, both through some of the working group members, but also through the local boards. I think we have 11 that supported policy 2 or the full strategy, with rest of the boards, some had concern over the policy 2 part. So we have taken some of that feedback on board, but as the general discussion before indicated, we have looked at achievability and at our financial environment as well in terms of putting our recommendations forward. Carol will talk a little bit more about what we have changed in the final draft on that policy 2, just to answer your question, Councillor Darby.
Thank you. So we had, through the public feedback, we had quite a high level of support for policy 2. We had 80% support for policy 2. So we didn't make significant changes to this policy. We made some points of clarification. And I have my principal, Aubrey Bloomfield, online. Aubrey could just give you some specific answers to what's been changed. In terms of the Joint Political Working Group and what was some of the concern, there were twofold. The first was the quantity of open space, local open space provided. And as we mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, a lot of work has gone through looking at different options. And so the option that we're putting forward is the one we think has the best consideration of different factors, such as outcomes, achievability, affordability. So if we were to do more work on provision standards, it would mean that this committee would want to see a higher level of open space than what's provided here. And you would also be making an indication that you're willing to significantly increase the budget, the acquisition budget in the next LTP. So that's something for your consideration. The other level, the other points that some local boards and some joint political working group members made is that the policy is restrictive in the sense that we have standards, we have quantity standards, and we've got quality standards, and then we've got acquisition standards. And they felt that it was too much, it was quite restrictive. our response is not to change anything because our experience dealing with planners, consultants, developers, is that you need a certain level of specificity to start the provision discussion, to have the acquisition negotiation. If you start from a law base where you haven't got your line in the sand clearly expressed, then you're not going to get good outcomes for your residents. And of course, in the LGA, there's a clause that says that all policies can be departed from if you have a compelling case. So there's always, you don't need to have that in every single policy. It's in the legislation. And interestingly enough, we've heard about Plan Change 94 this morning, and Heard, which is the applicant, said, made a point that there are a lot of policies and plans around open space. It's hard to know which one to look at. The policy is only about good practice, and so they don't have to comply with anything effectively. And the Commission has agreed with that viewpoint. So we think that in this policy, we've got the opportunity to actually make a really stronger case as to what we expect in terms of quantity and quality for delivering good outcomes for our communities.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for that explanation. And now, I checked this morning with the Executive Officer, Megan. I was a Commissioner on Plan Change 94, and it's now, as of Tuesday, subject to appeal in its entirety. So we do need to be careful about referencing that. So I'll ask my question in this way, really. I'm aware that commissioners over a long period have found it very difficult to hang their hat on the metric to give them guidance as to what the provision of open space should be. Now, you've referred to there being no internationally accepted metric, but of course, there is no international accepted metric on the design of an urban road or the design of a footpath or the design of a building. There is none. I don't think it's about an internationally accepted, but there are international standards. World Health Organization, UN Habitat, they are the two international standards for open space provision that are held up and often referred to. I guess what I'm asking here, if we adopt this today in its totality, including the open space acquisition provisions, do future commissioners have something to hold fast to and actually be able to defend that through either our council-led plan changes or private-led plan changes or whatever, that are going to stand firm, subject to appeal before higher courts like the Environment Court and High Court? Are you confident that where we're landing this policy is actually going to be, a steadfast position?
Well, the proof is always in the pudding, of course, so time will tell, but I think we've made a lot of improvements from our 2016 policy. First of all, the fact that we have a single document is really helpful, so there's less confusion. It's a less busy policy area. There's a single document, a single source of truth. And then the policy has been expressed in a much more simple manners, much more possibly people dealing with RMA matters are more used to. We've got policy objectives, so the language probably speaks better to commissioners. And then we've got really clear standards in tables. We also have, as you mentioned, the WHO doesn't have a standard, but it's quite often cited as mentioning 9 meters square per person of open space as a matrix. Here we're saying that we should not accept less than 10 meters square per person. So that will also help having that single benchmark, help a lot of discussions with applicants.
Okay, and just checking with the team and possibly Megan. So this is a very real challenge for Auckland Council and commissioners. Okay, we know that you really got that right, and you referred to a particular plan change which we can't really discuss. Megan and the team, has this been run by legal, like really thoroughly, like from the viewpoint of if we were challenged on this, like running some scenarios through the policy, running some legal scenarios, has that been done? Because I ask this because I'd really like to close this off because there's so much wriggle room at the moment. I'm wanting confidence that the wriggle room has been dramatically reduced. You never get rid of it entirely. I want some confidence that that wriggle room that we've faced on recent plan changes has been dramatically reduced. And legal has cast eyes over this, through those scenarios of recent.
So that's an interesting question. So we've worked a lot with our colleagues who carry out acquisitions to make sure that the policy could be implemented, but we have not worked with legal, taking a legalistic point of view. So yes, no, we haven't done that.
Okay, so I was just sort of assuming that there would be legal running their eyes over this. So, Megan, can I just quiz you on this? I think there is merit in actually checking with legal. Why are legal not running their eye over a policy like this when we know we're getting appealed on these very decisions of acquisition? I'm talking about the acquisition provisions.
Look, I think my response would be this is not a dissimilar situation that we have with a lot of our kind of policies or settings where the implementation of it is in this case under the Resource Management Act, through a plan change, through a resource consent kind of thing. But this policy is not a resource management document. So there is always this constant legal matter of waiting, or whether it's a statutory document in the same way as like a plan change is a statutory document, a statutory process. So I understand your question, and it's a good one. And I think, and we do rely on our legal team very much when we are implementing these kinds of things, whether it is through plan changes, negotiations with developers, development contributions, same kind of thing. We've got a statutory policy there. It relates to this policy. We are in this situation for lots and lots of documents. So in one sense, this is not an unusual situation for us to be in. The question, I think, at this point from a legal perspective is what we're writing, like legal and robust, and we're not kind of going out of scope. And I think it's clear that is not occurring. We're absolutely within scope, doing what we do. The question, though, which you're absolutely right about, is how does this get implemented? How can we, within the resource management context, keep this tight? There's no legal answer to that question, and in my view, being a bush lawyer, that because this document is not an RMA document in the same way as the unitary plan is, or that the processes are under the RMA. So we, as always, do our best, and in a lot of cases it's fine, and in others, people feel that it falls short in some way. I don't know, Louise, you might have any other comments.
Just to add to what Megan said, again, it's where a policy has relationship to other, legislation or other considerations. We have looked at scenarios in developing this policy, obviously looking at the impact, looking at what some of the possible financial considerations would be. When we get to that next level, I think in terms of implementation, certainly would want to test out as well too. But I think the assurance you're wanting is if it was challenged, would we have a high degree of confidence to say, you know, yes, there wouldn't be an issue with it. I think the point Megan has made, as a policy, we've done our best within the scope of this policy to say it's robust, it's based on the best evidence that we've been able to find. We've had considerable input, as you've heard, from a whole range of sources as well. And so in terms of the policy process, we've certainly tried to make that as robust as possible. But your question is a very good one. Thank you.
Okay, so just continuing that theme then, Megan, is there a way by which we could, I'm conscious of where we are today and all the work that many people have put into this, and I'm not here to pull the rug or anything like that. I'm wanting to add value. Is there any way that we could actually, agree to this today, subject to a final legal oversight, and then delegate the absolute ultimate signing off to the chair and deputy? I ask that because of the challenges in courts that we're getting.
Yes, I believe you could do that. Yep.
Okay, as executive officer, I mean, I'm suggesting that, but as executive officer, do you think there is merit in doing that?
Look, I'm not sure, to be honest. However, I'm happy to draft up something to that effect, and maybe as the conversation continues, that could become clearer. So I'm happy to draft something to that effect, Mr. Chair, and then you can just work it through with yourselves.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, well done, councillor, because one of my questions was, does this give developers definitive minimum standards when building high or density development? And so listening to your questions, my supplementary was, what do we need to do to amend this policy so that it does? I think, well, she's left the table, but I just think I'd be happy to support an inclusion of amendment to that point. But I'm going to come to some other questions, if I may. The first one is, I asked when the chair of the local board had their input, whether the questions could be answered. And I think I've heard what you've said. So basically you're saying that if you increased the land if you increased the size of the open space provision standards, it would cost something like 322 million for just one suburb, and if you amortise that over the region, it would be prohibitive. Is that correct? That's really why you're saying no to the local board chair, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Okay. So how much do you think the LTP ask will be to prioritise more open space?
So that's an interesting question. We haven't assessed the financial implication of the new policy, but we know that because of the last LTP, the acquisition budget was cut significantly compared to previous long-term plan acquisition budgets. So the current 2016 policy is not funded, not fully funded. And so we probably already have a 300 million, 400 million shortfall. And to deliver the policy over the next 10 years. So you're looking at that quantum of funding.
Yeah, I suppose what I'm saying is I recognise that the last LTP was a bit of an exception to the rule. I mean, we had probably the worst time that we've ever had with, immediate cut in budget. So we had to cut our coat to suit our cloth of the time. But you're saying that actually, having been through that very low point, you want to bring it back to the standards that we had, previous, raise the dollar value up.
Well, that's the direction that we got from the Joint Political Working Group, that they want to deliver really good outcomes from our communities. And that's what we've heard really strongly from the community consultation and the local boards. Open space is important to our communities. It's delivering a lot of benefits. Local boards especially have said we need to consider acquisition early in the planning processes. And of course with open spaces, because you buy land, if you miss the opportunity to buy land early, whether it's greenfield or large brownfield regeneration projects, the opportunity is gone. Or, you know, it's quite difficult to retrofit your network. As you will know with Oake, it's fully developed. The opportunities are few and far between, and land is very expensive, and also quite often held by different land owners. So if you miss the opportunity to buy your parks when the opportunity is there because you haven't got the funding, it's hard later on.
I get that. I suppose what I'm saying is we've always acquired more land every single year, haven't we? I mean, we've always prioritised the acquisition of land as a city, as a growing city. So are you confident that, you know, we will continue to do that and meet the growth requirements if we adopt this policy?
Perhaps just, Councillor, just to highlight the additional recommendations E and F, I think we need to do that work in terms of looking at the future pipeline, and recommendation E certainly supports that, and as Carol has also said, just emphasising enabling those open space acquisitions early in the land development process. So I think those are two points that have been brought up that will help with that future acquisition and ensuring that we do have the space available in future as budget permits.
Yeah, just budget aside. I want to ask you a question about point 8. Sorry, Chair, I've just got a few questions around this. I mean, you don't recommend increasing the quantity of open space provision, and one of the reasons you use for that is achievability. Why don't you think you can do it based on achievability? You talk about affordability. I understand affordability, but why don't you think you can achieve that?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So our acquisition method, the most common acquisition method that we use is willing buyer, willing seller. So we have to negotiate with a landowner or multiple landowners to acquire the land. And so unlike a road or stormwater, which, you know, is linear, there's a network, a landowner can say, well, you don't need to buy here, go and buy the neighboring piece of land. We can't force them to sell us land. And when you have a developer developing a large area of land, obviously they want delivering, you know, a good neighborhood so that their houses sell, but they also want to maximize their return on investment. So we can't expect them to sell us lots of land. And so that 20 meters square per capita, you know, that's assuming that a landowner or landowners would be willing to sell us all that land, which is unlikely because that would diminish their return. That's that consideration, and then there's also how much within council we are resourced, you know, to negotiate acquisition. So that would just be quite a significant number of acquisition negotiations. So those are the two reasons we say it's probably not going to be achievable, if that makes sense.
Which gives me more reason to support Councillor Darby in what he's sort of thinking. And my final question is, are these minimum standards or maximum standards?
They're neither nor.
Meterage, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in the past policy, we had a range. So, for example, we said a neighborhood park needs to be between 3,000 meters square and 5,000 meters square, depending on the type of environment it sits in. And so there was more wiggle room. And what we found is that through acquisitions, we always ended up with a lower size parks. Although the policy said 3,000 to 5,000 meters square, we only got pretty much always 3,000. And so we've removed that level of flexibility, and we say this is the size we want when.
And did you go with the low figure or the high figure?
So it's gone from 2 to 5, and it depends on the capacity. So when we've got...
You've raised it to 5.
It's it's moved from 2,000 meters square to 5,000 meters square. So when you have an area where you already have a lot of open space, it's fine to deliver a smaller park. But when you have an area where there's not that much provision, we say, let's go and buy a bigger park, but we don't give the options about the size. We say we want 5,000 in that case. High figure.
Okay. And finally, at the risk of sounding like a lawyer, something versus something, at the end of the day, there's always politics in this, isn't there? So if somebody came to this council with an option to do something outside of the policy, as we did, for example, with the Botanic Gardens, this body has the ability to make that call as an exception, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, very good point that, you know, the Nathan land was against the current policy, but we made a decision to fund that because it was unique. Mayor Brown?
Okay, thank you. I've listened carefully to this and I've got growing concerns. The entrance was a speech about the wisdom and the wonderful thing for social welfare from open spaces. Well, if that goes for cafes and pubs. We'll be having to buy them shortly as well. I want to know, is there enough flexibility? I completely oppose the idea of choosing a number per square metre. That's just going to foist us with a financial problem at some stage or other, and a forced thing. Plus, I also oppose the thing of having each local board separating it for their area. People choose to live in denser areas, and we are choosing to intensify some areas. I have chosen to live in an intensified area, and I know what that brings. And I live in the city because I know we have regional parks, which we go to. And I also know that when we buy land, it's often episodic because it's just opportunities. You will recall last year that we bought the Botanic Gardens land because it just happened to pop up. But what if it hadn't met the $20 person per square metre, or we'd blown the money because we put it in an LTP and it wasn't there? We've also had wonderful donations like the greenhives from the Platt family. Does that mean because it was donated there, that doesn't count for the thing, so that the people in greenhive are going to end up with more than their share? The other thing, if we do it on a square metre basis, the people who live in expensive land areas will have much more spent on them than people in other areas, and it'll be another round of inequality. And so this has got to be very flexible, the absolute opposite of being rigid for planning commissioners. Does it include lakes and harbours? Because if we buy, this is a public area, if we bought land that gave us access to a bit of harbour that you can't suddenly get to, do we add that in the per square metre basis? And again, coming back to the impact on developers, of which I have some experience, can they trade development contributions for contributions of land, as long as it's good stuff? I mean, we need flexibility. We don't want to get in a situation where that's automatic and they give you the shitty bit at the bottom of the subdivision that no one will buy. But on the other hand, they might provide some developers, not one of them, always provide a tennis court because it helps you sell land. But in fact, the people in the area love it because we never got around to providing. So I want to know, this has to be flexible, totally flexible, and we're trying to intensify people. That's one of the things I attended a meeting last night to come along with. Thank you coming, Megan, for people who are very worried about intensification, and yet it's an area which is already quite intensified. So we're going to intensify an area like we're going to have problems when you intensify around railway stations. So we're going to get lots and lots of people to live there. So near railway stations over in hop on the train, and in 5 minutes they're at the Domain, which is a huge area. But if we're going to intensify them, get them all living in tall buildings, we're going to have to buy the next 5 blocks of land to give them their square metres for everyone who's shoved up in a big high building. It makes no sense whatsoever. And so I absolutely oppose the ENF, and in fact I'm not even sure I'm going to vote for this at all, because it just isn't, it's just not flexible enough.
Well, I guess if I could...
So I'll leave it at that. So if you can answer some of those questions.
The questions on flexibility, I think we're not putting forward the 20, the policy I understand is 10 to 20. Could you talk about the flexibility, the effect on high density?
We shouldn't have any square metre thing, because we should look at what makes sense in that particular area. And are these people, if they're going to be next to the CRL, they're going to be 3 minutes away by train from another area. I mean, and the borders of our local boards are one of the most random things I've ever seen. They don't even comply with the boundaries on which we get elected. So I'm not going to have it where they're all going to demand the same square metres, because axiomatically there's going to be more in Rodney and in Franklin, because it's cheaper land and it's out in the countryside. And in fact, and we get the value of green space when we drive past a golf course that we never play golf on, that we don't need, that might even be privately owned for all I know. So
maybe if we could
answer some of those, please.
Yep.
So it's obviously a choice for this council whether you want to have open space provision standards or not, or whether you rely on the current network to deliver for your residents, current and future. An option would be to have no provision standards and assume that residents just use what's here now, and you maintain the network, and then that residents in areas like Drury and Red Hills travel to access our existing parks, whether regional or local parks. So that's where you have the most flexibility. And then if a park is delivered in an area, you know, it's opportunistic, it can happen, nothing stops it, but there's no obligation on anyone to deliver anything. So that would be the no standards approach. If you want to have open space delivered to your community, then our recommendation is you have some standards and you have a level of prescription, so you are able to lead those conversations about provisions and acquisition. Our experience is that flexibility doesn't get you good outcomes for Aucklanders. So that was your first question. The second question about what happens if a developer wants to give us a piece of land in lieu of development contribution. So we have a whole team at council who deals with developers, and they have those different funding agreements in place on a case-by-case basis with developers to enable that. And so that's going to move in the new urban development department. So that's possible as well instead of DC.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Walker.
I've got a few questions. Am I correct in saying that development contributions, which cover off a number of aspects of reserve, as it currently stands, pocket parks, neighbourhood and the like, are reliant on the identification of a quantum of land? There's an association with that.
Yes, so development contribution is calculated based on the acquisition budget in the long-term plan, and then we project the open space provision policy over decade 2 and decade 3 to understand how much land we're planning to buy, and then we do a beneficiary analysis.
Sure.
and that goes into the development contribution policy. Obviously, the development contribution is a cost recovery mechanism.
I understand that. And in that equation, is it not the case that at this stage, a quantum of land, which is 20 square metres per household unit, is factored in for that justification?
So the 20,
that's my understanding.
So the 20 metres square per person is an advocacy point from the Albert Eden local board. We do not recommend to go to that level of provision. Our provision standards are in Objective 6 from page 46, and we speak about the size of different parks to form a network.
Sure. I understand the advocacy position of the Albert Eden local board, but the present policy is 20 square metres per household equivalent. That's, no? Okay. What is it then? I'm talking about what we're doing now.
Yes.
In respect of providing an area of open space for Aucklanders and what evidence guides us.
So if, sorry, trying to find, sorry, bear with me. If you look in your agenda report on page 6, in the blue box, you have the current provision standards and the changing we're proposing. So what we're proposing is keeping the provision relatively unchanged for most type of open spaces, apart from pocket parks and neighborhood parks. And we're changing the quantum to better respond to areas that have got low provision.
Is it not true to say that historically the provision that was relied on to provide open space was the Reserves Act 1977? And in the provision of the Reserves Act, and I think the Mayor's familiar with the Reserves Act 1977, under that Act, any development had to put aside 7.5% by way of value or land area. Is that correct? So that's the Reserves Act 1977.
So the current policy is a 2016 open space provision policy, which directs the quantity and quality of parks we provide. I think the 7.5% that you refer to is a funding mechanism that was prior to the development contribution that was widely used on the North Shore by North Shore City Council. And that was, I can't remember the name of that policy, but that was a
financial contributions, I think.
Okay, so yeah. just to put it on the record, the Reserves Act was for decades the act that informed the acquisition of open space. Up until fairly recently. Now, I don't know whether you've done an equation around that, but back in the day, that would have amounted to about 90 square metres per household equivalent. I don't know whether you've done any calculation, but certainly whenever consents and the like have come up, I've pointed out generally that the current provision, you might be lucky if we're actually getting 1.5%. So often we're scoring under 20 square metres per household equivalent. Now, the reason I'm asking this, Mr. Chairman, is my question is, under this proposal, what space will be available for people in the community to locate clubs and societies, to have football fields, netball, rugby, golf clubs, and the whole range of activities that Aucklanders currently enjoy? If the provision under this policy blatantly doesn't allow anywhere near that and anywhere near what we're actually trading off, which is the historical pattern of open space that both benefactors and the Reserves Act has largely put in place. So what does What does the future actually look like on the ground from this policy, particularly if we don't actually settle on a quantum and everything is challengeable? What does that future look like? That's my question. And what does it enable?
Yeah, so Coral wants to answer.
For the community, because that's not available. That's why I'm asking this.
You mean, well, Coral can answer and then we can clarify.
I think there's a little bit of a mix-up here between our funding policy and our provision policy. Those are two quite different matters. So in the past, some local government entities like North Shore City Council use financial contribution that could take up to 7.5% under the RMA. The council has made an historical decision to move away from financial contribution and adopt development contribution instead, which, as I mentioned, is a cost recovery mechanism. So the more you spend, the more you can get from development to contribute. And you can't have both. You can't have financial contributions and development contributions. To your second question about are we delivering enough for our communities to do the things we enjoy? So we've looked at a lot of different provision standards across the world, and we think that the provision that we are proposing, noting that sports fields also are their own categories, and we are enabling for that, is sufficient. Of course, there's always, more could always be better. And there's always going to be some trade-off as to what we use the land for, whether it's tennis courts or golf or more general recreation. It is always a trade-off, and the policy standard that we're providing to you in Policy 2, they make trade-offs.
Sure. So, through you, Mr. Chair, the information that I'd really like to see is what this works out on the ground so that Aucklanders can see what they're getting. I actually know the answer to this, and what it amounts to is poultry. So in new development areas, the amount of reserve is absolutely negligible. We're trading off, in Auckland, the historic pattern of reserves. So it would be very useful to actually have that, so you can see that here's what we used to have, and this is what we're getting now.
Councillor Walker, if you look, that's not
what
correct.
it amounts to.
That's not correct in the provision standards, but what you're really talking about is the budget. And that's why I've added those two things, because the policy will direct what budget, will direct from the budget we give. The issue, in my opinion, is our budget is too small, and if whoever the next council is needs to, if that's a belief, increase it probably dramatically. If you look at the provision standards, the main changes are allowing pocket parks in high density areas, which are not allowed under the current provision, allowing more flexibility for bigger parks in all areas, which is not currently allowed on the current. So the provision actually improves it, but only if we appoint budget through a budget. So this is a policy that allows the staff to go away and engage and find bits of land that fit with our budget.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I wasn't asking the question of you, but
it did seem that way.
Well, I wasn't asking of you. My question was directed to the officers. So this policy effectively informs the budget, doesn't it? Otherwise, why would we have it?
Exactly, and I think that point about the difference between the provision standards and the funding policy is very important. As we see from the recommendations up there, there is a recommendation for further work to be done on looking at this open space land acquisition prioritisation program to inform future budgets. I think also the point that the Chair made is that one of the purposes of this policy is also looking at the future growth of Auckland and how we better provide in areas such as high and medium density. So, we do have our existing standards at the moment, but as the city changes and grows, how do we continue to provide for those different patterns in that sense as well?
Thank you. Right, Councillor Lee. There are 4 more questions, and then just to warn everyone, we will break for lunch and then go to debate, because I think it is, we probably all need, including the staff, need a break. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, officers. Thank you for the report. At times like this, I wish we could time travel. Back 15 years to a place nearby. But anyway, we can't do that. My question obviously will relate to regional parks essentially, but I just want to make some comments as the chair or former chair of the Regional Parks Working Party, appointed by the Mayor in his reshuffle in July 2023. We were working to terms of reference that were quite explicit, and one of those terms of reference related to the identification of a regional park in the South Auckland district, and there was figures enabled in the long-term plan, and this was to advise the Mayor in the long-term plan. So that was one of the terms of reference. And so what I'm concerned about is the appearance of a lack of coherence in this process. We were working to the Parks Department up and including Dr. Claudia Weiss. But this is coming from a completely different department, I take it. So there's 2 departments making strategic decisions over regional parks. It kind of has the appearance of a lack of coherence and potential muddle. But so the question relates to page 11 in the box table 1, bullet point 3, amend the approach to regional parks acquisition to be more enabling. Can you explain how this new change or new policy will be more enabling than the one we're working under or should be working under right now? Just briefly.
Yes, so there is some provision for regional parks in the 2016 policy. The division that you're mentioning is an operational division. They do not make policy. So under Claudia Weiss and now as successor, there's no policy as such. So there's only one policy. It's more enabling in the sense that, as I mentioned to Councillor Turner, we had proposed a 20 kilometers catchment for regional parks, and we had feedback from the Joint Political Working Group that they felt it was prescriptive. So we have removed that, and that's what you see as tracked into your documents in attachment B. And so it's enabling in the sense that you can assess opportunities on a case-by-case basis. I understand that there are a number of resolutions to acquire regional parks like Crater Hills that have never actually been delivered on because of lack of funding. But this policy and strategy is not a budgeting exercise, so we can't fund that, but we acknowledge that that's been a historical issue for regional parks acquisitions.
Okay.
Perhaps to add, Councillor Lee, just to the confusion, the policy provides the overall framework. We work very closely with parks and the acquisition teams, the operational teams, and as Carole has noted, acquisition is very dependent on the funding available, and that's through the funding process. But we do work very closely with them. If you think about this as the overall policy framework, and then those teams are looking at the implementation of it. In terms of the feedback we got on the regional parks part of this, we did respond to that, particularly from members of the political working group, so that it is more flexible. In the initial work that the team has done, there certainly are opportunities, particularly in South Auckland as well too. This policy would allow for that. I think I'm correct in saying, Carol.
Okay. I'm just, be that as it may, it's a democratic process, and you had a working, reporting to a political working group, Open Space, Sport and Recreation Joint Political Working Group. And that seems, the elected members of which seem to be completely split on aspects of policy too. Sandra Coney has been quite outspoken in her criticism. Just for the record, when she was chair of regional parks between 2004 and 2010, she led the acquisition of 1,775 hectares of new regional parks. And for the record, when I was chair of regional parks between 1993 and 1995, we purchased 1,345 hectares of regional parks. So coming back to Sandra Coney, who was a member of the Working Party, she knows a bit about land acquisition, regional parks acquisition. So I think we should give some weight to her views on this. On the other hand, it seems half the local boards are also concerned about policy too. Everyone seems to be okay with the rest of it. But when I look at the bullet point 3 in table 1, there's a reference to page 50, which must be a typo. And then, unless I've got pages stuck together, it can happen. The acquisition assessment methodology, catchment metrics and indicate map on page 80, 81 and 82. There is a map on the attachment 82, page 82, and most disappointingly, I have to say, given the work we put in on the Regional Parks Working Party, reporting to Regional Parks Management, the map indicates, very small map, you can just see it, indicates a circle within a circle, and in the inner circle it seems to be a area of land, not the area of land in South Auckland, just a few kilometres north, that we identified as a regional park, which would cost the council nil acquisition cost, some operational cost, of course, and that is the Otuatawa Historic Reserve joined up with the Waterkea coastal land of 15 hectares or so, again at zero costs, and incorporated and promoted as a regional park and managed and properly managed, which is not being done now. It's an ideal piece of land. Nonetheless, like in a parallel universe, the work of the Regional Parks Working Party has been completely ignored, and you've come up with something that's quite different. And again, it goes back to, are we working in a coherent way here, in a joined-up way, or is this going to be a model? And so I share the concerns about policy too. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor, and I'm not sure if you were here, but Councillor Turner asked specific questions about Sandra Coney's concerns, and they were all changed. And one of that was the fact we did include the South Auckland Regional Park in there, and based on, if the staff want to repeat it, based on Sandra Coney's advice, the South Auckland Regional Park was removed. It could still be purchased, but the requirement, if could we just repeat what was changed based on specifically on Sandra's?
Councillor Lee, you're correct. Member Coney gave very detailed feedback to the political working group, and in response to her and other concerns, we did change those sections on the regional parks. That map that was on the draft that referred to a possible opportunity has been removed from the draft. So just to reiterate, the concerns that were raised were responded to in the final draft. No, but it's, sorry, the... I'm only going on told here, that's all. Yes, so just to clarify, that map, Carole, has been removed from the final draft.
All the changes are in fact changes, and the map has got a strike on it to suggest we remove it. So that's why it's still there, so you can actually be aware of the changes that we are proposing to make for the final draft.
So that was in response to Sandra Coney's feedback. They changed the policy, but it wouldn't preclude the purchase of that regional park, but it just, that sits in the operational space, as you say. But once again,
Just talking to the report, what's in the report, the pages and the details and the comments in the report. And the map.
Councillor Fletcher. Oh, we can't hear you right now. I'm not sure if your mute is on or off.
No, the mute.
No, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Can you hear me? Thank you. And I'm sorry I missed the beginning of the presentation. In asking my questions, I want to ask them from the assumption that in my world, policy and funding should be aligned. Secondly, Carole has really tried her best as a member of the working party who later resigned, because this is really important and complex work. And inevitably, there were too few meetings and they happened to run concurrently with the startup of the Auckland Future Fund, and I was not able to do justice. And I was also unhappy with the direction that the working party was taking. And some of those topics have been covered today in terms of open space and so forth. But essentially, the questions that I have are twofold. One is there's an inherent conflict between two issues. We've got the brownfield area where we're wanting more intensification. We're wanting to have leverage with the developers by developing minimal standards. And for that, there does need to be a level of prescription to lock people in. And I think Councillor Darby was very good on that. And, we're trying to achieve something of substance there that can be drawn on. But running alongside of that, and what I had the difficulty with, it's like we've got two separate objectives. We've dealt with open space to a degree and the flexibility that has been introduced somewhat belatedly because of concerns that Sandra Coney and myself had in and around whether or not the Platt property or the Botanic Gardens would have been achieved, because those special opportunity acquisitions with their, special values, they don't necessarily come along very often. Whether or not that then should have a separate budget, a dedicated budget for that purpose. And that was a bit of a recommendation from the original review under 2022 of regional parks. But what we haven't really seen attention to are sub-regional issues. So I'd like Carole to respond to what additional thought had been given to sub-regional issues, because this is all, if you look at the the two strategies within the one document here, trying to get leverage with developers. But from a practical perspective, we know that we have geographical communities, but we also have community of interest communities. So what additional work was done, and is there a conflict with some of the recommendations you're putting to us? I felt very unhappy with the material as it went out for consultation, because I don't think it addressed any of these issues. But I would really like Carol, who I think within a complicated brief has tried to do her very best. So I'd really like to recognise that. But to say I don't think we've nailed it just yet. But Carol, could you speak to those issues?
Absolutely, Councillor Fletcher. So in terms of the regional parks, this policy is not able to obviously set a budget line, so that's outside the scope. I recognise, and as I mentioned to Councillor Lee, that there is a roadblock here to delivering on your aspiration for regional parks. You'll be happy to see that the regional parks policy now is very enabling. And that's linked to Member Coney's directions. In terms of supporting communities in both brownfield and greenfield development, we looked at how we could modulate our open space provision standards based on case studies. So we were really careful in how we selected our case studies, because as you mentioned, we have very different sub-regions with different historical investment levels, different networks, and so we took examples in both brownfield and greenfield areas across different geographical areas of Auckland, north, west, isthmus, and south. So that gave us a good view as to how different policy options could respond to different contexts. And obviously it's a regional policy, so it's one set of standards. And there are advantages to that because it just makes it much easier for all involved to have one set of standards rather than a lot of different standards to apply. But we're confident that those standards respond to the different contexts within the region.
My second question to you, Carol, is it strikes me with listening to others questioning the policy that there could be additional work done. This is such an important policy for Auckland. I don't feel, from what I've heard today, that it's yet ready to be adopted. Is there any other additional work that, had time permitted, you would have liked to have achieved?
Yes, thanks for the question. I think in terms of the provision standards, I would say we've done comprehensive work. We've done, a fit-for-purpose assessment of the 2016 policy. We looked at national and international examples of good practice. We've done lots of work on the case studies, on different options. We had, at some stage, 12 options to vary the standards. So I think obviously there's always more work you can do, but I don't think we would achieve more in terms of the provision standards. As Councillor Darby has mentioned, there is an opportunity to better align LGA and RMA processes, and just getting maybe a legal view on the policy would be really helpful. But I can't really say that there's something that we've missed. I mean, nothing is ever perfect, but I'm quite confident with the work. The other thing is that what we could do is just look at how the policy is implemented, and then in the next 3 years, do another fit-for-purpose assessment and then recalibrate the policy if needed, because implementation is really critical and sometimes you don't see, the impact of a policy before it's applied. Also, would like to point out that we've just worked so much with council group Kaimahi, so to the point where we had an open document and we asked all our colleagues that are involved in sport and recreation and open space to provide comments on the draft back in August, September. So we had a lot of internal tests on the policy. So I'm confident that we're bringing you a good quality product. Could it be better? Could more work be done? Possibly, but I think my recommendation would be, let's see how it works in the implementation and maybe just do another fit-for-purpose assessment in 3 years and see whether we need to make any changes.
Just to my first point about policy and funding needing to be aligned, do you feel that in this case we're being told that, I know that the funding issues have been complicated for parks and open spaces. This policy is actually going to be the business case for the funding, and yet it does concern me that if I was looking at it as a business case, it may not be compelling. Do you want to comment on that?
You may recollect that one of the first meetings of the Joint Political Working Group, we were concerned as to whether you wanted us to develop provision standards to meet the current budget, and that was not what the Joint Political wanted us to do. You wanted us to deliver standards to deliver good community outcomes, and that's the direction we've taken. We have proposed, and that's the point E here in the chair's recommendation, a mechanism through which you can actually adjust council expectation for delivery, which is really what the policies are, with budget availability, noting that there's always an impact on ratepayers and developers. So you could just actually modulate the two through that, putting it together. So I don't know if that answers your question, Councillor Fletcher.
Well, thank you, Carol. And I again want to reiterate, my frustrations are not in any way driven by your inability to respond to us. I just think we've given insufficient time to a very complex piece of policy.
Okay. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. So the questions I had at the start are a little bit different from the questions I have now. One of it's sort of the big question I have, I guess, is that it seems like the issue here is around policy 2. And so I would like to understand, if we did go for option 2 today, which was to do more work on policy 2 but adopt the rest, what are the consequences of that?
Well, if you wanted us to do more work on policy 2, current provision, open space provision policy and the 2013 open space acquisition policy would remain operative, which means that any plan change or structure plan would use those policy settings to plan for open space and an open space network. And we know that the 2016 open space provision policy doesn't deliver very well for high density and greenfield areas. So you would just remain with a policy that we know doesn't deliver the best outcome. So you would delay implementation of a new, refreshed, more up-to-date, I would say better policy because you want us to do more work. And that's probably why I would say, as I mentioned to Councillor Fletcher, my recommendation would be to adopt Policy 2 and just look at how it can be implemented, and then in 3 years' time, do a fit-for-purpose assessment and look, is it working, is it not? Because you could just spend a lot of time, at a desk doing more work and more work, more work. What is it that's going to really bring you? And that's pretty much the question. I think it's diminishing return at this stage.
Thank you. So if we remained with the 2013-2016 portions that we would have to rely on, but if we don't adopt Policy 2 today, then how far off 20 metres squared is that?
So the 20 metres square is nowhere in any of our policies, right? So neither in the 2016 nor in the 2025. But if you can have a look at your agenda report on page 5, so it's paragraph 33. There's a table here that shows what the current provision standards are and what we're proposing, which is option package 2, the capacity focus. So in areas of high density, for example, where there's limited open space at the moment, the difference between the current 2016 policy and what we're proposing is that you would buy pocket parks. So you would have a whole network, with your sports fields, your suburb parks. What we're changing is the neighborhood parks. So a neighborhood parks within 400 meters walk to everybody. And if an area is not well served, we would want bigger neighborhood parks, so 5,000 meters, for example. If it's already well provided, you might just go to 3. If it's really well provided, you might go to 2,000 meters square. In addition to that, which is a real departure from the current policy, is that we would also buy pocket parks in between. So not instead of, but in addition to neighborhood parks, we would also deliver pocket parks. So pocket parks, obviously they're smaller, 1,000 to 1,500 meters square. But when you have people living in apartment buildings, and families, and it's really useful to have something which is at close proximity to your home, where you can send your children. We've got some really good example in the Northcote development of pocket parks, which are highly functioning. So that's what we're proposing, so more a higher distribution, where in between neighborhood parks, you've got pocket parks to supplement the network.
So thank you. What I'm really wanting to understand is if we don't adopt Policy 2 today, then the settings we have, would they result in less open space than Policy 2 would?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So if we don't adopt Policy 2 today, we continue with a situation where we would have less open space. I've got that correct? Because this is quite confusing.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. And so what you mentioned before, Carol, was the idea that potentially we could adopt Policy 2 today, but still do some more work on it to make it better in the future. Is that currently allowed for, or do we need some amendments that would reflect that?
Certainly in terms of good practice, evaluating policy is something that we should do anyway, particularly to see how it's implemented and what, assess how well it's gone. I don't think there would be any objection to including additional recommendation noting that evaluation is carried out.
I think that would be really important, not least because I think we need to put some timeframes into that. It seems to me this moves things forward, but perhaps not enough for some people, and so we need a pathway. So maybe that's something to think about in terms of some wording. So I have a couple of other questions about the achievability of the policy, of policy 2, compared to, say, a 20 metres squared. So can I just clarify, so purchasers, and you mentioned before, have to be willing by a willing seller?
In most instances, that's the case, yes. Obviously, sometimes we got gifted a piece of land, but...
Sure. So, but we wouldn't be in a... I guess I'm thinking particularly about the older, more suburbs that already have their open space, the practicality of trying to buy more open space there as those areas intensify. Is that something that officers have a view on?
Yes, we have looked at that, and that's why we're proposing pocket parks as well, because if you think about 1,000 to 1,500 meters square, it's 1 or 2 residential lots in most established suburbs. And so the alternative was to deliver bigger neighborhood parks, and go to 5,000-6,000 meters square, which makes it much harder to acquire because you've got fragmented land ownership. So by having pocket parks, we think it's more feasible in terms of the acquisition negotiation.
Okay, and that's helpful because that was one of the things I was particularly thinking of is, in established suburbs, where do we get this land? So putting aside how do we pay for it, because cost of land in a lot of these areas is very high, but also just the practical, how often does land come up in some of those suburbs? And so pocket parks are more able to be accommodated in those site by site, or you've got a couple of contiguous sections that are getting redeveloped. Is that sort of what the thinking is around the pocket parks in particular?
That's right. And we see the opportunities in large-scale urban regeneration projects as well, where like Wesley or Tamaki, where that could be achieved through land exchanges as well. So it doesn't always have to be at cost to council. But if we have a clear view as to what we want our network to look like, then we've got different tools in our toolbox to make it happen.
Thank you. I was very involved with the Three Kings Quarry redevelopment, so had quite a bit of experience with that. So the other question I have is around these land purchases. They would likely be, unless we are in a gift situation, they're likely to be debt-funded purchases. That's normally how we would do that. Obviously we have talked about, there will potentially be land exchanges or, the conversation about financial contributions, but by and large, we're looking at debt-funded purchase of land. Is that what would be most likely?
So when we acquire land at cost for recreation purposes, most of it is through development contribution.
Okay.
And that's probably not true historically, where there was more of a balance, but now it is so.
So we're also having that parallel conversation about the development contributions. How does this interact with that in terms of, are we setting that, sorry Deputy Mayor, I keep stealing your questions, how are we reflecting the cost of this policy in that development contributions discussion? Is it accommodated now?
The short answer is no, because it's not an adopted policy until you vote for it. So we've used the 2016 policy that gives us a good understanding of our open space acquisition pipeline. Some of it obviously is underway. Some of it has been agreed by local boards or the governing body prior to the decision being delegated to local boards. And some of it is what we've got in plans, structure plan, or, there might not be a decision to acquire, but we've got a long pipeline of parks that form our acquisition pipeline over 10, 20, 30 years. And then we have an estimate of the cost of land at different time of development. So obviously, the sooner you buy land in the development process, the cheaper. And then that gives us some financial modeling, and then we do beneficiary analysis, because obviously DC only pays for the gross part of the acquisition, not for meeting a level of service, and then that goes into finance. So when we have the new policy in place, we'll have to think about which areas to apply the policy when, you know, some areas are pretty much fully developed, you know, in terms of with development, fully delivered on. So, and then I will just feed into that resolution E, give you a better idea of the 30-year investment required for both acquisition and development, and then that would inform the next development contribution policy, so the 2028. So there's quite a process, quite a bit of work being.
Okay, so just to unpack that, in that you gave the specific example before of Wesley, which I'm pretty familiar with. So I think, I can't remember what the figure was, but it was something like 300 million.
322 million.
320 million. So we would be looking to raise that from developer contributions in Wesley, or how would that work? Or would we debt fund it and then try and recover it through development contributions? Sorry, this is probably a 101 question.
So the Wesley example, I think, is in one of our attachments. We're not recommending the 20 meters square per capita because...
No, I understand that, but if we were to, which seems to be the key thing that people are unhappy about policy 2, if we were to end up with a policy in that space that did require that extra, 320 million for one suburb, how would we be looking to increase development contributions to cover that cost, or would we be looking to other options or a range of options?
So it would need to be in the budget, so that would be considered in the long-term plan budget, and possibly included in the infrastructure strategy for Decade 2 and Decade 3. And then the development contribution would reflect whatever acquisition budget there would be for that area. Because, as I mentioned, development contribution is cost recovery. So if you don't plan to spend it, you can't collect it.
Okay, so we potentially, if we went for 20 metres squared or some other number, we are potentially increasing development contributions in some cases.
That's correct.
Okay. And we can't actually review the development contribution policy again until 2028 to take that into account.
I think the development contribution is reviewed every 3 years at the same time as following the LTP, budget allocation. So, and as I mentioned, it would be a lot of work. It's every development contribution for each asset group. It's quite a lot of work to do.
All right, I just have one more question, Chair, sorry, which is around consequential OPEX to deal with the pieces of land that we would acquire. So, we've heard from local boards, and I remember from last term the scary graph about consequential OPEX in the parks and community facilities space in particular. Do we have any maths on what the consequential OPEX would be from policy 2? And from any kind of 20 metres square type situation, that we would then have to find that money for local boards to be able to run these parks?
I think the short answer is no. We have not including consequential OPEX into our cost calculation. We've done acquisition cost and development cost, but it's worth remembering that we are delivering for growing communities. So as much as the cost of maintenance will go up, so will our rating intake. So it's not like a flat situation where we're delivering more open space for existing communities. There might be instances where there's low level of service we want to address that. But in most situations, when it's growth related, we're delivering for new residents who then will go on and pay some their rates, and so you also get more revenue to support maintenance.
And so with the consequential OPEX sort of squeeze that a lot of local boards face now with existing assets, they're potentially going to have to make choices between, do we have a basic level of provision on a new piece of land, or do we improve the quality and offering on an existing piece of open space from that same consequential OPEX budget?
I suppose the policy is looking at capacity. So if you have already a lot of capacity in your suburb or local board, then you might not want or need to deliver new parks. And the whole policy one is about making the most of what we have.
Yep.
And there's a reason why it's policy one, because it's really the very first thing that we think we need to do, making the most of what we have, because quality is really important for participation and utilization.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just on the budget, and I want to get this correct. So that 322 million is based on 10,000 residents, but our expectation would be that maybe 3 per household. That's over 100,000 per dwelling just for the DC related costs for the park. So that's before you talk about water, transport, everything.
Yes, that's only for parks acquisition and development, and that's why we don't think it's a realistic figure.
So the 20 metres squared across the city, any ballpark figures? Because I work it out to be about $6 billion.
No, because some areas would have above that, some would have below. So, and not all area would need investment. So, but if you think about an additional, I think it's 400,000 people over the next 30 years. Yeah, that could be a really significant amount of investment required.
So we'd have to increase our open space budget, which I'm happy to, but to do the 20 metres squared is looking at like 25 times what we currently budget.
I couldn't give you a figure, I haven't done the math, but yeah, it's prohibitive, I would say.
Councillor Henderson.
That's okay. Councillor Ferry stole my questions too.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor
Yeah,
Turner.
she sold mine too, but I've gone from we need to do more work on policy 2 to wondering if we didn't do that, we were left with a lower level of open space than what the policy has. I suppose the question I'm really asking though is kind of we need to see what local boards may or may not have seen is what does it mean for them? What does it mean for that, for Auckland in, for example, the Isthmus versus the Franklin, for example, and that's kind of what I'm not seeing. You've picked up Wesley because obviously the local board has talked about extra open space because of the high level of intensification. How hard, Megan, would it be to have a bit of a drop-in session just to see the impacts? Yes, oh no, sorry, you've had it. Yes, I didn't go. Okay, where's that information? Where can I see it between now and when I vote?
Or just your mic, sorry. You're just your mic, Coral, so.
Sorry. I have an additional presentation with some case studies. It's a lot of detail, so I don't know how much you want to go in that. Maybe I could show you one example. I've got 4 here on the slides, and then I'm happy to have a drop-in session with elected members, local board and governing body members and OKUA members if they're interested, and show you more of those case studies. But if we move forward, I've got the clicker. Look at that.
Maybe we should offer to do that in the lunch break, Carol, as opposed to here, but
it's not a one-size-fits-all, right? What we're talking about is highly intensified areas, especially in the concern I have is in areas that are already built up, right? They're not in greenfields. I think I absolutely support the, you know, when you build a whole suburb like a Hobsonville or a Stonefields, you know, that's fine. It's when you add further intensification.
It's the brownfields.
Yeah, the brownfields.
It's the
When you go to
brownfields.
around train
Yep.
stations, when you're going to do around the city centre, I want to know that we've got enough open space provision. And what I can't kind of see, I want to be able to prove to myself that policy 2, which I'm a bit concerned about, actually delivers that better than existing policy. And if so, how? And if so, what am I signing up to financially if I agree to that, you know? So that's the bit I'm just a bit not sure about, sorry.
I think maybe we do, I think we're just going to have to come back after lunch and continue this in the open. I don't think people need a break, staff need a break, and I think it's unfair to do this during lunch. So I think it's important to break. I did not, you know, we have had lots of workshops and memos, and the 10 meetings of the policy group were sent out to us every single time. So I wasn't expecting, it's good, but I wasn't expecting this level of engagement. But if we come back, say in, I think around 40 minutes, 1:40, we'll come back and we'll go through these slides, and then we're not going to start questions again. I've got Councillor Turner and maybe anyone who hasn't asked a question. We'll look at this presentation and then hopefully go to debates. Okay.
So that's 22 then?
I've got on my clock it's 2 minutes to 1, so yeah, so 40 minutes from now.
22.
Yeah. Cool.
Could we suggest
Kia ora. We'll just go. Welcome back, everyone. We're just working on some minor additions around the legal review, and also one based on policy 2 to review every 3 years to try and get more people feeling a bit more confident about that. We'll also go back to the presentation, those examples. I think Carol's going to take us, or Louise is just going to take us through some examples of what the policy is now and what it, I know we've discussed this in previous workshops and things, but we're just going to refresh again on what it means within budget, of course, but yeah, Carol. Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've got 4 examples on slides. I'll go through a couple.
Just want to bring the mic a bit closer to you, sorry.
Of course. So I'll go through a couple of examples. I've got 4 on the slides, but maybe we'll go through 2, and then if you want more information, then we can go through more, but it's quite detailed information, obviously. So as I mentioned, we went through a process where we developed 12 options, and at the end we packaged those options, and we came up with package 1 and package 2. And so those examples here, they show how the current policy applies and how option 1 and option 2 would apply. And noting that option 2 is the option that we are recommending. So here is the example of Papakura. It's obviously a brownfield example. It's a metropolitan center, and there's already a substantial open space network, as you can see with the darker green. And obviously the icons on the maps are not scaled to size, so they're just there as representation. So under and those are showed as square in lighter green. Yes, and so that would cost an additional $15.5 million for acquisition and development. Papakura has got quite a substantial network, so you can see the capacity per meter square per capita at 30 years is 22.3. Noting that there's a lot of RMA changes, which could mean that Papakura develops in a way that we haven't anticipated, but that's probably more of a planning issue that we won't sort out today. So under option 2, we would acquire 6 parks. And so in addition to the 2 neighborhood parks, we would also acquire 4 pocket parks. And so that's the side map on the right-hand side. And so there would be additional costs, obviously. So another 15.4 million, and we would lift up the capacity to 22.6 meters square per capita from 22.3. And as you can see, so each pocket park would be 1,000 meters square. So that's an example of a brownfield that's got a good park network, but we could have additional provisions. So you have pocket parks acquired at cost to council that are close to where people live. Shall I take questions or shall I move to the next one?
Maybe if we just go through the examples and then we'll go to questions. There you go. Yeah.
Okay. This is an example of a greenfield area. If you're familiar with the unitary plan zoning, you can tell that most of that greenfield area will be developed as medium density. There's some parks that already been acquired, and they showed in red. So there's 3 parks already acquired. And as the area develops further, we would buy 19 parks in total. and that would bring the capacity to 16.6. If we look at better delivering, we would also acquire three pocket parks, sorry. So in addition, so PP is pocket parks, as you might have guessed, and so that would bring also better provision for the area, and we really would focus on providing pocket parks in those areas where there's high density, so the dark orange on the map. So Wesley, we've looked at, that's another brownfield area, and that's an area where, again, the capacity is medium, 13.2. There's already, under the current policy, we would acquire 2 new pocket parks in addition to the 2 existing. And under option 2, the proposed 2025 policy 2, we would acquire more pocket parks. So as you can see here, so we would, the current policy enables for 6,000 meters of open space acquisition, the new policy for 15,000 meters square. And the cost is an additional $23.9 million. Last example is Wainui, again, greenfield. And the difference between the current policy and the new policy is that, again, we would deliver a new pocket park in the high-density areas in dark orange, part of that development, for an additional $2.5 million.
Thank you. We've got a question from Councillor Walker. Councillor Walker.
I'm assuming that there's some underlying math behind this. So how have you arrived at the capacity in metres squared per capita?
Yes, so in Policy 2, there's a whole methodology which explains how we calculate capacity, but effectively we take into account open space that is usable by people. So open space in public ownership or with public access, like Cornwall Park. Part of Cornwall Park, for example, is not owned by council, but we can access it. And then we look at calculation at full build-out. We look at calculation, number of people at full build-out. So we take at 30 years, population at 30 years. And then we just do a division, and they give us a calculation. That's a short version of the methodology. There's quite a bit of detail, but that's the methodology in a nutshell.
And just to add to that, we've got page 55 outlines how those capacity calculations were arrived at. Has further detail there.
Okay, can you go back to the brownfield slide?
Sorry?
Can you go back to the brownfield slides? One of the brownfield slides. This is greenfield. So I just want to ask a question around reality. So if we accept that there are 2 funding mechanisms, one is development contributions from the extra capacity that's being provided. The second is rates. Given that we have a problem in that you've already got existing people in the area, and there will be an argument, and it's a well-known argument, that some of the acquisition will be for the existing population, and you can't raise development contributions from that. What follows is that the balance has to be funded by way of debt. Now, what we've found in reality, and I just want some clarification on this, is that we actually have not been even applying development contributions in many instances, or debt, because we've been in our debt ceiling. So how does this pragmatically work in future? Because that's how it's been working recently, in the sense that we've not been acquiring reserves in brownfield areas, because one, it's too expensive, so you don't see us taking out houses and bowling them and putting in reserves in the meantime, and we can't afford it because of our debt ceiling. So how does this relate to our actual situation on council?
So I think I would like to take a step back and reflect on what is in front of you today for adoption, because we're not going to solve every single council problem here at this table this afternoon. This is a policy that sets standards for how much we expect to provide and standards for how we're going to acquire that land. There is lots of work that the finance team does about setting budgets, debt ceiling, all of our financial policies, which I have some understanding, but I'm probably not the best person to provide you advice on. So if we step back, I understand the concern that the budgets have been constrained, and so we have had limited ability to deliver on council expectation for how much open space we provide for our communities. That is well understood. But this is not the question in front of you today. The question in front of you is, are you sufficiently comfortable that we have done a thorough job and that the provision standard that we are proposing would deliver good outcomes for communities and that they are affordable and achievable? Or do you want us to go back to the drawing board and deliver higher level of open space provision, noting that then you will have to put more money? Or do you want us to do a lower level of provision to meet existing budgets in the LTP? Those are the questions in front of you today. There's a whole financial discussion that needs to happen after that.
My question concerns the financing, and my question is this going to be a significant unfunded mandate? That is, we're putting something up that has very significant financial implications across the region, and I'm just looking for the financial implications, because it says the strategy will be implemented using available budgets set during long-term plan annual plan processes. Now, that's incredibly vague, given the magnitude of what we're talking about. So I have a real concern that
Councillor Walker,
we're not being adequately
This has
informed.
been explained. This is not the Budget Committee. This is not the Finance Committee. This is not the Acquisition Committee. This is a policy that directs A, the current budget we've allocated through the long-term plan, or B, the budget we may allocate in the next long-term plan.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the question that I'm asking the officers is this funded? Is it in the long-term plan? Is it actually capable of being mandated in a future long-term plan? And that's not to say that I'm not supportive of more areas for reserve. I'm looking at financial implications, and I really don't see any adequacy of information there around something that is potentially of the order of many hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. Thank you. If the officers are able to answer that, fine.
Through the chair. So we're in exactly the same position today as we were yesterday, or tomorrow if you pass this, is that at the moment there is an LTP budget for open space acquisitions, and there are also development contributions that we can take for open space. So those are our two big revenue opportunities to pay for open space. I don't think at any point in time, whether in Auckland Council or any of the previous councils, has this stuff ever been fully funded. And so what we do is we use the budget that we have each year and we try to apply this policy, and then there's a matter of, so what are we going to buy when? So there's the implementation. So it's funded in the sense that there is an LTP budget and there are development contributions. There has been no LTP budget that I'm aware of that's ever fully funded it, because of course this could be 30-year plus plan, so we don't have to fund out 30 years, but it is dependent on however much money we have at any particular point in time.
This, that's, I guess I'm going to ask you another question, Megan. Councillor Walker, this happens at every single, I remember the children and youth, the policy, other policies. This is the policy and planning committee. We set a policy and then it is up to us all to then either fund it, underfund it, overfund it. Could you just talk about how the policies within council work and why we're trying to reduce from the current 5 policies that are technically all unfunded to this one?
Yeah, so look, we are trying to provide you better information around, the financial implications of everything we do, whatever that is, whether it's the policy stage or even the implementation and delivery stage. Policies, though, always set a direction. They are not always and can never usually always look at the all of the financial implications. They can give a sense of it. Sometimes it's exactly clear, but often it's not. So we try and provide that to you, and then you have an option through the LTP to then fund the implementation of this and prioritise and weight which particular areas or policies or things that are important to the city at a particular point in time you would weight and you would budget and fund those more than you would other things. And that can change over time. Remembering this, we look out 20, 30 years on this. So it is an LTP conversation ultimately, and we've got development contributions too, which will continue to roll through, and we'll keep using that money as well, regardless of whatever comes through the LTP. But it is insufficient when we're looking over a 30-year period. We do not have billions of dollars just sitting in a pot, just waiting to be funded. But over time, that may well occur. That will just phase through. And it'll be phased. It won't be sitting there in one pot.
And how does something like the Nathan Land at Botanic Gardens that we all supported, how does a decision like that, which is outside the current policy and outside the budget, how did that come back to us? Like, how do those things that are unique, they come back in what form?
So that does come back as a kind of an unbudgeted request, so it's entirely unfunded and unbudgeted. And so that comes through to the relevant committee, and then you make a decision to either reprioritise, so use existing budget in a different way to pay for that thing, or it could be debt funded. You could choose to debt fund these things, or in some other way set up the ability to fund it, but it normally means that something else then gets dropped off the list.
Thank you. I've got 3 more questions and then we better move to debate. So, Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. It's interesting. I've felt like before we had people asking questions that they didn't feel it allowed for enough open space, and now I'm hearing questions that it is going to cost too much to even do this. So I'm trying to get both those things straight in my head. So can I just clarify and it's great you've still got the Wesley slide up. So if we don't vote through policy 2 today, then the future that will apply is the one on the left. Is that correct?
Yes, it's a current policy.
Right. So this is kind of a question. That clearly has less open space in it than the one on the right.
That's correct.
Yes. Okay. So policy 2 delivers the one on the right if we vote for policy 2.
And just to add to that,
yeah.
The addition of pocket parks to better meet the needs for open space and higher density is really the differentiating factor here.
Yeah.
And that is in part of looking at this policy for the future needs of Auckland.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess you mentioned Northcote before. I guess Stonefields and perhaps Hobsonville Point might be other examples of spaces that have quite a, sort of a network of pocket parks and neighbourhood parks and sports parks in this kind of fashion. Are there any other suburbs you could point to for people to get that mental picture?
We have provided a list of examples of different type of parks, so we can send that again. I don't have that in mind. What's interesting also in Northcote's development is this private open space provision.
Yeah.
So when we look at large scale development, it's not just public open space, because as you can see, it's very expensive, but private developers have got the ability also to to provide a communal space for their residences.
Yeah, there's sometimes can be some issues with that in another part of Wesley that's just over the boundary. But anyway, I'll leave that. So the point here, there's questions about if we don't have enough money to deliver policy 2, and if we don't have enough money to deliver policy 2, we definitely don't have enough money to deliver 20 metres square. If we don't have enough money, then part of the point of the policy and the strategy is to help us to prioritise how we do spend the money we have. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
And also, at the moment, with the 5 policies and strategies, as Carol noted earlier in the presentation, that does provide some confusion. So we are, even though this is quite complicated, we are looking to provide better guidance and clearer guidance.
So is it fair to say then that this, if we adopt this today, including policy 2, we will have settings that provide more certainty for decision makers and encourage them to include more open space in future plan changes?
That's correct as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Chair, Councillor Dalton.
And, my question was answered through your questions to Megan. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I'm doing a Julie actually. I just want to get some clarification. So basically the policy is really high level, and that is when the existing policy was first signed off, we didn't have the level of intensification that we're having now or will have in the next 30 years, correct?
That's correct.
And then you're also saying that as we move forward and have more intensification, the importance of open space is important, correct?
Correct.
And although the policy is very high level and has more open space, the actual decision about where and when and how much will be done year by year as part of annual plan or LTP, correct?
So the where and when will be through
not the where,
planning work, and then you get an acquisition pipeline, but then there'll be a decision from the governing body about prioritization against budget.
Yeah, my question was incorrect. Your answer was correct. So even though it's high level and it has great aspirations, at the end of the day, the political decision will be based on prioritisation every budgetary cycle, correct?
Every 3 years, yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Newman.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering if you could go back to the Papakura map, please. The slide, it was a bit before that one there. So, I mean, you could have all the, I'm a bit torn about this because I like option 2, but there is an important point here. Coming back to how this is funded, because we could all say, well, we've got a strategy and we've done amazing work because we've got the strategy and we've got all this open space. Coming back to how this lands, all of the pocket parks that are identified in option 1 and option 2 all relate to growth, don't they? Not one of those pocket parks really could be justified as a necessary change in the level of service in the network. Is that correct?
In this example, it's driven by growth because, as you can see, you've got quite a good open space network. But if you had another area where there was under provision, there's no reason why you could not develop a pocket park to better meet the needs of the community. Obviously, it's not development contribution funded because it's not growth related.
I understand that. We don't tend to develop new parks because we're changing the level of service. We tend to develop new parks for growth. Okay, so the missing issue here is that the development contributions policy requires us to identify each growth-related project for which we will require contributions, and we must demonstrate the method around that to reflect that the contribution is required to fund this particular growth project or this particular acquisition because of growth, and the benefits received will be primarily enjoyed by those who are coming here as a consequence of growth, and therefore we can identify that in the schedule of the policy, correct?
Yes, so my team does that work. So we just look at the 30-year pipeline to inform the long-term plan, and that's the first client, if you want. And then the beneficiary analysis is a secondary consideration.
Okay, so we adopt this today. Is what happens then? Is an officer going to phone up Andrew Duncan and the contributions team and say, look, we've adopted the policy. This is what the policy says. This is the method for the policy. This is the kind of yield of land that we will require. This is approximately where we will require it. We need to identify that in the policy now to require the schedule to be updated so that we can then levy the contributions from the developer. Is that the next step? Is that the conversation that happens once this policy is adopted?
There's a couple of steps before that. So it's which areas we want to implement the policy in. So there might just be some planning work first. Then we understand the 30 years pipeline and how much it costs. And then it's a development contribution conversation. But yes.
Just to be clear, because unless what I see on the screen then goes into a schedule in a development contributions policy, no developer is going to pay for this growth-related infrastructure that we are mooting unless we require them to do so, which means that this must be identified in the policy. So how quickly can that happen? Because it can't happen for another five years or something. That's not going to work because the growth is occurring now, and you need to be able to tax the developers for their contribution. Otherwise, you'll never get it. And I'm very skeptical about being able to fund this entirely through debt. I certainly would like to see it all funded, but I'd like the contribution to pay for it. Otherwise, it's going to be a very hard sell.
Okay, noted. I think we can speak to the development contribution team to see when the next policy is due. But I know the current policy is coming to this committee or this council at the end of the month.
Okay, I want to understand. We should. This ought to be updated every year now if this is what we're going to do, because we've got to try and get the best part of $30 million more in development contributions just for these pocket parks in Papakura. And if they're not in the DC policy, it makes this policy discussion, this debate, a bit academic. So I'd like a little bit more information about that. But look, thank you very much, Chair. I reserve my right to speak.
And Councillor Newman, Carole and the team have been working closely with the DC team right from the beginning on the development of this. So they are aware of it, and we will continue working closely with them.
Chair, can I just say one more thing, one more question? Yeah. The quandary that I have here is that I have asked the DC's team to explain what are the new projects that we've got coming up to get into the policy, and they've been a bit vague on this. So is this the big reveal, or is this still a theoretical document? I'm really a little unclear about this. I like to see progress, but it's the implementation of this, because Kāinga Ora will not willingly pay over the best chunk of $30 million unless they absolutely have to. So that's what I want to see the policy updated.
Yeah, it's
any comment from
possibly from myself or Megan, but that is why I did add with Councillor Alf's agreement those additional items. I've just asked Megan if we could add into F the next annual plan and long-term plan. So then at least, so the runway is the runway. If the runway starts today or it starts next year, that's when it starts. But if we are able to put annual plan in there, then it would maybe start, because what you're saying, Councillor Newman, as far as I understand how this rolls out, obviously more and more can be prioritised because Andrew Duncan made it clear when I think Councillor Walker asked a question about reserve contributions, is that we still need to put in our portion to then attract the DCs. So it is both. Both need to be jumping in the runway for those acquisitions.
Chair, respectfully, that's why I asked the officers if this is a growth-related investment, or if this is a change in the level of service. Obviously, rates funds the consequential operating cost of that, but these are explained as growth, and growth therefore ought to be taxed via contributions, which needs to happen now. Reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Just clarification of a couple of the terminology that's now being used in respect of the medium density. Medium density is the old mixed housing urban. Is that correct? Mixed housing urban?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's medium density is mixed housing urban. Yeah. Yeah, so previously the most popular form of zoning, and that was just going back to the unitary plan, of course, was mixed housing suburban. So we've had a monumental increase in intensity and density. So medium suggests that it's medium. It's not actually. It's actually on the higher level of things.
What definitions have you used, Carol? Is it both
Medium
MHS
density.
and MHU? Or?
So we're using the definition in the unitary plan.
Medium density. So what's happened to mixed housing, urban and suburban then? That was in the unitary plan.
So it's on page 53 of our strategy. I can't comment really on the unitary plan zone before and after, but this we've aligned our zoning with what's in the unitary plan.
Well, that terminology hasn't been changed since 2016, has it?
Not until we approve Plan Change 78 or something else.
So
Sorry, just to clarify, I've got my staff online just giving me information. Mixed housing, urban and suburban are medium density.
Okay, so the simple point making there is mixed housing, urban at that stage, and we're under less than a decade ago, was quite a high level of density. So bear that in mind when we're talking about the provision here. And the other point I just would like clarified, and I'll speak to it in the debate, is that, and I think Councillor Newman we're getting to it, as far as the greenfield sites and everything go, because there's a lot of concern getting put up about costs and stuff, but very simply, if we're identifying the provision that we require in advance, there is the developers picking up the tab for that, isn't it? In its entirety, both for acquisition and for development, the two components to put something on open space.
Only the growth-related part of the investment.
Yeah. So if it's a greenfield, that's all growth, isn't it?
It's a high proportion of growth. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thanks, Chair. I'm utterly supportive of having that level of prescription to leverage with developers around those minimum standards, but I'm less persuaded about where we're going with some of the other dimensions to the policy. So basically, for the brownfield stuff, I totally am on board, and I think that there is a relatively clear pathway there. Is there a possibility we could split some of this work for further work and get locked in some of the brownfield issues today? I still have this feeling that not everybody fully understands just how comprehensive this will be. And the question that I have, I want to put to Carol, is if you go back to the formation of this council and for the first few years, there was a separate item for regional parks. There was a separate item within our budgets.
Here.
When did that change?
I'm sorry, I can't help you. I've only been here 5 years.
Yeah, I think it was around 2016 or so. But I've just got a real level of discomfort on the sub-regional and the regional stuff, but I understand entirely what you're trying to do with regards to the brownfield. And I suppose it's a question of the chair whether or not part of this work could be separated for adoption today and other work to be forthcoming.
I mean, I guess they're all intertwined. The issue would still be budget. As staff, since the question was to me, the staff have said that any regional park proposal would come just the same as it did under the last, and the new would be considered based on the attributes of that land that it becomes available, much like many of the parks we have. I guess what would the team think would change? I guess, how would regional parks work under the current policy or the future? Or is it just about us, as in all of us in the last number of budgets have obviously not put enough budget into regional parks, and that needs to be considered as part of those? So could you answer?
Well, Richard, before she answers that, there used to be a separate pool, and the pool enabled partnerships, joint ventures, philanthropy, plus, and that is how, for instance, if you look out at Aotea Great Barrier, we eventually got Glenfern off the ground. It was using a bit of creative modelling, but there was some seeding fund within it as a separate standalone item. What we don't now have, because it's all just been dumped into the pot, it's not going to provide any certainty for those who have a particular interest around sub-regional and regional parks.
Question for Carol. How would that work? Does the partnership, I think it was the area that I spoke with Councillor Baker's question, that would cover that, but it would still be down to us to supply this budget, right? And through budget rounds.
That's exactly right. Given the feedback we got during the development of the strategy, everything is enabled, be that partnerships, philanthropic, whatever. There's no hindrance to that in this policy. But I think the key issue that Councillor Fletcher is talking about is there either a dedicated pool or more funding to actually deliver on some of those regional and sub-regional park aspirations. As Carol has explained a number of times, this sets the standards, then we have the funding process that then delivers the ability to acquire.
Okay, and maybe I guess questions on this, delaying this, any part of this, will your advice change to us on any of these policies, apart from the budget, which we want to address, hopefully, United Way or the new council will propose new budgets. But if we delay any part of this, will any of the advice change? Because we've gone through 2 years of process to get here.
Yeah, that's correct. My feeling here is that we have done substantial work, and we have looked at greenfield and brownfield. We have looked at different sub-regional examples, applied, as I said, 12 different options and see what would happen. And just, in terms of optioneering, I can't see what else we would do apart from applying those options in more examples, but probably we've done enough examples that you would not get to different answers. I think the suggestion from Councillor Darby to look at it through a legal view will be useful. We have a policy that has more teeth, but in terms of the options, yes, I can't see what else we would do.
Okay.
And perhaps just
but further to the regional parks then, could you remind us of what the recommendations were within the regional park management plan, which was a very comprehensively dealt with document around having separate line items for regional parks?
No, I wasn't involved in the regional parks management plan, so I have little understanding of that. I think what I'm hearing is that you have a desire to have a separate budget line item to better enable regional parks development. At the moment, when an opportunity arises and the governing body decides to acquire the land, then the money needs to be found at the detriment of other priorities. So if you wanted to have a specific budget to enable regional parks acquisitions, and we're just speaking about regional parks, then that could be something that could be dealt with maybe through the budget committee. But obviously, this policy doesn't have the ability to set budget or budget lines.
No, I understand that, but I do also understand the amount of work that went into the regional park management plan, and we're going into this while ignoring another current document of council. So it just leaves me distinctly uncomfortable that we're not really, while I totally understand what you are trying to do, as I have repeated on brownfields, on the sub-regional, which might be a premier park or something of that nature, and for the regional parks, I think we might do them a disservice if we just leave it to the ad hocery of the will of the current crop of councillors on the day without any other coherent strategy underpinning it.
Councillor Fletcher, just a couple of points. I think some options were put up around regional parks, and as we've noted earlier, in response to feedback, we removed those so that there was less specificity. I think also just in terms of the points that Megan was making before, policy provides the direction. We then need to look at the funding process and the implementation. And there's different levels of the plans there. And definitely things like the Regional Parks Management Plan would be being considered when you're looking at that funding and also the implementation part of things. I suppose just also answering your earlier question about doing further work on a portion of this, on the regional and sub-regional bit. As Carola said, there has been very extensive analysis done by the team to this point in consultation with the working group and other, advice. If we were to do anything further, we would really need to be very specific about what those requirements are, because at this point to come up with different analysis, as I said, we've done a fairly solid basis of it to this point. Thank you.
Just to add in terms of the link between this strategy and the Regional Parks Management Plan. So if you look on page 50, the words are taken directly from the Regional Parks Management Plan, and we have worked with Scott da Silvia to ensure that there was alignment. So the Regional Parks Management Plan has not been ignored by any means.
Thank you. Right, I think we have exhausted 4 hours of questions. So maybe, sorry, the Mayor. Apologies, Mayor would like some more questions.
Sorry to prolong the agony, but I found these little examples quite helpful. But considering that the first point of what we're doing is worrying about intensified high density areas where they have low and moderate levels of provision, I'm trying to imagine what's going to happen in Kingsland. Kingsland, as we all know, we're kind of being, with the government and the railway lines, we're going to force intensification on an area which is already, compared to Papakura, pretty full. And the only park there that I'm aware of is Eden Park, which I don't think counts for this. So what does it look like in an area like that there? If we're going to intensify do we have to buy a whole lot of these expensive homes and flatten them in order to give them an extra park or not? And we don't look like Gaza. So what's the
Mayor,
answer?
I don't think the comparisons are helpful, please.
Sorry.
Actually, Councillor Watson, you and I attended a protest together on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't.
I'll withdraw that full little
Yeah,
word,
thank you.
just carry on with just. I'm worried about Kingsland's going to be a battleground for us anyhow, one way or another. And so, what would it look like there? What does this do to Kingsland? Do we just ignore it and just intensify it, and they have to get on the train and go to a park?
You're putting me on the spot here because it's really hard to just give you advice on an area I've got little understanding of. But obviously, that's, you would look at how many people would be living there over 30 years. You would just look at, what type of provision you would like to see on a map, and then see whether or not acquisitions are possible. And how much it would cost. So there would be quite a bit of work. So it's not, a magical answer. You have something in a policy and it happens. But if you wanted to better provide for people living in those high density areas alongside transport routes in metropolitan centre, you'll have a few options. Acknowledging that, yes, you're right, it is expensive and it is difficult because those areas are highly built up already, and so the opportunities to acquire land is few and far between.
Well, you did choose Wainui, which will benefit from a big wave park shortly, which will have more people going to it than anything that we go and buy. So, well, you have to pay to get an Eden Park too, and that's quite a well-known park. I didn't mean to be flippant here, but I am trying to understand what it does for very heavily intensified areas, because that's what we're talking about in item 1, which is what's at the top of the package, and it's what you drove the thing on, and we haven't got an example of it. And so I'm worried about it, Kingsland, from a number of reasons. And
We don't always have to be the funder either. I guess the question and the problem is we're going down to minute areas. Could I just have Carol, what the current policy we live on today, if we just walk away from here and feel very depressed after all this, there is basically the purchase and the provision of new parks in current high density places is basically banned under our policy, right?
It's not ideal, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So the new policy recognises the new Auckland because everyone has been focused on the lack of green space when apartments are jumping up, and the whole switch, am I correct, is to try and get better provision over time. It's not compulsory, but we will try and purchase over time. We'll aim to provide green space in intensifying areas, like we're.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
So one of the things is that it gives us better tools to try and address some of the challenges of the future. As Carol was saying with the Kingsland example, we'd need to look at that in detail, and obviously that's as the opportunity arises and as the, potentially where those opportunities are and whether they can be achieved. But it does give us better tools than our current policy to actually deal with those, future situations.
And the policy helps us as a group, this is the question, then decide, hopefully together, to set budgets, to set DCs, to set long-term plans, which we legally have to do, to enable DCs to kick in, to ask developers to pay, or as Councillor Baker said, partner with. They will then enable us to increase it by, maybe a couple $100 million over 10 years if we choose to, around this table, do that. But at the moment, we are totally hamstrung by our own policies and our own budget, unless we're willing to change it.
Yes, I think the key, the policy would better deliver for high density and for greenfield areas. To enable delivery would require more budget, but that's a question for another day. But it is where the roadblock is.
And the last question, just on the 20 square metres discussion from Albert Eden, and I know that's still a concern. If we stuck to that, we would be having to increase either DC policy or rates by like billions of dollars. Like, can you see us doing, you know?
Depends how brave you are, I suppose.
Cool. I mean, I'd love to do that, but I doubt we would be realistically able to do it. Okay, I'll get you to step back from the... Right. Can we just, the additions through discussion was following the review strategy by Council's legal services team, that came from Councillor Darby. Councillor Filipina and Dalton have said they're happy to have that in. Then I think there was the review down the bottom from Councillor Ferry. Was there down the bottom? Yeah, but then it was only, there'll be minor change and then approved by Councillor Dalton and I and Hokura. Then we've got F and G, which were the ones that I added Chairs Rex and Councillor Filipina said yes, which was around enabling all that work from this policy to increase our budgets, hopefully. We don't have to, I'm not saying we will, but I'm assuming from this conversation there's a potential to be a majority. Hopefully the new council would agree the same. And then E, which is agree that policy 2, the open space provision and acquisition, be reviewed in 3 years' time to evaluate its effectiveness. So are we purchasing enough? Are we having problems? As I think someone said, getting it in that intensified areas, and that would be reported to whatever committee under the next term. Right. Councillor Filipina would like to start, and he will, I know you're going to start by acknowledging the process as well.
Tēnā koe he mana, thank you, Chair. To the ladies who were first up there, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa, and those that lasted the over 4 hours, to you and to you, Korau, and to Louise, ngā mihi kia kōrua. Thank you so much for this. And also to the team. And Chair, I just want to make some acknowledgements because it's important that I do. And the first one is to the Joint Political Working Group. Matua Tony Kake was the original Haukura member, and then he had to leave, and so Whaia Hani Renata came on board. I want to acknowledge them both from Haukura as well as Heather Ruru from Haukura, who helped during this whole 2-year process. Also, I want to acknowledge the members and those that lasted the journey, but also those that ended up resigning. And I know, Councillor Fletcher, just want to acknowledge your input in regards to the Working Political Group, and I know that it would have been hard for you to resign. But I acknowledge the mahi and your input in regards to the works. Also to members Sandra Coney and to Margie Watson, who ended up the Deputy Chair of the Joint Political Working Group. Kataraina Maki, and now Louise again. She was there from the outset. And look, I wanted to acknowledge that group because 2 years is a hell of a long time, but that needed to happen because of the 5 policies that they had to bring together. Councillor Lee, I also just wanted to acknowledge ex-Councillor Coney and her input prior to the amalgamation. And the reason I do that is because she ended up putting a lot of topics in front of the staff and the joint political working group. We ended up working through quite a few of that, and our last meeting was on the 2nd of May. So, I just wanted to acknowledge her contribution prior to the amalgamation, and obviously when she first came on with yourself and others in 2010. Look, I want to again acknowledge some of the other stuff. Ezra, Rachel, Dorothy, Cheryl, Helen, thank you so much for all the work that you have put into this. Chair, as I said, the 2nd of May was the last meeting of our working group. And the reason the 2nd of May was the last is because we were always going to the political working group, and we wanted to make sure that they were at least comfortable, if not supportive, of this policy. And up until then, there were changes being made. So, gosh, 2nd of May, and then having that briefing with yourself, Louise Corol, and with the Deputy Chair, Councillor Dalton, with both you and the Chair. It was just so important to have that meeting this week in regards to this. This work is, and you've seen it in the report, this work is a policy framework. It doesn't restrict us. There is still work to be done. We understand that. In regards to the additions, and I want to acknowledge you, Chair, for those additions, and to let me know early that there were going to be your recommendations, and agreed with both myself and Councillor Dalton. When I have a look at the policy itself, and when we got sent the document, I think one of the key things for me is that I ended up talking with the staff when Councillor Lee ended up having his working group for the regional parks. One of the first things I asked the political working or the staff was to please contact Councillor Lee. Please contact him. He's now, and I told him to contact Councillor Lee and also the staff that deal with the regional parks, because this is important. And I know they did reach out because around the regional parks management plan, which obviously went through the previous term under the PACE committee. So look, Chair, I will be supporting this. I know based on the questions, the pātai and at times whakaaro comments, I think it's important that we look at it as a framework moving forward. To those that added to now what we have as substantive to you, Councillor Darby, and to you, Councillor Ferry. Look, the fact that we can incorporate that and the staff are supportive, I think goes a long way to amalgamating the 5 policies. So look, I leave that to now the colleagues around this table if they've got any whakaaro, but kia ora, Chair, again. Tēnā koe.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor Filipaina, for all your work.
Also, haukura, my humble apologies.
Councillor Newman.
Oh, look, Chair, I'm genuinely a little. I'll probably end up supporting this. I think there's a couple of gaps even now. Firstly, it's with respect to F and G. It's not the next annual plan, the long-term plan. It's the development contributions policy now that needs to be updated, and it needs to be updated because unless you schedule a project, you're not going to be able to charge the development contribution. And for brownfields, a lot of it, in fact, almost all of it, is going to be a growth project. It's going to be about a level of service that's required because of growth that's occurring. And the Mayor was right. The Mayor's asking the question about Kingsland. Apart from Eden Park, there's a couple of parks around there. Gribblehurst is down the road, but there is a need to have a transition to the development contributions policy. Otherwise, this becomes potentially, likely, in some places, an unfunded mandate. Secondly, I suspect that the regional parks network is not going to be something that can be easily funded through development contributions. That comes because of political imperative to make an investment. The issue of the Nathan Land has been raised. The Nathan Land has long been identified by members of the Friends, and a number of us have been associated with that. Spent time with Jack Hobbs and the Nathan family and the Friends, and we took the Mayor along, and the Mayor backed it, and that's how it was decided. There's not a lot of science behind it. It was just a once in a lifetime opportunity. Use it, or have towers at 120 Hill Road. So you can't policy your way to some things, but I do think that there is a gap there in that regional park space. I'm not quite sure how to deal with that. I do think that there is a need to have a degree of reality. This is a policy for us, but I have no I strongly suspect that developers will seek to ignore this and seek to try and pass through plan changes that make no contribution towards achieving these outcomes. And they'll say largely it's because their projects are not really growth related. Now, I think they're wrong, but they will ignore it. So we have to be mindful of the fact that with the best will in the world, I don't think that this is going to be something that can be upheld from a planning perspective when you go through those plan changes, but we shall see. I'm looking forward to that advice. Chair, I'm not sure if you can make some consequential adjustments to reflect the points that are raised around the DCs and regional parks, but I do think that they need to be considered. Otherwise, possibly some of our colleagues might not be as comfortable as others. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor, and probably speaking outside of the debate, I've asked Megan if we can fit mention to the DCs, but of course a long-term plan usually has to trigger that change. And on regional park, my assumption is that open space acquisitions is in there, but yep, we could always add regional park and open space acquisitions. Councillor Watson.
Thanks. I was just reading our strategy on a page in the attachments there for our open spaces, sport and recreation opportunities benefit all Aucklanders now and for future generations. They support health of people, health of land, health of families, health of water, and contribute to a healthier Auckland. And I guess the perplexing thing for me has been that it's actually hard to get a handle on how things are really going, because as the Mayor quite rightly alluded to, there's a whole range of different provisions across Auckland that are a consequence of legacy councils, or the consequence of the ARC, and as a consequence of the way the super cities provisions are being provided for. The officers right at the outset made a remark about how important this is for the well-being of people generally, but particularly young people. And it's a very apt day to have heard that, because when I was driving into the council today along the northwestern motorway, there was an item on this UNICEF report that just came out today. UNICEF report card for young persons' well-being, and in that report it revealed that New Zealand ranks 32 out of 36 wealthy countries for child well-being. New Zealand has the highest youth suicide rate among 36 countries, 3 times the average,
and ranks last for child and youth mental health. And they went into an analysis, and one of the things that came up was open space, was access to open space, areas for people to go to. And the one thing that strikes me as I drive around my ward, but I know it's duplicated everywhere else, is these big swathes of mixed housing urban that just take over the landscape. They're probably all about $1 million. They're not cheap, but if you walk around them, there's not a lot of open space. So some of the places are quite generous, but when you look at that, often they're the result of legacy provision. So up in my area, Rodney provided a lot of the stuff around Millwater, which is very, very generous. If you compare Millwater to next door, Milldale, which is kind of a new suburb, but even bigger than Millwater, it's not nearly so generous. So I think what's been lacking in today's analysis, and it's not any fault of the presentation, because that's not been the emphasis, is just what's really happening in all the different parts of Auckland. So we've got a couple of the examples up there with the maps, but what strikes me is that if you're taking a bigger area, say like north of the bridge, you see the existing areas that didn't actually have much provided for them. So Birkdale Beach Haven, for instance, which is a lower socio-economic area, certainly was when our family was getting brought up. There wasn't too much provided by way of pocket parks or even sports fields in the immediate vicinities, but there were a lot of schools, and the schools were open to kids back then. So you go and that was accessible. They're not, and I notice in the strategy there's a reference to perhaps using schools. That's really not a goer for most schools, because in most instances they've got a big fence around them. You can't get in. They don't want people going in there. There's vandalism and all the rest of it. So that's not the solution it was once. But what was provided there by the council as a consequence of the provision regime back then was these big tracts of bush, rubbish land the developers didn't want, but it's still quite nice land. It had little streams and pockets of bush either side of it, and that now forms a lovely green belt that goes all through Birkdale, Beach Haven and Glenfield. Under the super city and under our model, I am a little concerned that if you be overly prescriptive, then you sometimes limit the opportunities, and you get these little patches of land that in a number of instances don't actually have anything on them. So if you go to some of the parts of Long Bay, which is pretty expensive real estate, there's a couple of big neighbourhood parks, I guess they are, but there's nothing on them, and they've been like that for years. They're not, no one's really going to do anything because they're not even flat. So a little bit of a rant, but I guess what I'm saying is what I support is more open space, full stop. More open space, because of those horrifying stats that apply to our country, and Auckland will be as much to the fore in that as anyone, and the importance of open space in addressing that. So, Mr. Chair, whatever gives us more open space is what I'm backing, whether it's regional parks, pocket parks, or anything else in between.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, and it's great to follow you, Councillor, because I agree with you. Look, this is a high-level strategy, right? It's a high-level, it's not an action plan. It's a high-level strategy which actually identifies that as a city, we are growing. Our intensification is something that we need to take on board, and we're going to do that quite significantly in the next little while. Open space is critical for areas of intensification. That is a scientific fact. From stormwater management to social benefits, feeling the sunshine, touching the grass, cooling the air temperatures by up to 4.5 degrees Celsius, mitigating the effects of urban heat island effects, and not to mention mental health. So I think anyone that doesn't support this is actually turning their back on the fact that we need open space for our people going forward with a high level of intensification. The issue that I have, and I'm sure others do too, is to what cost? How much is that going to cost to deliver it? All right. Now this policy doesn't have the costing associated with it, and when it does, it's astronomically high. But it doesn't mean you can't be aspirational in where you want to go to. So every annual plan, every LTP, we will come up with a figure. Now, I don't know what that figure is going to be. It could be a very large number, it could be a medium low number, and it could be a low number. But at the end of the day, why can't we aspire in a city that's growing and intensifying to have small areas and large areas of open space for the well-being of future Aucklanders? So I will support this. What will be interesting to see, though, is actually the dollars associated with this, both in our annual plan and in our LTP going forward, which is actually why I really am very interested in, and boy, I tell you what, this job is going to make me go to the Specsavers, is to number E, which is reviewing in 3 years. So it'll be very interesting to see when the aspiration is this, how we've got on in 3 years as to the level of intensification and the level of open space that is we have provided to support that. So I will give it my support, but as I said, high level, believe in it, the devil is in the financial backing to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm just pausing for a second as we have a potential amendment. Hang on a second. We have an amendment from Councillor Lee. So I'll just get Councillor Lee, I'll just get you to speak to your amendment. It's being typed up. Do you have a seconder? Sorry, I didn't see. Councillor Turner would like to second it. It's being written up because you wrote.
Do you want me to speak to it now, Mr. Chair?
It's
essentially, the sticking point has been through the process, from what I can see, has been policy 2. I mean, there's been a lot of work gone into this, and I acknowledge that the officers and members of the working party and the Māori advisory people as well. So a lot of work has gone into it. It's obviously a comprehensive document and very ambitious, probably too much, too big and too broad, but nonetheless, in terms of policy 2, that has been the dividing point. I think the people who have dissented on this, the local boards and the members of the working party, have valid concerns that we need to respect. Now, reviewing it in 3 years' time, on the face of it, kind of acknowledges their concerns, but not really. By 3 years' time, who knows where we will be. In 3 years' time, the work that has been done and the memory and the detail would have been put on the back burner and will have to be started all over again. Better to continue the work now while it's fresh in the minds of both the officers and the working party and other interested parties, and get option 2 right. It shouldn't take too much to fix that, and bring it back before the end of this term. Don't kick it down the road. Let's deal with it now. It's not quite finished. Option 2 is a sticking point. We can review it and get it done properly. And I think then we'll get consensus, which I think is important. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Can I just have a point of clarification? Where does this amendment sit? Does it replace something in the original? Is it a new I? Where does it sit? It becomes a new A.
It's an amendment to E. So all after review is replaced by that it be reviewed in and reported back by September 2025. I don't have the bit of paper. It's gone up on.
going to scroll.
Somebody can help me.
Council.
In other words, don't talk about 3 years. That's ridiculous. 3 months is more like it. And we've got till September, which is a bit more, I think.
This is an amendment by. This is amendment by replacement for E, and we'll just scroll down to E.
I see. Thank you.
There's Councillor Lee's E, and then the original E. Sorry.
So this committee.
So the original E was agreed that policy 2. No, this we'll just move to debate. I'm just reading the agreed that policy 2 open space acquisition be reviewed in 3 years to evaluate its effectiveness and outcomes for Auckland to be reported at the relevant committee. Councillor Lee will replace that with reviewed and reported back to Policy and Planning Committee September 2025.
Questions to staff.
Well, I might be able to help.
Deputy Mayor.
So my question is to the mover, right? So my understanding is the whole purpose of this is to plan for intensification that is coming, right? We haven't got it yet. It's a 30-year window. And I'll get there. My question is the original recommendation was 3 years because we don't know quite how fast that intensification will happen, right? So why are you trying to make this just 3 months, May, June, July, August, 4 months? Because you won't know how quickly that intensification is coming. So what is the purpose of...
I think this is a debating point. It's not a...
I'm just asking him the question. Shall I respond? Yes, I want you to respond.
Well,
thank you.
We're still working through, and I think the government is still working through its intensification scheme, which I don't think is particularly coherent, but let's not go there. We have a role and a duty going back decades to protect and acquire public open space at every level of local government. Some of the best parks we have were actually acquired and established in the 19th century. So this is not a new role. The argument you make about we need to see how the densification or intensification, whatever they call it, the new version of Plan Change 78 works out, is kind of beside the point. We have given Auckland's population and growing population, we have a role and an obligation to provide for public open space, and obviously we have an elaborate plan to how to go about doing it. All I'm saying is, rather than finishing it today, the section of the plan that is still causing division, if you like, of opinion, get it fixed in our current term and have the whole thing done by the end of this council's term.
Thank you, Councillor. A supplementary then to staff. We're not finalising it today, are we? We're setting a high-level strategy and the implementation plan will come later. Is that correct?
Yes. So this...
Councillor Ferry.
Yes, my question to staff was, what would a review in 3 months look like? Can we do a review of it in that period of time?
No, I'm not clear what we'd be reviewing because it's only 3 months.
We'll try and leave staff out of it.
I just was more a capacity question about do you have capacity to do that? Sorry, I worded it very poorly.
So just away from questions now to debating point G. Councillor Henderson, did you have a debating point? No, I never. I'll just briefly speak to it that I support the original E because it gives us what we were asking for during that discussion, which was see how the policy rolls out. We don't wait 10 years like we have done with these policies. We ensure that it's doing what we hoped it would. By that point, we've had budgets in place to start hopefully increasing the number of purchases, but I will be voting against this amendment as Councillor Ferry has also said that within a 3-month period, there's nothing that we could review at that point. Councillor Dalton?
Thank you, yes. Probably the same. Actually, it was the Deputy Mayor asked a really valid question as well. And that was what would we review? So I will be voting against it. We've had 2 years working on this policy. The political working group has. Policy 2, when Albert Eden spoke, one of the issues was around the 20 square metres, which I think we've agreed is cost prohibitive for us. Within 3 months, we won't have allocated enough money to be able to even start on a review in terms of acquiring open space. So I don't think it's a value add, so I will be voting against it.
Thank you. Councillor Filipaina.
Oh, it's just for the reasons that I've heard, all I was going to say, I'm just going to shut my mouth because I support what has already been said, which is won't be supporting the amendment. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. I've been sitting here for all these hours listening to all the debate and trying to make sense of it. Listen to my learned councillor, long-term colleague beside me here who explained how this work was to pull everything together. And all I can think of when I hear all this debate and look at what we're trying to pull together, you can't pull it all together. It should be separated at least in some form because there's so many variables. We're trying to make a Swiss Army knife. Does everything but good, nothing properly. So I just want to see something that puts this back out to a point where I can't support something where I don't understand it enough to cover all the possible negative consequences. And I'm more than happy to see more work put into this. And then on the other side of my thinking coin is both Councillor Lee and ex-Councillor Sandra Coney. I've listened to them at length too, especially Sandra, and I am concerned that part of the reason why I believe this can't be conflated all into one is the differences between regional parks and the other parks, our other open spaces. So that's why I've seconded the amendment, because I just want to, I think there's work to be done here yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson.
Thanks. I won't be very long. I had my speaking chance to this substantive, but the council used to have a parks, a sport and parks and recreation committee back in the time of Len Brown, the first mayor, which was kept very busy with stuff like this, very busy. And the consequences of that was there was a far more ongoing oversight and sense of what was going on. I can remember under Councillor Penrose, for instance, who took us on a tour around every part of Auckland, and broken up into east, west, south and north, of all the sporting clubs, rugby league, soccer, the whole shooting match, to get a really good sense of how the provision was going in those particular areas. If the default position of not backing Councillor Lee's amendment here is that you wait, we wait, ones that are still here, for a full term. So it'll be 3 years to today, that the first time you come back to get any sense of review, if there's not any delay. That's a long, long time, given the doubts, the questions that were raised, in particular in respect of policy 2. So what's up there is entirely pragmatic. It gives it a sense of immediacy that will be totally missing from a 3-year gap and at best and reporting back. The end of the next term of council, that's not satisfactory for something that everyone feels is so important. We need to be over it way before 3 years' time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Darby.
Look, I think it's a good one to lead into this question, and I was of the view at the start of this item that I was probably more determined to, do more work on that policy too. I've listened to the questions that many of you have asked of our staff and heard the responses to my own questions, and I've heard the staff say, you probably couldn't get much more out of it, and I asked myself, sometimes sitting here, you can wait for the very perfect, polished outcome, but you might be waiting a long time. And I would suggest that many of the decisions we make are, 85, 90% perfect solutions. It's hard to get that last 5 and 10%. I'm going to support the original motions and not this one, though I get the intent of it. I'm satisfied that we'll get that legal oversight and polish it up another couple of percentage points, and we'll get there. But to actually not put it over the line now puts us at risk. And I'm very concerned about some immediate problems that we have to rectify. And rather than speak later, though I am speaking to just this one, this amendment, it is vitally important that we start addressing the quality of the urban spaces, the urban environments that Aucklanders are living in, outside of their new medium density housing, apartment dwellings, or single house zones. I am really concerned that we're actually not providing the open space that a good, healthy, well-functioning society requires. And Chair, I'd like, as we go back to the main motions, to look at that implementation review that I spoke to you in the break and you'd already considered anyway, and whether 3 years is the number, or is it 2 years, or is it 18 months? We do actually have some time today with your lead to maybe say, well, maybe 3 years is a bit too long. Maybe it is 2 years, maybe it's 18 months, but I'll leave that with you and the executive staff to consider as we go back to the main motion. But with all that in mind, I can't lend support for this amendment, taking into account what I've heard and responses from the staff to the questions that we've asked, and I will be supporting the amended primary motions.
Thank you. All those in favour of the amendment by Councillor Lee? A division has been called. And this is the vote on the amendment, which would be E replacing the original E.
Thank you, councillors, members. You are voting on the amendment on the screen. Chair Hills.
No.
Haukura Member Ashby.
No.
Councillor Baker.
No.
Mayor Brown.
No.
Deputy Chair Dalton.
No.
Councillor Darby.
No.
Councillor Ferry.
No.
Councillor Filipina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Councillor Foley. Sorry, Councillor Foley, I couldn't hear you. You are muted. Okay, so Potter is not here. Haukura Member Hinare.
No.
Councillor Henderson.
No.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Leone. Councillor Newman.
For.
Councillor Sayers.
For.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
For.
Councillor Turner.
For.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
For.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
So that vote was lost 9 votes to 11.
Excuse me, Chair, it's Councillor Sayers. You hear me, Richard?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Look, just could you just ensure that I didn't hear and couldn't see the register of votes going through for the councillors who didn't put their mics on? So if those in the room could just put their microphones on when they vote, that would be helpful for us online. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Sayers. Thank you. Right. Back to the substantive motion.
Chair, is it appropriate? I was going to ask you this before. Just where's that part of the amendment that you were working up on the implementation review? Which part is it?
It was E. It does say 3 years. That was the advice that we'd be able to measure, at that point.
E?
Could we slide down to E? Sorry, staff.
Sorry, we just need to redo the number.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Is it appropriate? I think the standing orders are ask a question.
The orders are allowed that, yes.
Megan, just in terms of the wording of E, you've heard the intent of those, we're supporting an amendment there that's lost, but, thinking of those views, which are really important, in terms of the timing of the 3 years, is there merit in bringing that forward, and by what period? Could it be 1 year? Could it be 18 months?
Look, through the chair, and I am guided by you. Obviously, when you put in place a new system or a new policy or a new way of doing things, it can take a little bit of time to see whether it's working. I think 3 months, we won't have a clue whether it's working or not. In 3 months, we may have no opportunity to purchase any land, or we might have 10 opportunities. I don't know. As a general kind of rule of thumb, 3 years is often the time that you do a review of a policy. That's our advice. If you wanted to put it, say, to 2 years, I'd be okay with that. I worry that if it's too much sooner than that, we're not going to understand whether in fact it has worked at all. So up to you.
Well, I need to leave it with Councillor Filipina and Councillor Dalton. I'm just wondering whether I'm not going to die in a ditch on this, but I'm wondering if a 2-year period really reflects a wider consensus.
Yeah. A maximum of? Sorry, the Deputy Mayor suggested some wording which is a maximum of, or reviewed within 3 years, I think would be the way you would put that. And then that gives a little bit of wiggle room about getting some advice from staff about what would be a useful time period, what they have capacity for. They may need some budget money from us in order to be able to do this work. I assume it's unfunded at the moment. So that could be a way forward.
What about, and this is, and I'm sort of suspending status orders for the second. Can we just discuss this? So I think, in my opinion, and this would be up to Councillor Filipina and Dalton, keeping it as 3 years to evaluate its effectiveness and outcomes for Auckland and reported to relevant committee of council, but you could put comma with a report, interim report in time for the LTP. I'm doubtful that we'll be able to see a measurable in 1.5, 2 years, but you could have an interim update of how it's processing.
Yeah, I just think it's got to be done in time to inform the long-term plan. That's my thing, because the long-term plan's a lot of work, and it's a lot of work in the Mayor's office, and I wouldn't like to be sitting out doing that, not knowing how this is going. So it has to be before the debates on the long-term plan. Otherwise, we'll be. So that I think that it's wise what you've raised there, Councillor Darby. I think it should be perhaps instead of 3 years, in time to inform the debate for the long-term plan is what we really need. We can't have a long-term plan not knowing what's this meaning. Okay.
Is that fine, councillors, mover and seconder? This is, thank you. Now, Councillor Newman, did you have a question?
Well, Chair, since you were suspending standing orders, I'm not sure what the status of this is.
No, we're back in standing orders. I was just trying to say to people that me trying to change the
okay, well,
out of order.
All right, look. My issue with the time frame is that ultimately, I think that the development contributions policy needs to be updated, and it can be updated every year if we need to give effect to something, so that we can start to acquire contributions for purchase of land. Then you would do that on an annualized basis. So that, I have some sympathy for something well before 3 years, to be honest. I was going to suggest a year, but there needs to be something other than this. We will roll back around, and I can tell you what we have achieved potentially in by the next time we do this in 3 years, not very much. So the key thing for me that's missing is an implementation plan to fund it. And DCs needs to be part of that. I'd like to go and have that conversation with my community, because it will cost them more. And so it should, if you want to get all those pocket parks in my ward.
Well, look, we've got a proposed H, Chair's Rec. It's a noting, so it's reflecting that the next policy, the DC policy review, does need to include this in some form. There is quite a lot of work, evidential work in behind, as you well know, Councillor Newman, to change that DC policy, and obviously it goes out for consultation. I'm okay with what we've worded here, but it may not go as far as you want, or we can continue to talk about it, kind of outside the meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Newman.
Well, Chair, look, an amendment has been put and lost, so that's that. But look, a lot more needs to be done in quite a short time to give effect to something if we're going to turn green dots on a map into something that happens. I don't need everything to be perfect, but we do need to put something in a schedule and to start to charge for it.
Thank you. Yes, and I think we will move as quickly as possible, and approving this obviously helps move that forward. The last speaker on this item, unless Councillor Alf would like a reply, Councillor Dalton. Oh, go Councillor Walker.
Oh, thank you.
Councillor Walker, did you want to speak? Yep, Councillor Walker. Did you want?
Oh, Walker first.
So I want to agree with what Daniel said just a moment ago. I've certainly been asking for an update on the contributions, the identification of more parks in areas where they are sadly lacking. And frankly, if this doesn't cover that off, then it just goes nowhere. It's more talk. The concern that I have when I look around Auckland and I look at the greenfield areas, and take Milldale, for example, there's no playing fields. There's nowhere for football, rugby, league, netball, cricket, scouts, girl guides, even churches, community halls, nothing. That is what is happening in these greenfield areas. And in the brownfield areas, we are trading off the existing provision of reserves. We're not adding scarcely anything, because in the brownfield areas, the cost of buying a property and knocking a house down is too prohibitive. And then the other structural problem that we've got, that I've asked to get a report on, is because in most locations you've got to make a provision for reserve space for existing as well as additional people coming in that attract the development contributions. Because anything for existing people has to be funded by debt, and because we're at our debt ceiling, we actually choose not to put any reserves in place. So our circumstance is getting worse rapidly. If, on the other hand, we do put some reserve in and we have to buy it, it's reflected in our mounting debt. And part of the reason that we have millions of dollars, billions of dollars in additional debt is because our development contributions are not appropriate. So I have a real concern that these structural issues should have been faced some time ago. We continue to kick the can down the road, and I don't know what I have to do to try and get some support to have this addressed. So on that basis, I'll be voting against this because it's still not delivering. Thank you. And as it stands, there's no information around the unfunded mandate, which is significant.
Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just put my mic, my camera on working. Yeah, thank you. Look, I want to speak in favour of this motion. I think it's, I voted in favour of the amendment because I wanted to put some pressure on, and in terms of the time frame, I was hoping the this amendment might have been put forward a little bit earlier. So yeah, totally supportive of it, particularly in terms of timing, in terms of the long-term plan. So to make sure it's not unfunded mandate or policy, that it is funded, and just to make my colleagues aware, and I'm aware of a situation right now that's sitting on officers' desks of a family in Martins Bay, which is an area up in Rodney, that wishes to basically gift or very favourably sell a large piece of land for more regional park. And I think the officers are just in a very difficult place about, you know, their ability to accept that offer, which you'd never get in a lifetime again. So I think the more we could perhaps differentiate the different budgets for the different requirements, that would be helpful. And I would, Megan, I just probably trying to signal there if in the interim report if there's something that could be along those lines, and listening to the other debate today. So I'll be voting in favour, Chair. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. I can't believe how long we've spent on this item, but I think I'm really pleased with the set of resolutions we've got to, and thank you to the Chair for shepherding us through this. The point I just wanted to make, I guess, in supporting this is that where we have gone over the course of the last 5.5 hours is we've gone from concerns that it wasn't ambitious enough in terms of wanting 20 metres squared or, you know, other similar accommodations, to people being concerned now that it's too expensive, and therefore we're providing too much open space. So I guess on the basis that if something is both too expensive and not expensive enough at the same time, it might be reaching a happy medium, then sounds like we've landed it. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Yeah, just briefly, you know, there has been a huge amount of work. I want to thank everyone who has done that. Speaking to reducing those 5 policies, we all supported that in December unanimously to reduce it down to these 2 packages. The thing was, we've been hearing from our communities for a long time that high density does not provide the open space we need because of our policies, and we needed a capacity-focused policy to provide more open space than we currently do in high and medium density areas where residents have low levels of provision. We have obviously worked on this a long time. There is a significant amount to be done. As Councillor Walker says, we actually have a DC update underway right now, and it's come to us maybe 5-6 times. That goes up for consultation, that funds certain things, but that's where we have to add this in. And I do hope the next council backs this policy and adds significant budget to the open space and regional park policies, because that's where this lands. But I think, you know, we must say that this had very strong support through consultation. Local boards are majority in support, but also for those who didn't, the staff have changed this significantly with the working group to try and accommodate those things. I hope we can all support this today. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you very much. And also thanks to Councillor Filipaina, who took on the leadership for a couple of years. This work has been significant, and I know how many workshops we've had, but also Carol and your team. Honestly, the communications you've had to have with iwi, with local boards, with other departments, everyone that was impacted, because when you bring 5 strategies, policies, plans together into one, which is a clear direction from this governing body, there are too many strategies, too many policies. How can we reduce them? And you've done this. You've taken 5 and put it into one. So it's going to be complex, but an amazing job. And your resilience today to answer those questions just goes to show how much you are embedded, that policy is embedded in you. Those questions and the answers that you gave were really thorough. I think it would be helpful for us at some point, and maybe you want to do it next term, a robust discussion around unfunded mandates and strategy. You know, a strategy that is giving us direction and decision making so we're not scattergun all over the place, compared to what an unfunded mandate is. We've got to get that balance and understanding right so it becomes less of a political conversation and more of a practical implementation of how we do our work here at Council as the governing body setting direction. I've got a couple of examples from within my ward, and one of them is a greenfields development, and it's called the Waimahia Inlet. And under the current policy, it was really, really difficult to get pocket parks. We got them, and you can see the inlet on Google Maps. Young families, in the most part, high density or medium density housing, but they got their pocket parks, and it's so good for the kids. And the housing design, so whoever is cooking dinner can look out the window at the kids in the pocket parks, and it's a good way to live for people with young families, but we did need the provision. And what this policy is going to do is enable things like that to happen. This policy is enabling more land, more parks, and the other example I have is a brownfield intensification, and the street my mum lives in is a perfect example. And I think of her as Carl Frederickson in the movie Up, where she's that one house that's left and everything has been built up around her. No green fields, no space for these families that are coming in to live there, nowhere for the kids to run around, no room in the sections. So we do absolutely need a solution, and the policy today is going to help provide that solution. I won't take up much more time because it has been a very long time. In terms of funding it, using DCs, using debt, using rates, it's the conversation that does have to happen, of course, to implement the strategy. But remember that we need to have a strategy to start with and then work through the next steps. We were reminded yesterday by all of the local boards how we have not gone back and revisited the emergency budget cuts, those significant cuts. 50% of the open space budget was cut. We've never gone back and revisited that. And this is something that needs to happen in the next long-term plan. They also talked about resourcing for compliance and the other issues, service level issues that they have. So revisiting the budget is going to be a big job for you all when it comes around to the next LTP. I'll leave it there, Richard, Chair, but thank you so much to the staff that have taken so much time to go through this so diligently. And like every policy, bits will work, bits won't, and we will fix it up as we go along. So kia ora, thank you, I support this.
Kia ora, Deputy Chair, thank you. And right of reply, last speaker, Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, here, Mana, and I will be short. Just like the guy on my left. Just want to acknowledge all those who submitted, the advisory and also the Māori Rōpū. Want to acknowledge all our demographic advisory panels who also submitted. And it was interesting with the statistics that came back around that submission where there is a comment made here that there is strong support for the draft strategy overall. So I acknowledge them in regards to their support for this. Also 16 local boards supporting all or most aspects. I acknowledge the local boards. Lastly, it's around the next steps, and it's the implementation, but I just wanted to read, I know you've all read it, but it's got, if adopted, implementation will be guided by new strategic directions, investment principles and policies. Staff, thank you so much. Work well done over the 2 years, but it's only the beginning. The work is going to start, and I will be closing this debate with that comment. Kilda.
Right. All those in favour?
Division.
Division. Okay. Go through a division.
Thank you. Members, you're voting on the original motion, which has been on your screen. Chair Hills.
Finally, in favour?
Hokura Member Ashby.
Aye.
Councillor Baker.
For.
Mayor Brown.
He said, didn't have his microphone on, but he said yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, and just a reminder, the request to have your microphone on when you're voting, please. Deputy Chair Dalton.
Aye.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Ferry.
For.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Councillor Foley.
For.
Hokura Member Hinare.
Yeah.
Councillor Henderson.
Yes.
Councillor Lee. Councillor Leone.
For.
Councillor Newman.
Yes.
Councillor Sayers.
For.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. For. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Turner.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Yes, but can you record my vote against?
We can't, you'll have to turn on your microphone, please, Councillor Walker.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I'll vote yes, but record my vote against E.
Yeah, same with me.
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Yes, report against D.
Councillor Williamson.
I'll do the same as those two.
Right, thank you. That's 20 votes to 2. We will have a 5-minute break. for. We have to do an extension of time. Deputy Chair, move. Seconder. Oh, and Deputy Mayor, second. All those in favour? Any opposed? No. Thank you for waiting all day. I'm sorry if you need to go out for dinner. Right, this seems very clear. I know you've been told to be quick, so please don't go through all 161 trees. Cool, thank you. Item 9, everyone.
Yeah, can we start? So good afternoon, everyone.
Sorry, Celia. Sorry.
We're just here to present the plan change on our proposed amendments to the schedule of notable trees. And we're wanting to get your recommendation on us going to notify this plan change. So I'll hand over to...
Kia ora koutou, so I'll be very quick, just a few slides just to sum up and a couple of photos at the end. So as Celia said, we're adding 174 trees and 29 groups of trees to Schedule 10, which is the notable tree schedule in the AUP. So currently we have about 2,800 entries in Schedule 10. You're probably aware that these are all rolled over from the Legacy Council's notable tree schedule. We've had several previous plan changes to amend the schedule, but this is the first one that's the most comprehensive plan change to add all of the remaining nominations that are held in Council's database. So plan change 83, that was notified in August 2022, and that commenced the process of evaluating all the nominations held in our database. So there's approximately 500 to 600 then at that time. They were received up to and including November 2020. And this plan change essentially carries on from that process. So we've also addressed some of the subsequent nominations as well up to the end of June last year. So the scope of this plan change is very narrow. It's simply to add these trees and groups of trees to the schedule. It's a focus on existing nominations only, so it doesn't look at any amendments or new. We're not calling for any new nominations. This is purely a focus on existing nominations. So the scope. I've really talked about the scope. So essentially any future nominations that we receive from now on, or actually from June last year, subsequent to June, will be addressed for inclusion in the AUP, which will be addressed as part of the review of the plan that starts next year, and with a notification in 2029, but obviously that's yet to be confirmed. So just to give you an idea of the spread of the new entries to the schedule by local board area, there's a fair spread there. Our local boards have received all the information around the different trees and groups that are proposed to be scheduled in the areas. And then just a quick graph on the numbers of natives versus exotics. So with the individual trees, there's quite a few more non-natives as opposed to natives, and with groups, there's quite a mix there. So just to give you an idea of some of the trees that we're scheduling, just to give you a bit of a third dimension on the plan change. So a hoop pine there in Mount Eden, which is quite a significant example of its species, which is relatively uncommon in the Auckland landscape, and it's also a significant tree in terms of its size and character and form as well. In Kohea Terrace in Epsom, quite an interesting tree. It's an oriental plane, which was, an oriental plane which actually was gifted to a member of the first graduating class of the Auckland Medical School in 1974. And that tree was believed to come from a seed from the tree of Hippocrates in Greece. So that's actually on the schedule because of its historic heritage value. And an ombu, which is located in Glenbrook, that's again a relatively uncommon tree in Auckland, and it has intrinsic value as in terms of its size and character and form as well. and a tuathara in Papatoi, obviously a very significant tree that is quite significant in terms of its size and character and form. And lastly, a coastal redwood in Remuera, which is a very long-lived species and scored up on its intrinsic value as quite a healthy tree of substantial size and character and form. So that's the end of that, and I'm happy to take questions.
Perfection. Thank you very much for speeding through huge body of work. I'll move, and Councillor Ferry has said she'd like to second. I've got 2 questions so far, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. So look, the key with this is that to have a good process for people who do not want trees scheduled on their private property. Can you take us through that process, please?
Can I just confirm, Deputy Mayor, that you mean the process of consultation that we've done with those people, or?
No, so is this it? They can't come back again and go against having a notable tree on their property? Is the whole process finished, or do they still have a chance to go to the hearings, right?
Through the chair, so we now
I just wanted to understand that process.
Yeah, so we now have a process of public consultation, and we've also, we will be, if approval is given, to notify directly affected parties on all properties surrounding or adjoining the property on which the tree or group is, and those owners and the occupiers and also the directly affected parties will have an opportunity to submit either to support or not support the inclusion of the tree.
And the final decision maker on that, is that the hearings process, or does it come back here? We will come back to you for approval to to make it operative. Sorry, yeah. So that's a future process. But from now on, once it's notified on 22nd of May, we will have 20 working days to have those submissions from the public and anyone that wants to submit. And when do you expect it to come back here to be operative?
Well, look, I can't give you a time frame. We've got the submission, then further submission process, and then the hearings report, and then the hearing. So I'm not able to give you a time frame on that, but it will be this year.
Okay, this calendar year. That's good. And for the people who've been contacted to say that they now have notable trees on their property, what's been the feedback from those people, supportive or unsupportive?
So last year we contacted everybody who had a proposed nominated tree on their property, and we had a number of inquiries and feedback. It was mainly inquiries around what the implications were of having a notable tree, and some, generally speaking, were interested in the process, but there was no meaningful opposition that we had.
No meaningful opposition. That's great. Thank you for that. I'm happy.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Good work here. 2 questions. With this picture there, it's a very nice tree. I'm glad to see you're looking after it. Having made it protected, if it falls down on that house, have we increased our liability by having made it protected?
I wouldn't. No. I think there is an obligation on council to assess property issues with trees such as this. Our arborists have assessed all of them in terms of this sort of issue, but I don't believe so. I mean, I'd have to come back to you on that in terms of detail. I'm not entirely 100% sure.
Okay. And then secondly, on the groups, in individuals, we've got non-natives ahead of natives, which is more like, because we have a city which is supposedly proud of our diversity. With the groups of trees, it's the other way around. Are we pushing to save natives more than non-natives? Because I mean, we've got a hell of a lot of plane trees in the trees, and the autumn is a nice period in Auckland, because we have deciduous trees, none of which are native. But we are a city that provides itself in diversity, and so should our trees look that way. I know that the motorways are now almost exclusively non-native, which is very bland, I've got to say. I mean, as much as I'm a great supporter of native issues, they're not too good on the flowering side of things.
Yes, I take your point, and I suppose to that I would say that we don't really have any control over the nominations and the sort of spread of what people are wanting to.
It's just what there is, that's not what you're telling them.
That's right.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
And 60% of the individual protections are for non-native tree. Is majority of non-native, that's correct?
Yes, that's right. Yes, so we did, when I did the tally up, there were slightly more that were non-native, yeah.
Cool, I think that's all the questions. I'll get you to both step back. I think we'll just debate this one. Cool. We didn't have to spend 4 hours. Councillor Fletcher.
Apologies, Chair. I'm not there in person. I had the dentist today, but mine was actually a question.
Oh, whoops, sorry. I'll just get Celia.
I didn't get there quite fast enough before.
Ruth and Celia will come to the table.
May I speak in favour of, in general, but I would just put the caveat that I live on Bourne Street, so one of the trees is one in an area that I live, but also on Bourne Street, running alongside my boundary are 3 scheduled Pahutakawa trees. And in one of the really bad storms, one of the branches came down over my drive and took down part of the dry rock wall, meaning that there was no access to and from the property. And it did cause a huge amount of difficulty before we could actually deal with the tree because it was scheduled. So I just want the comfort in knowing that, and I'm all in favour of the scheduling, that when it comes to maintenance or casualties, storm-related and so forth, that the process for remedial action is not cumbersome.
Yes, so through the chair, yes, that is an issue, but I would point out that there is the ability for council to deal with those issues quite quickly. So even though there is, rules applied to scheduled trees, there is the ability within that rule framework to address issues such as the one that you mentioned. But yes, it is a good point.
No, well, I appreciate that, because in actual fact, it wasn't as easy as I had hoped that it would be. Also, with the Bourne Street one, what number is the property on Bourne Street?
I haven't got my computer in front of me. I'll need to come back to you on that one. I actually think
Thank you.
Sorry, I was going to say actually there is an appendix to this committee.
Yeah, no, there's hundreds of pages on the appendix, and I hadn't worked my way through it.
Yes, I can come back to you with that number.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, that was the end of questions. Thanks very much to the team and also the Tree Council for their advocacy on this. This is sadly our only way to protect trees. This will be consulted on. It is an expensive way to do it, and hopefully through future RMA processes we may get change, like we almost did until it was changed again 2 years ago. Right, all those in favour? Any opposed? Perfect. Right, now on to 10. Adoption of the Southern Rural Strategy. Another huge body of work from the team here. I just wonder if, did you want to speak to it before our officers do, Councillor Baker, or will you speak after the officers speak? Yeah, Councillor Baker would like to introduce before we have our wonderful officers speak to this item.
Thanks, Richard. So, as was made clear in the report on the agenda, the Southern Rural Strategy has been born out of the Future Development Strategy. It was adopted by the committee formerly known as PEP in November 2023, and which included a commitment to create a strategy to guide where development should and could happen in Franklin. It was advocated for by the Franklin elected reps, and in particular the local board, who worked really hard because they know the area best. I guess I was going to speak a little bit more, but we're very late in time, and so want to be out of here. But Franklin is not some rural hinterland suddenly been plundered by greedy developers. It is an area that has been developing and growing for a lot longer than large parts of the rest of the city, and is an area with huge strategic and natural significance, where a balance is needed, and where our political predecessors had already recognised through things like the Franklin District Council Franklin Growth Strategy. The local board and I hope that this strategy will provide everyone with a blueprint as to what is needed and where to be read alongside the future development strategy. I want to thank Claire, Eva and the team in the growth and spatial strategy team for all your hard work, and to the steering group, the two Angelas, Dalton and Phil James, local board deputy chair Alan Cole and Hokura member and Franklin local Glenn Wilcox, for their guidance and passion, and for everyone who took the time to actually give feedback to create a strategy about how a very important part of the Golden Triangle of Waikato, Tauranga and Auckland should be able to grow. So I will be commending the strategy for adoption. Thanks.
Kia ora, and thank you so much, Councillor Baker and Councillor Dalton, others, for the huge amount of work on this that came through the future development strategy work. Claire, David, Eva, who wants to kick off here? Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, thank you, and thank you for that introduction, Councillor Baker. Yes, we're here seeking adoption of the Southern Rural Strategy today, and I do have a handful of slides to talk through what it is and how we've arrived here. I will keep it brief. So the strategy gives direction on what the council expects to see in terms of growth and development over the next 30 years for this southern rural area, which is shown up there on the map, and the bigger version of that is in the agenda attachment at page 115, I believe. Andy Baker's done a good job of explaining the relationship, the genesis of this through the future development strategy, so I won't dwell on that. I will just say that the purpose of the strategy is to be used in decision making, so that's by council and also by the development community and our CCOs to guide decisions around growth and development. That can be through RMA processes, so helping to make decisions on private plan changes, but similar to the future development strategy, it won't prevent those unanticipated or out of sequence proposals. It's a document to be considered as part of that process and to have regard to. It will also inform future work that we do, so updates to our regional spatial plan. At the moment, that's the future development strategy, unitary plan reviews, and also our investment decisions. So it doesn't make investment decisions itself, but it does provide direction. So, for example, we wouldn't expect investment to enable growth in areas that aren't anticipated by this strategy. Just a brief overview of the public consultation. At the end of last year, we had 65 submissions, mostly from those in the Franklin Local Board area, and around 2/3 of the submissions from individuals were supporting the overall growth approach. Slightly different approach to mana whenua engagement, where we engage throughout the development of the strategy. There are 11 mana whenua with customary interests in the area, and we had initial hui with 10 out of those 11 through last year. We had follow-up hui with 3 of them, and there's a bit more about who we met with and some of the key themes from those hui set out in the report around paragraph 27. Just looking at the final strategy, the key aspects of the strategy are unchanged from the consultation version, so the overall approach to growth and the 5 strategic themes are unchanged. However, there are some other changes. For example, we've updated the strategy to reflect the adoption of the Beachlands plan change, Beachlands South plan change 88, and we've made some other changes, mainly for clarity and consistency and in response to the issues that were raised through the consultation responses. Moving forward, if the strategy is adopted today, we'll look to publish it along with the supporting material on the council website and continue working on the next steps that are set out at the end of the strategy in part 6 of the strategy. Yeah, kia ora.
Kia ora, Claire, thank you. Do we have any? Oh yeah, Councillor Baker, and I've got Councillor Dalton seconding. Do we have any questions? Everyone is exhausted. I won't speak for everyone, but I assume that is correct. I would just want to see if, just checking there's no questions. Okay, you've done such an amazing job, there are no questions. We'll just get you to step back from the table, and then if, Councillor Baker, did you want to lead off with anything else? Councillor Dalton? Right, there are no speakers. All those in favour? Any opposed? No. Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. Right, where are we? Item 11, Auckland Council submission on the proposed amendments to the Waste Minimisation Act. Hannah and Tanya. No? They might have thought we were going to take another 4 hours.
Happy to move, Mr. Chair.
No, we'll just wait. Well, maybe we'll just skip to item 12.
They're just on their way.
They're just on their way, so I think it's important that we don't just...
Or we can just...
I think we can just jump to item 12, if that's right. Emma and Noel. Sorry, we'll just switch around the presentation. Thank you.
Just to the chair, just declaring an interest. I don't think I have a conflict of interest, but obviously my other hat, for Te Kawerau Amaki, I've been involved with this, so I'll step away from voting on this one just to keep it calm.
Kia ora, thank you, Member Ashby.
Through the chair, I was going to suggest we skip the presentation in the interests of time, if that's acceptable.
I think it's probably good for the context, if that's okay, sorry.
Certainly.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll go really quickly through this. My name's Emma Rush. I'm from Heritage.
Actually, were those gentlemen here for this item? Have they left?
Yeah, they have. They're just coming back in and just arranged to send a picture of what they're doing to you, I hope.
Okay, well, we might just wait because they literally sat through that whole debate. So would we just be able to tell them that we've started on this item? Sorry.
I should go to
I know we're not hearing from them, but I just feel that they sat through that whole debate. I'll just wait till they're here to hear this. That's okay, sorry. We'll just pause any questions. We'll just... Cool. Thank you. We'll just start item... I didn't realise this was the item you were here for, and I did not want you to sit here literally all day and then not hear what you came for. So kia ora and welcome. Item 12.
Kia ora, everyone. My name's Emma Rush. I'm from the Heritage Unit, and I'll just quickly take you through this presentation, which all of this is covered in the report. It's just a little bit of background for you. What do I do? Where am I pointing to? There we go.
Right.
Might have just gone back to
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
So just this item relates to a proposed plan change that we're seeking the committee approved the notification of relates to 4 historic heritage places in the unitary plan schedule. All 4 were scheduled in the former North Shore City Council District Plan, and all 4 of them we've had inquiries from landowners about the integrity of the places. They're all recorded as archaeological sites of Maori origin by the New Zealand Archaeological Association. There's been no previous engagement, as far as we're aware, to understand any mana whenua historic heritage value of these places. And we agree that the scheduling of these places does need to be amended, and that requires a change to the unitary plan. 2 of them are in Upper Harbour Local Board and 2 are in Devonport Takapuna. In terms of the historic heritage in the unitary plan, the only things that are in there are significant historic heritage, so everything has to be reviewed against the unitary plan criteria and thresholds. There are 8 criteria which are on the image up there for you, and the regional policy statement directs that if a place can be included in the unitary plan if it has considerable or outstanding value in relation to one or more of those, and has considerable or outstanding overall significance to its locality or a greater area. These 4 places are all identified in the Historic Heritage Schedule as places of Maori interest or significance, which means they may also be subject to the sites of significance to mana whenua overlay. The unitary plan criteria for mana whenua states that evaluation needs to be whether the place has a strong or special association with or is held in high esteem by mana whenua for its symbolic, spiritual, commemorative, traditional or other cultural value. So we've consulted with 13 local, 13 iwi authorities based on Rohe to understand whether these places have mana whenua values as part of the overall evaluation of them. We had feedback from 7 iwi authorities. There was no opposition to the removal of 3 of the places from the Historic Heritage Schedule, but there was support. There was information from the iwi authorities that one of the places does have considerable mana whenua value, which we incorporated into our evaluation. So these 3 places are proposed to be deleted in the plan change. They're not considered to have overall considerable historic heritage value. And this one place in Te Kaua Pass, Greenhithe, is proposed to be retained on the schedule and amended. It was rolled over from the North Shore City Council plan in 2013 to the proposed unitary plan, and the location of it was moved onto this property from the adjacent reserve. The operative unitary plan text and mapping doesn't accurately reflect the identified values of the place as we currently understand them. The understanding of mana whenua values from consultation with iwi authorities is that there is value here for a high point that was used historically by Maori as a strategic lookout and communication point within the wider Greenhithe area, which was settled in other areas. And so our council heritage expert has evaluated the place as having considerable historic heritage value to this locality under the regional policy statement criteria A, historic, C, mana whenua, and H, context values. The proposed plan change for this place is shown in the marked up schedule line up the top there, and then the proposed mapping is the image on your right. The image on your left is where the current historic heritage overlay applies, because it applies to the dot that is currently located on the property in a 50-metre radius from that dot.
Which dot is that?
So the dot in the centre, where the centre of the circle to the left, that little purple dot in the centre. And so a 50-metre radius from that, and that red line is showing the area that the overlay applies to according to the rules in the unitary plan.
So that's the later dot, not the later dot.
Councillor Walker, we will have questions where we can go through what is currently in place and what is being proposed to reduce to.
So we've engaged with landowners as part of the draft plan change process. We began reviewing these historic heritage places in 2016, and there was some engagement with landowners at that time. For this particular draft plan change, we started talking to landowners last year. Landowners have been given the draft evaluation reports which sit behind this plan change. We asked if they had any feedback. In terms of 11 Te Kaua Pass, we've had email correspondence with the landowner, a site visit in December last year, and an in-person meeting in March this year. And obviously, we're seeking to notify this plan change, which really officially starts the sort of official public process, and through submissions and things, that public engagement process can carry on if it's notified. So the recommendation is that this plan change is approved for notification, and just the key points, the unitary plan text and maps do need to be amended. They can't be amended without a plan change. The plan change process enables public input via submissions and will allow the merits of the proposal to be considered along with matters raised in submissions, including landowners' views and any historic heritage values, and a decision would be made on behalf of council by an independent hearings panel. So happy to take any questions.
Cool. So just a couple questions to clarify. All four were, how long were they on the North Shore District
For some time. So now
2013.
They were added to the North Shore plan as a whole set of archaeological sites well before it moved into the unitary plan.
Yeah.
In the 90s, I believe.
And then I can see from the decisions, I wasn't around then, but 2013, the council put all of these back into the unitary plan as they are. That's correct?
That's correct. And there was some assessment done, but not site visits.
Okay.
At that time.
And specifically on the Green Hive property, currently what is protected is the whole property.
Currently what is protected is it's identified by what's called the Historic Heritage Overlay Place, which is just a dot and not a mapped polygon. And where that dot has a hashtag annotation in Schedule 14.1, the Historic Heritage Schedule, that means the rules apply to a 50-metre radius of that dot. So currently the actual application of the overlay rules are to quite a large area of both 11 Te Kaua Pass and across onto the adjoining properties, as shown by this image here on the left. So the current operative scheduled mapping is actually a dot, that purple dot in the middle of that property.
Okay.
And that red line's just the indicative 50-metre radius, which...
And the proposal would be to reduce it down to just that?
The proposal is to delete the dot, map what's shown on your right there, being the polygon, and amend the line item, see where it says extent of place up the top, instead of to be defined hashtag, it says refer to planning maps to make it clear that it's just that hashed polygon where the rules apply.
And I guess for the public, we don't get a huge number of these come to us, but what is the requirements, or what are the limitations, or what are the processes that having either of these, well, they obviously do have it already in place, but a smaller one, what does that mean for the landowners themselves?
So that means...
In practice.
In practice. So that means that within that hashed area, there is a set of rules set out in Chapter D17 of the Unitary Plan. So the rules have activity statuses in line with kind of the anticipated effects of the activity. So for example, repairs and maintenance, including to gardens, driveways, and things like that, tracks and things, as a permitted activity, subject to some standards. If they wanted to build a new building in that location, they would need to get resource consent under Chapter D17, although I'd also note that the location on this property is also subject to a number of other planning controls. It's in the side yard, it's in the coastal erosion zone and Plan Change 78. So there's other planning implications that would require a building located in that location to need a resource consent as well.
And so does that mean the current extent that's over essentially the whole property, they have to do that for anything they do now?
That's correct. And so the property was subdivided and some residential development has occurred. So they did get resource consent with the current dot and overlay, but they were required to apply under those rules as part of this consent.
Thank you. I'll go to the local councillors first, if that's okay, Councillor Turner. So, Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks. So I got a couple of questions in terms of the evidence for this one site. So fine with three of them, but this one site at 11 Te Kaua Place, it's called RL 50, and in our agendas, it details the background, which I don't think is reflected in the attachment, I should say, how this particular site has evolved. And by my reckoning, this is the fourth time it's moved in its location. So it's been a moving site anywhere up to 200-300 metres by the looks of things. And so I'm just interested in the evidence, archaeological evidence here that's recorded in the attachment. So the first record of it being archaeologically recorded, 1961, by Owen Hooker, and he said he noticed that the site was already destroyed. The original archaeological site record for the place did not identify any evidence, archaeological or documentary, for a settlement in this location. That came from him. Then Russell Foster inspected the site, same site, 2001, updating the NZAA record, and he said no evidence of any archaeological site at or near this location, and he recommended that the site be deleted. Then we had the North Shore Council, City Council, in June 2010, and they recorded the site had previously been destroyed. The report recommended that the site be removed from the North Shore schedule into the Super City, 2016. Auckland Council archaeologist inspected the recorded site location. The recorded site location was found to have been entirely earthwork for residential development. And then finally, 2017, an officer in the Planning Information Advisor Northern Resource consenting. The conclusion reached by council archaeologists is that the site has no surviving physical integrity and does not appear to meet the AUP criteria for inclusion, and we recommend it would be removed. So all that archaeological investigation shows that this site doesn't exist. So how are we proceeding with it?
That's correct, and I think if you look at the screen up here, so each place in the unitary plan has to be reviewed against all 8 criteria, and I think you'll also note from that attachment the advice in 2016 or 17 very clearly said that the review of the place, while archaeological values may not be present, was always subject to mana whenua engagement. I think one of the important things to realise is over time we can find out more information about the historic heritage values of a place. And so this place has been evaluated as having historical mana whenua and context value, not knowledge value, which is usually the one that's associated with archaeological remains. So the values that are set out in the report evaluating the place clearly state that those archaeological values aren't there, but there are other values that the place retains.
Yeah, see, I contrast them with the other sites that are in the same location. The Par site, evidence there. The Midden site, just further up, evidence there. Just further up, another Midden site, then a Terraston Midden site. So 4 other sites clearly identified, clearly archaeological evidence, and quite rightly recorded as such. This one, not only does the whole background since 1961, question the very existence. There just is no evidence, and they're all saying the same thing, is that it should be removed. And then the further factor then going to that is the way it's now getting moved around, like a movable historical site. Now that doesn't seem in any way that it's justifiable when you can, and it's not small distances. It's not within that little 80 square metre bit. This is 200 or 300 metre big jumps from here to there to the next place. Where's it going to be next time it comes round? So this has repercussions for the landowner in that respect, doesn't it? In terms of their property, I think Councillor Hill's probably already alluded to that, but it has implications for that property owner.
Yes, it's correct. It does have implications for the property owner. And as I said, archaeological values are only one of the 8 criteria which we assess a place under. And the other point I'd make is we're only seeking to notify this plan change. So the merits of it can be canvassed through that. We have an expert who supports the values of this place as being overall considerable to the locality. It's possible through a submission process we may get other evidence from other parties which say something different, and that will need to be assessed through the process. Yeah, I guess most people would say that there should be some basic threshold met for going out for submission, and in this case all the evidence you've got in terms of there just is no evidence. In fact, the only evidence that there is to show that the site it doesn't exist. It's been destroyed, and now it's somehow been reinvented in another shape in the form of a lookout. I'll go on to the Upper Harbour Local Board because they're part of this process too, and they were presented with all this information. I guess the first thing that they showed that in some of their material was that back in 2012, in terms of another plan change that related to the same site, that the relevant parties went engaged with, were and consulted with, and they recorded that as an objection, didn't they, in terms of their board meeting back in 2012, in terms of this site? I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. Perhaps the proposed unitary plan?
Plan change 39, I think it was.
I'm not sure what plan change 39 is. Are you maybe talking about plan change 38 to the North Shore City Council?
Okay, 38.
And
yes,
if you're talking about that, that didn't make any change to the cultural heritage schedule of the North Shore City Plan.
Yeah. So what did the Upper Harbour Board recommend as a potential solution to this impasse of this moving site that has no archaeological evidence to back it up? They proposed in their resolutions, I think, that are attached to our paper somewhere, a solution, didn't they?
They thought that they preferred the plan change to be notified only applying to public land.
Right. So that, on the face of it, could have been a neat solution where the lookout addition that I think only surfaced in 2024 was retained in the same location, but contained to the public land, not the private land.
That is one option. I guess my response to that is the proposed extent of place is based on contours, because the important part is the tihi or the high point. And I guess you could take an analogy as if you had a church that was really important and half of it was on public land and half of it was on private land. Maybe the steeple was on public land. Would you chop that in half because part of it was on public land? Like, it's the whole place that has the values?
Yeah. I guess I know I've been on sites. I've seen that lookout. You're literally up in the sky there. It's very high. It has an 85-metre drop away. What's the evidence for it being at that point, other than any other point down there, which was actually closer to the Par site that has got proof for it, where you would have virtually the same site down the Waitemata, Upper Waitemata Harbour? What's the specific evidence for the Trigg station, which is there by virtue of a cleared property and development in the 20th century, as opposed to the 1700s or the 1800s, where a lookout could have been anywhere up that face? It's an 80-metre drop.
The evidence for this location has come from mana whenua consultation.
So what was the evidence?
So it's set out in the review. So the evidence is that through oral histories, the place is an important lookout and communication site for them.
Yeah, and that didn't exist prior to 2024, is that correct?
As I said earlier, over time we can often find out further information about historic heritage values. Prior to this point, as far as we understand, no one has sought to understand what those mana whenua values are. It clearly in the unitary plan is one of the criteria we're required to consider. So we consulted with iwi authorities and that's the information that's come back to us.
Yeah, after the previous, 60 years of other archaeological evidence.
This is a similar issue to what we're going through with our Sites of Significance to Mana Whenua program. We're going out and asking mana whenua what sites are important to them. This is a similar situation.
Yeah. So just I'll split up my time, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind. I guess the point that I tried to establish in this is that there are other sites there with evidence recognised and duly listed that go to the other 4 sites in this exact location around this reserve. This site is moving all over the place and has no archaeological evidence. That was all I was trying to establish. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. Councillor Walker and then Councillor Turner, Deputy Mayor.
So, I've got a number of questions, Mr. Chair. I've also circulated the material that was emailed to you earlier on this morning. It was also emailed to myself because I'm the ward councillor. And I was contacted by the landowner, and as a consequence, I've visited the site. In addition to that, I've done a not inconsiderable amount of research, and I can attest to that. So I'm tabling that information. Everyone's got it. It's great because I want to actually speak to that information. If I can just have the picture, which is the aerial shot that shows the house site.
From the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Thank you.
Showing you mean the one showing the current protections and
the house site. Just there. Okay. So the house that we're talking about is the house that's fairly close to the bottom of the screen. Okay? And there's an earlier dot that you see that is in the middle of that site. That dot is dot number 3. If you have a look at the documentation that's in that email that you've got, you will see the first location, which is a dot that's further back, probably, I would suggest, beyond the red circle, not even on this person's property. Okay? That was dot number 1. That was investigated in 1961.
Can we just try and get to questions, please?
So, well, I'm speaking to this. I'm going to ask the officers to confirm this. So it's clear that dot number 1 is further up. Unfortunately, you don't have this on your screen, which is why I'm bringing it to your attention on this package in the email, which shows the location. So 61 was further up, beyond that red circle. Then it moved to the right, right off the screen, right off the cliff down towards the sea. That was in 2002. And then it moved onto the site.
Can we please have questions, Councillor Walker?
So I'm just wanting to confirm these changes. And the question I've got is, can you actually move an archaeological site? Can you move it?
I think this plan change refers to that dot on that map, and that is what's in the unitary plan at the moment. The only way to address the issues that you have is through a plan change.
So just to be clear.
All the other sites are not relevant to
So-
that dot.
So my question is, that dot, in my understanding, is an error because the original dot that you worked off, that the North Shore City Council worked off, is actually above the red circle. That's correct, isn't it?
So
and that is the dot that was subject of the visit of Hooker.
The issue of potential errors in this is on the table, yes.
Okay.
But I don't want to get confused by saying that the dot has moved around. It's been in that place in the unitary plan. That's the issue that needs to get addressed. The only way to address it is through a plan change.
Okay, and is it correct that the original dot that was visited by Mr. Hooker, Owen Leonard Hooker, in 1961, doesn't have any supporting evidence to support why that dot was there? That is correct, is it not? That's my understanding.
As far as, I mean, I wasn't here in 1960 and you probably weren't either, but I mean, as Noel said, we're not talking about an archaeological site here. We're not proposing that this is scheduled as an archaeological site, so I think you need to put the archaeology to the side. We are saying this place has value for its historic mana whenua and context values, and that's because we've got new information, because we sought to consult with mana whenua about their values. So that's the proposal on the table. We agree that the dot to the left is wrong. It needs a plan change to change it, and the current information we have is based on those other three values which point to that proposal, not to the archaeology of the site, whether it was right, wrong in 1960 or afterwards.
But my question was, you can't actually alter an archaeological site. You can't shift it, can you? And it has been shifted.
It was the officers just said.
I have a question.
The officers just said this is not an archaeological site.
Okay, so the other
Protection
question
for archaeological sites for far
I
stronger.
understand that. So the other question I've got, because again I've visited the site, is it correct to say that there is a platform, which is a level platform in the vicinity of this site, and that platform height covers off the private property, but also covers off an area of reserve directly in front? Is that the case? I've walked on it. I'm assuming you've done that.
Are you referring to the high point which we're proposing to apply the overlay to there? Because that covers private and public land, you're correct.
So when we say high point, we're talking about, I would suggest, and I'll ask this by way of question, a platform effectively. That is the case, is it not? It's flat at that point.
According to the contours, yes, that's correct. We've mapped it around the highest point on that property.
Okay, that's fine. The other thing that I just asked by question, because it's useful for everyone here to know, is when you move a little bit further to the coastline, is there a sheer drop that amounts to 40 metres and then another drop that equates to a drop of 80 odd metres? Is that the case?
I don't know the specifics, but the contours show a very steep drop to the south of that ridge there that you can see.
Well, I've visited the site and I can tell you it's a sheer drop and is of some hazard were anybody to try and scale it. So the other question I've got, as it goes to the property owner, is it likely that the property owner could be experiencing a great deal of distress, particularly as it goes to the potential drop in value of their property, by having something designated on their property? Is this issue of concern to property owners generally?
This site is already subject to a historic heritage overlay. It already is. All we're proposing is that it's reduced in its extent, and the only way to do that is by a plan change. That then provides the landowner the opportunity to present any new information that he hasn't already provided to us, which is extensive, which we have taken into account, and that gets assessed by an independent panel, and the officer's advice is the best way to address this issue is start the process.
Sure, but have we not already established that the existing overlay is based on a mistake? So that dot no longer has any consequence, and neither did the earlier dot or the later dot. So we've already accepted that those 3 dots don't have any consequence in terms of any archaeological merit.
No, that's not correct. That dot is in the unitary plan, and whether it's right or wrong, it has an impact on the property right now.
But is it correct?
And has had that impact since the 90s.
But is it correct that you have offer advice that says that dot there no longer has any consequence? It's in black and white, is it not?
No, it says it doesn't have any archaeological value.
So it has no archaeological value.
Okay, Councillor Walker, if you are asking questions of the officer, let him speak, or I'm going to go to the next person asking questions.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've established that
Councillor Walker,
it has no archaeological value, that dot, so that's fine. I'll move on to the other point.
Yeah, so Councillor Walker, I will remind you that you were on the council when this was put in place and put into the unitary plan. So this is not all the officers' fault. This was put in there by the council in 2013 to 16. And now the only way to do anything about it, reduce it or remove it, is do a plan change. Currently, the whole site is impacted by this protection that was put in place by the council term 2013 to 16, which is not necessarily the fault of the officers sitting here in front of us. So I might move to other questions and I'll come back to you, okay? Oh, there's quite a few questions, I'll come back to you.
Yes, please, because I haven't finished.
Thank
Deputy
you.
Mayor.
Thank you, and I just wanted, for the record, that I wasn't on the governing body at that time. So, anyway, I want to, in the interest of trying to get everybody to the simplified, to the point argument here, if you agreed to the local board's resolution that they acknowledge there have been errors, and I think everyone thinks there may have been errors, and if you wanted to remove this, the only way to do that is a plan change. Is that correct?
Correct.
So there is no political direction that we could just take it off the list and not do it, correct?
Correct.
Therefore, if it's not a political decision and we can't take it off today, the only option is to leave it as it is and let the landowner make a submission to an independent hearings panel who will make the final decision. Is that correct?
Correct.
I rest my case. Thank you. I think that's exactly what we need to know.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much. Just some practical questions from my understanding, because, you know, we're all tied up here in paperwork and bureaucracy. So the little purple dot in the middle of the concrete driveway that comes out with that radius to the red circle, that's what we're talking about, correct? What good is it to anybody there?
That's a good point. It's
Okay.
not, it's not,
Okay,
it's,
so
we all agree that it's not, doesn't reflect the values of the place. It's not.
I'm
in
not
the
even worried
correct
about their
location.
value at the
Yeah.
moment. It's just
Can we just let start? You can come back for a second.
So, I mean, we can say it as many times and in as many different ways as we can. The only way to change that is through a plan change.
So,
Yeah.
okay, so my next question is, seeing as that we're probably arguing about a council-caused or a bureaucratic-caused problem, what's the charges to the landowner to do this? And if it is found or determined that it is a procedural problem, does any costs he's incurred get rebated?
So the council bears the cost of the plan change in total. The landowner would be responsible for providing submissions and evidence to the process. As part of our engagement with the landowner, I personally have offered the landowner as much assistance as the council can provide within the legislative framework we operate under.
And is there any practical movement within the bureaucratic constraints which allows us to shift it to somewhere where it has advantage to mana whenua as well?
Once again, you would need to do the plan change to do that.
And is the bureaucratic plan changey thing got any humanity in it, or how does this work?
That's a legal RMA question that I'm not, I can't answer that sort of question.
Thank you.
Councillor Sayers.
Well, thank you, Richard. I think that question, my question, just got answered by Councillor Turner. Just be interested in terms of that compensation thing. So it seems like plan change isn't a cost to a landowner. I mean, people could get caught off guard here, which has probably happened in this case. Of course, a concern to anybody in that situation. But in terms of other compensation, if nothing changes or a person can't use their land or develop it the way they wanted to because this suddenly turns up on their limb or their title, are there any compensation policies that Auckland Council has to compensate the person?
Currently, no, there isn't. Just bear in mind, this property is already affected by this scheduling.
Can I just clarify though, if the property owner wished to do what we were doing, reduce or remove, without us leading this, they would have to pay for the plan change?
If the landowner initiated a private plan change, they would pay potentially the full costs of the plan change, which would range between $50,000 to $100,000.
So by us initiating a process to reduce the current site and enable further submissions, this is a council-led. We've had this discussion before. You might remember the Firth property. They were wanting us to initiate it. The Mayor has said, and others have said, that property owner could initiate it with their own funding. This situation means that it will go into a process that council leads. But, yeah. Next is Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify. So to me, this seems quite straightforward. So I'm just wanting to check my assumptions here. So we have a situation at the moment where the situation on the left applies. What is being proposed is that we go through a notified process that the owner and other members of the public, mana whenua, can take part in to change it to the one on the right, which is a significantly smaller amount of restriction on that land for that landowner than the one on the left. Is that correct?
Correct.
And through that plan change process, which we're going to pay for, it's possible that due to submissions, the independent panel could find that actually the threshold is not met for that extent of place.
Correct.
So that would be the process by which the heritage protection could be removed entirely.
Correct.
So if we don't vote for this to go out for notification, the situation on the left continues to apply. Correct. Unless the owner applies for a private plan change, which would cost them the money.
Correct.
Right. Thank you.
And I guess part of this is a plan change that includes 4 things, 4 sites to save money, right? That is the case.
Correct.
Councillor Filipina.
Do you want me to go ahead or shall you go back to Councillor Walker?
We can't question Councillor.
I'll ask. Tēnā kōrua. I just wanted to find out, are there any other settlements that this particular property is noted in? Whether it be treaty settlements, etc.?
I can't recall off the top of my head, sorry. And in the one of the attachments, there is a review outlining the values of this place as we understand it, including mana whenua values. So I'll have to check that and get back to you.
If it was part of a treaty settlement, for example, Te Kaurau Amaki, would that have an input in regards to the recommendation?
We use information in treaty settlement documents and the like to help us understand mana whenua values. So if it was detailed in any of those documents, that would be some of the background resources we would use to do our research to try and ascertain the values of this place.
And Te Kaurau Amaki, they would have the opportunity, if this goes out, to have an input in regards to this, wouldn't they?
That's correct. It's a public process, so they would be able to make a submission as well as anyone else.
Do you know of any other documents that this particular property is listed under, whether it be coastal?
Off the top of my head, sorry, I'm not the heritage expert on this place, but I can get some information about that if it exists for you.
Again, that would, sorry, just really short questions because I just want to make sure. So if it's a coastal acknowledgement area, that will be discovered, for want of a better term, during the submission process?
Correct, and we would have also discovered that during our advice to the council. So the fact that we haven't mentioned it suggests to me that that information doesn't exist. But if it does, it will come out through the hearings process.
Last question to you both, and thank you so much for the work and the agenda item. Wouldn't it be important for us to end up getting this information out in regards to the plan change? That would be important for us to do that at this stage anyway.
Well, I think you're looking at the treaty settlement documents as the holder of all the truth, and that's just not the case. There is a need for a case-by-case assessment. That's why when we go out and look at these sites, we engage one-on-one with mana whenua, and we've done that in the 4 situations that are before you, and we've got 3 answers where they've said, no, it doesn't hold value, and 1 case where they've said, yes, it holds value.
Thank you. Kia ora, Chair.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Lee.
I'm always interested in matters of heritage. I was the chair of the Heritage Advisory Panel for 6 years in this council. Hang on. So the objective here, there's 3 sites being delisted and another one amended. Is that so is there kind of a budget to it, a balance? 3 go out and the other one is moved to where it's...
the 4 sites in this plan change turned up in this plan change because all 4 landowners have contacted us about the integrity of the site, so that's why we have 4 in this plan change.
And I know from experience how hard it is to get sites and structure listed. It's not easy, is it? No.
This process has taken us to do 4 sites, 18 months.
We were discussing the Michael Joseph Savage Memorial Fountain, and it was considered very hard indeed to get that listed. But anyway, the idea of delisting here of these sites is to protect the credibility, I take it, to protect the credibility of those that are listed. If there are sites listed which are not credible, then it starts to undermine, if you like, the mana of heritage scheduling.
Correct.
Okay. But my concern is when you move things around, a moving dot, that also is likely to undermine credibility, particularly when you move it to a site which infringes property rights and, even worse, destroys or is likely to destroy property value. Just to confirm, Tauhinui Historical Reserve, and then it's got no physical evidence of a settlement site in this locality. Site subject to extensive residential development. No archaeological evidence has been located during recent site visits. Consultation with iwi authorities identified this place has historical heritage as a lookout during Maori occupation of the area. But it'd be good to see a little bit more evidence in that. Is the iwi authorities you're referring to, is that Te Kauroa Maki?
Correct.
And is the iwi authority Edward Ashby?
He's the person that's given advice to date on this, in conjunction with some other.
He's the
other
person.
members.
Kia ora, Ed. He's the person that you were discussing how the site was going to be moved.
Not how the site was going to be moved, what the mana whenua historic heritage values of the place may be.
When you talk about mana whenua and iwi authorities, all I see is Mr. Ashby. So is it Mr. Ashby when you talk about iwi authorities?
We consulted 13 iwi authorities in relation to these places, and 7 gave us specific feedback. A number of others deferred to different iwi authorities in relation to this. So we have spoken to Ed Ashby, and we also are aware that he has had discussions with other members of iwi authorities in relation to the values of this place.
I have a copy of correspondence, and it's difficult for me to make a decision when it's been heavily redacted. Why should something of historic heritage be heavily redacted? It seems to me that there's quite a lot of guesswork involved in this, and it's probably not, in terms of going back to your overall objectives here to protect the credibility of historic heritage sites, that you have a little bit more evidence given the stakes in terms of damage to property value. Do you think this is just a little bit undercooked compared to normal listing?
Just to Councillor Lee, I'm not
talking to you, I'm talking to the officers.
Yes, and I'm the chair, and just bringing in Member Ashby, Ed Ashby personally into this discussion. Yeah.
The evidence that you provided.
No, but I'm just saying, can we just keep it to the iwi authority as it is said, instead of picking up representatives of that iwi authority?
So there are a number of answers to that question. Yes, the integrity of the schedule is important. The schedule at the moment is the area to the left. That undermines the integrity of the schedule. The area to the right has evidence. It is held by the courts through the RMA process that the experts in mana whenua values are mana whenua themselves. They would be expected as part of Council's plan change process in the hearings, to present supporting evidence in conjunction with Council.
So,
and the only way to test that is through a hearings process. Otherwise, we're stuck with the area to the left, which has, I'm not an economist or a valuer, but I would suggest that has more impact on the property than the situation to the right.
So from what we see, the non-redacted bit from Edward Ashby was that it makes sense for what I was told of the use of the site and impressions when you were on it. So, full due respect, that's not particularly rigorous evidence that you would normally be expecting, if indeed the objective of the exercise is to protect the credibility of heritage listing. Is it not? The impression,
So,
I feel.
This is an intangible value we are discussing. We talked about that a bit yesterday. It is, in this situation, it is the iwi authorities' advice that this area has significant values from a mana whenua perspective, and the council's now following the process to test that.
My concern is with this affair, well-meaning as it is, it will likely end up in a legal dispute. It will likely engender publicity at a reasonably volatile time, and that the council's position will be difficult to defend if all we've got is a half-redacted email and correspondence kia ora Ed and ngā mihi Rebecca. It's pretty thin to base something on that's going to cause such an impact on that property owner when there is a site nearby where someone could also have a feeling or an impression that is of historic heritage. But this is just not good enough. This is not good enough, really.
Councillor Walker.
So, first of all, by way of question, I'd just like to confirm that the comment by the Deputy Mayor that a plan change is required to resolve this issue, and I'm talking about this issue here, is correct. There's no issue around that. Okay? So the next question I've got is, it's accepted, is it not, that the area in contention is supposed to be a lookout. That's correct, isn't it? That's to look out?
That's correct.
Okay. And practically, if we accept that the lookout could equally be on the reserve in front of the property, where there's a flat area, and that location also offers views that are panoramic, is it possible that the lookout could be on the council reserve in front of the property? I know that. I'm just asking the question. Is that possible?
The proposed plan change mapping there is based on contours. It's possible it could be in all locations, but we have an expert that supports that location, and the only way to test that and to get it off the dot on the left is through a plan change. So we can talk about possibles, probables. It could be here, it could be there. The whole area was settled by Maori. If we actually went out and looked, we might find all sorts of stuff there. So it's a little bit...
But if we establish as truth that it's got a flat contour, I've been on the site, there's a flat contour, so the lookout could be in front of the property, and that could still be expansive. Is that a possibility that could be considered?
Councillor Walker.
I'm just asking whether it's a possibility.
That would be a possibility through the hearing. This is not a hearing.
No, through you, Mr. Chairman. That was not my question. I was just asking whether it's a possibility.
Well, I think we are guided by the expert advice we receive, and that expert advice says that hatched purple area is the lookout. Now, that will get tested, and it is possible that it gets altered through the plan change process.
Okay, so I guess the question I'd ask through you, Mr. Chair, is if it's accepted, as Councillor Lee has pointed out, that there's room for movement here, that there is a lot of conjecture, if we also accept that there's a significant impact on the property owner of having a designation on their property, could we not allow some time for the various parties involved to reconsider? And my question around that is, you know, if we were to put this particular item to one side, pending that process, is there any urgency?
There is no urgency, but this has been requested by all four landowners since 2016. I urge caution about thinking that as a result of the deferral, further information will be obtained that would change council's or the council officer's advice, given that that information is related to the mana whenua values issue, not the archaeological site issue. So unless mana whenua provide additional advice which changes where that purple hatches, I don't advise the need for any deferral.
Through you, but we can't second guess what mana whenua might say. They might say, well, yeah, it's okay to shift it. That's practical. There's still a lookout there.
We have asked mana whenua that question.
Well, I don't need to know the answer to that right now.
You
but
did,
it is possible. It is possible.
Councillor Walker, I think we do need to move on. The issue is, if we leave this, we are then leaving the entire property covered in the constraint in the site of significance.
Through you, Mr. Chair, but by way of question, if we advance to a plan change against a situation where there's a designation on the property owner's property, that's really bad. I mean, if it was in front of my property or somebody else's property, I'm sure they'd say the same thing.
Do you understand that the whole property is covered by, it is about do you understand that right now? I just want to understand.
Yes, and that's
Okay.
based on information that everybody accepts is wrong.
But
So that's a bit of a kite that you're flying.
But we don't get to choose if that's wrong. It's in the unitary plan, which is legally in place. That's Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. So, so the process by which we address the concern that's being raised that there may not be sufficient evidence for the situation on the left or the situation on the right to apply to this piece of land, what is the process that we would use to test the evidence and get a decision and a way forward on whether the left should apply, the right should apply, or there should be nothing on this site? What is the process we would use for that, please?
A plan change.
And what is the process that we're being asked to sign off on with this resolution?
A plan change.
Thank you.
Councillor Baker.
Yeah, thanks, Noel. So very clear. So just so, because I'm looking there and I've got the pictures and really helpful. So this is a historic lookout, because I'm really confused about what Wayne Walker's been in the tone of his questions. And so this is potentially a historic lookout with no plans to build any lookout or any other thing.
That's correct.
Yep. And so what impediments, considering that when looking at the photos provided, and I'm sitting here with the most up-to-date, which I note we got up-to-date aerials through council, what impediments, considering that it sits, there's a trig station. In my understanding, trig stations are reasonably well protected because they are a triangulation station for thing. So what protections, considering it, and then as Wayne has described, it sits on a sheer drop on the edge, what are the impediments that this would potentially place on the property owner? And so, it is really important that we consider that. So what are the practical impediments that this would place on any property owner?
So the Historic Heritage Overlay controls activities including new buildings, subdivision, demolition, modification of the place. So if you wanted to, but then activities like gardening and maintenance and repair are all permitted. So the impediments are primarily relating to if someone would like to build a new building in that location or undertake earthworks to change the contours of that, things of that nature.
And that is purely in that hatched area, so it doesn't, there's no setback or anything off that. It is just purely in that area. And looking at the and I guess we actually own we own probably half of that. So they wouldn't be able to put something in that area on the sheer drop or on the trig station.
That's correct. The rules only apply to where the hatched area is. There's no buffer or anything of that nature.
Okay, thanks very much. And I remember Desley and I sat in the back of the room here, and that picture on the left was the subject of huge debate amongst the governing body, and there's 3 or 4 who were on the governing body at the time in the room. That was a huge debate as to how big those circles were going to be. And I seem to recall that was one of the smaller ones. It could have been a damn sight worse. So, we sat there and watched all that happen, and yeah, so really interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Just finish with one more simple, obvious question. The council expects, if we say yes to this, it will be a streamlined, fairly cheap, cost-efficient process compared to most. You're not foreseeing any problems coming?
I can't give that guarantee. Anything to do with the plan change is uncertain, but the council bears the majority of the cost, if not all the cost. As I said, we've reached out to the landowner and offered him assistance where we can. Obviously, we can't present the case for them, but we have advised him about how he could manage this process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Two-part question to this. It's in the first instance, is such a designation historic here, does that appear on your title or your LIM report for your property?
Correct.
Okay, so it does. And anyone who's buying property knows how designations can affect potential purchases. So it's on your property file. As far as your options go here, yes, go out for a plan change. From an archaeological perspective, and I've got 2 stages to this, President, so an evidence perspective, there are other options here, aren't they? Because we've got 3 other options in us here where they're getting deleted. These sites are getting deleted. And when I look at the recommendation, no physical evidence, site subject to extensive residential development, archaeological site was recorded as excavated, no archaeological evidence, etc., etc. That's in archaeological terms, that's exactly what's been said about this site, isn't it?
As I explained earlier, this site has been evaluated as having value for its historic, mana whenua and context values.
No, my question was in terms of archaeological values. I'm coming to the mana whenua one next. They're pretty much the same things that's been said about this site.
Well, we're not looking at the archaeological values of the other sites or this site. This is the proposal is to recognise this place for those values. And it's clear in the review that the archaeological values, are not, there's no evidence of archaeological values in this location. The values are other values.
Well, great, okay, that's what I want to establish. Now, in terms of the onus of proof here, what we seem to be saying is that in respect of the mana whenua values, I think the word impression was quoted. What's the ability to flip that and put the onus of proof then on mana whenua? You're putting the onus in terms of the notification on the private owner who's been through this process for the best part of a decade, battling this. What is the ability to say to the mana whenua the same thing you're saying to the property owner, I approve it?
That's certainly an option. That's not the process that council has followed for its other proposed plan changes with the Sites of Significance work program.
But I guess another answer that I'd add is through the plan change, if we're saying this place has historic heritage value for its mana whenua values, that will have to be established through the plan change. If the landowner seeks that this place isn't included as a historic heritage place, mana whenua will need to provide through the submissions and hearing process evidence of the mana whenua values of that place to support the scheduling of it.
I guess to get to the point we are today, and what I'm really asking is that we've heard the reference to an impression. I'm just wondering what the evidence or the compelling detail that has been presented to you that enables someone in 2024 to rock up onto the property and say, right guys, there it is, that's where there was a lookout. So that's a reasonable question I think any property owner would ask. It goes to everything else about you know, the considerations for historic heritage listings. What was it that was given to you that supported the claim? And I have been there, I've been on the site, so I know what the range of choices is for a potential lookout. What identified that particular little hatched area then as being a lookout?
I think the review that's attached to the agenda item makes it clear that this place has a long history of Maori settlement. We have been given information from mana whenua to understand that this was an important lookout site, and we've used the contours being the high point to locate where we think that should be. I totally accept that maybe there are other locations which could also reflect that, but the evidence that we've got supports that, the expert we've got supports that, and that could be tested through a plan change process with submissions from people seeking it be there, be removed, or be somewhere else.
Okay, so just one more question, just humour me. What is the evidence? I've heard reference to evidence. What I'm really interested to know, because I live in a high spot too, what was the evidence that was presented?
So we have information from Te Kaura Maki through their oral histories that this was an important point. We have had some more information provided more recently, which I understand is culturally sensitive. So that's the information that we have.
So it's okay. So culturally sensitive, and oral history that identified that patch point just there.
So just as I said earlier, the courts have recognised that the experts in this area are mana whenua themselves.
Yeah, okay. But there is another side to this, as we established, is the property owner, and you know there's an onus going on that person to prove and to contest this. And in fact, in any notification process, the advantages with what's going out, we all know that from any consultation or submission process. It doesn't quite seem to be an even fit, from my observation.
Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. The councillors are working very hard, and I think where they're trying to get to is a deferral of this particular property. My question is, if this was removed from this plan change, how long would it need to wait to go to another plan change? And I guess as a second question to that, could council very well choose not to do a plan change for it in the future?
The council can make whatever decision it sees fit in this matter. In terms of a future plan change, if it was deferred for a month and a decision was arrived at, we would look to combine it back in with the previous three. And I assume you're meaning splitting this particular site out from the other three, or you're deferring the whole lot. I mean,
I guess it could be. I guess it could be either, or
yeah.
if that's what.
But there is the only urgency that surrounds this is coming from the landowners, who since 2016 have been wanting this matter addressed, and it's. I mean, the criticism lies at council for not getting on with it earlier.
I mean, I completely get it. And I feel like we're actually in a plan change hearing trying to defend or not. I mean, this is yet to happen, and the decision's very clear. I'm just wondering, is there a risk to the owner if this was deferred, that they'll be waiting a lot longer?
It could be waiting till the unitary plan review.
Yes, and so if indeed this one did get split out, it could possibly wait for the unitary plan review.
Correct.
Absolutely, no doubt in my mind. I'm surprised we're still.
Yeah. So my understanding is we have to prove that we want to reduce it from the current big one to the small in the first place. And if we waited for the unitary plan review, that's another 4 or 5 years. That's correct. Councillor Lee, last question, and then we're going to have to move.
Thank you. Excuse me, I may have made a faux pas by referring to the site, or one of the names of the site, as Tauhi Nui. And that's how it's listed in the schedule in the report. But in the email in which it is, email exchange in which errors with George Graham's recorded place names, may he rest in peace, the early century historian, it's referred to as Tauhinu. So, apologies to George Graham, the Auckland Council is also making mistakes with names in our report. So it looks like the name, one of the names of the site or sites that seems to move around and has two names is Tauhinu, not Tauhinui that you have in the report. In your email to Edward Ashby on the 30th of January, you referred to, there was a reference to Te Oko a Ratangi, the northern headland at the mouth of the Awa that held a lookout pā. Where did that information come from?
I'm sorry, I don't have that email in front of me, but I believe the name of that place has come from consultation with mana whenua, with iwi authorities.
So pā is a structure, and therefore normally there'd be an archaeological survey. Do we have archaeological advice? May I ask, do you have archaeological qualifications?
The person who did the evaluation for this place is an archaeologist. So I'm a planner. I didn't do the historic heritage review of this place, but the person that did is an archaeologist with a degree in everything.
Okay, thank you.
Right, we'll just get you both to step back. Thank you. Thank you for answering questions.
May I foreshadow an amendment, Mr. Chair? I think you have it. It's moved and seconded.
Yeah, do we have, move it to the original? Councillor Baker, Councillor Filipina. Moved. If you want to move your amendment, you can now, Councillor Walker. So the original is moved, and then there's an amendment.
Okay, and through you, Mr. Chair, I have run this amendment past officers to make sure that it works. Okay, may I speak to it, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, that's your.
So
I think it's an amendment by replacement.
Is it up, Mr. Chair?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Fletcher. I didn't know you wanted a question.
I can just speak to it then.
I can wait.
I can speak to the amendment.
Are
Thank
you sure?
Sorry,
I didn't mean to not see that you asked. Would you like your question asked?
Yes, I would prefer to put a question firstly before we debate the matter.
Yes, thank you. Staff are coming back to the table. Sorry.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. Is Noel at the table? I can't see from where I am.
Oh, sorry. Noel and Emma are back at the table.
Lovely. Noel, you will recall that period that we considered this matter. You will recall there was some scepticism because some of us had actually been to this particular site. Given that there was an amendment that there be a suitably qualified person, an expert in this field, conduct a peer review, that was lost on the advice of officers that it wasn't required. Can you, the way that I look at it, when you act in haste, you do tend to repent at leisure. As I understand everything from what has been discussed today, the only remedy for these landowners who really feel failed by the system is that we do take, sorry, I've just got someone calling, that we actually do assist them. And given, I think, we failed them in a duty of care, it's only appropriate that council meet the costs of this. Would you say that that would be a fair outcome given the circumstances and given the failure to do a peer review on this work at the first place, as somebody who was present at the time, as I was?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Fletcher. As I walked off from the table, I shook the hand of the landowner and did say to him we would offer all the support we could. So yes.
Yeah. So
question.
I think there's a real lesson here in terms of how council conducts itself. Sometimes we feel these time pressures, but we had the opportunity to do a review and we chose not to. And I think that's why it's taking so long now, that for those of us who were present at the time, we find this a difficult pill to swallow because we know the trauma that it's put that family through.
Thank you. Question on the amendment or question on the substantive? Question for the staff? Yeah.
Look, just two very quick questions, Emma and Noel. Can you tell me, from your experience, how much would it cost if for a plan change? Like just approximately, is something similar
$50,000
to
to
this?
$100,000 if it was a private plan change.
Yeah. Okay. So private plan change, $100,000. What time frame would we be looking at approximately?
For what we're proposing?
Yep.
I would hope that there would be an answer from a hearings panel this year.
Okay.
But it is subjective because they've got a lot of work on as well.
And we're taking on the costs of this private plan change instead of the owners.
That's correct. It will be a council plan change.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, we'll go back to the amendments, Councillor Walker. So this would be, so the original was moved, and then this is the amendment to replace the original.
There's one word there that I brought to the officer's attention, and it goes like this. The idea is to include any changes, whichever way, in this plan change, not a future plan change, so we don't have delay. I just want to make that clear.
Sorry, that doesn't, I don't understand how that makes sense, Councillor Walker.
What's that?
I'm not sure how that, you're going to remove.
So if I just speak to it, first of all, I'd just like to draw your attention to the email from Mr. Randall, Terry Randall, and in particular, the background of his concerns, and I'll just cover that off. The decision has serious ongoing effects on us as owners. I am 74, my wife is 72. The situation has caused significant stress to us and our family and has completely disrupted our lives. It is my understanding that a historic heritage claim may be registered on a property title. That being the case, it will have a severely detrimental effect on the value of the property and people's interest in purchasing the property. Such claims are well known to considerably devalue property. It is unreasonable to impose this on someone where an alternative solution can be met. So, Mr. Randall describes that alternative solution in his email, and that solution is to adjust the site so that instead of compromising his property, it's in the council reserve. And often this is the case when we deal with matters like this, because we know there isn't an issue if it's in the council reserve. Now, I've visited the site, so has Councillor Watson. The property owner has invited other people to visit the property. You can go there as well. And what you'll see is there's a flat site yes, there's a trig station, but the level there runs all the way across the cliff top. And if you were locating a lookout, that lookout could have been anywhere along the cliff top. So you can still have an area that's not dissimilar to what is proposed, that in many instances is more comprehensive. But it doesn't impact on Mr. Randall and his family. So that's entirely pragmatic. It's sensible. So what the amendment is doing is it's just seeking that this particular part is deferred so that there can be some consultation between the heritage unit, the landowners, which is Mr. Randall and his family, and other relevant subject matters for consideration. And the hope would be that there's something pragmatic that might be resolved. I can't second guess that, but at least there is that opportunity, because thus far that opportunity has not been made available. It has not been made available. So this is really important. If it was any of you, and this was impacting on your property, and we're talking about a distance from his house to the chair, that's how far away this is in front of the view, you'd expect that. That would be entirely reasonable. So this is an incredibly reasonable amendment. It's not going to generate any significant delay, and as Mr. Reardon indicated, there is no rush here. It's something we want to get on with. But if this situation were possible, it would be the most cost-effective solution for the council. And I know that the Deputy Mayor has that interest, so I'm pointing out that there may be an incredibly cost-effective solution here that puts everyone to a lot less trouble. And mana whenua would still be involved, and no one's, not saying that, they don't have an issue. Councillors also need to appreciate that there are wider issues here. I mean, I live on a cliff top, for example. If there were a power site some distance from me and somebody said, oh, there could have been a lookout there, I could be affected. So could many thousands of people around Auckland. So, we need to be really careful around things, and it's important, as much and all as we recognise that there may have been a lookout here, that equally people that live in places and have to enjoy them should be afforded some consideration. So I would suggest this pretty sensible amendment does that. It's not going to hold things up. Not going to hold things up. This could be done relatively quickly. So I urge you to go with this. What could be wrong with this? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. I don't think I can support this, because actually this is going to delay things. There's no other way to read this. Today we're being asked to put through to notification to go through the process in order to reduce or potentially remove the heritage protection on this property, and this amendment slows that down. That is delaying things. It's also potentially slowing things down for the 3 other properties. And it sounded to me very much from the conversation with staff and the extensive questioning of staff that actually the conversation between Council's Historic Heritage Unit, landowner, relevant subject matter experts has actually probably gone as far as it can go prior to the testing of it that will happen through a plan change process. And so I really don't see any point in delaying this further. And actually, that seems to me counter to what people are keen to to have here, which is some certainty and some progress on something that actually has been hanging over them for 9 years. So why we would, this just seems very counterproductive to what people are claiming they want to achieve here. So I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Baker.
Yeah, I can see what you're trying to do here, Wayne, but I'm looking at your thing and you contradict yourself in your, because you talk about remove the proposed amendments to the, from the draft plan change, and then the last part of your amendment is in this plan change. So it's either in or it's out. And so you're asking it to be removed, and then you're asking for it to be considered in the plan change.
The office is assisted with this wording. It works.
Councillor Walker, it's not. There's no to and fro.
Okay.
Councillor Baker.
Yeah, and so I get what you're trying to do. I really do, and I absolutely accept all of the arguments for. This just confuses me because, and I don't, generally don't take too much confusing, but this confuses me because, as I said, you are asking for it to be removed from the plan change, and then you are asking for it, saying that the work needs to be done for consultation and then for consideration in this plan change. And so you're in or out, mate, and so I can't support a resolution that's is doubling back on itself.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Question please to Megan. If you wanted to help this poor landowner who's got a problem, what is the fastest way of doing it? This amendment or the original?
The original.
Thank you.
Councillor Watson.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of people speaking for the poor landowner, isn't there? It's quite a remarkable situation here, really, because the landowner, the local board, who spent the better part of a day discussing this matter and listening to the landowner, came up with recommendations, if you've looked at in your agenda, that is virtually the same as that amendment. Because what the local board, after listening to it for about 4 hours, came up with in terms of their recommendation was to acknowledge that over time there has been errors in the historic heritage. Well, that's obvious, that's a given, they admitted that. Noting there is no record to indicate why there was a change in location, and more importantly, as far as this recommendation goes, apply the historic heritage overlay extent of place onto the Taihinui Historical Reserve, not on the private owner's property at 11 or 9 Te Kawau Place. Their recommendation, after listening to everything and having our council officers there to question, is the same as that amendment that's been put up there. Yeah. So you have the landowner, you have the local board, and you have the 2 ward councillors all saying the same thing. Now, if it had been up to me, I thought this should have been deleted because there is no archaeological evidence. The mana whenua values is, I couldn't get what they were, and what I find quite disturbing about that is there are a number of heritage sites there that are recorded and proven and backed up. This devalues the whole basis of this process when you can come along and do this. So the amendment is not going out, you're out or you're in. It's what you're going out with is actually a pragmatic compromise. I think it should just be deleted, but other people with more compromising view than mine is saying, well, here's a compromise, mana whenua get to identify their value at the lookout, and it's just a small change of area. It's 80 square metre. That can be accommodated. There's no way in the world they're walking up and saying this lookout was exactly on this little spot here. That's not the reality on the ground. So this is a compromise that and this is what Councillor Walker is asking, is whether there can be a pragmatic solution that respects everyone's interest here, not least of which is the mana whenua, but also the private property owner and the local board and the councillors and the other landowners, because it's not just the one landowner, there are other landowners here. Now, why wouldn't you go out with that in the plan change, as opposed to going, and everyone sitting around here knows the difficult position you're in when they go out with something that's contrary to your view. You're in trouble. So all the kind of platitudes and the sort of topping of the hat to the landowner, they're going to be up against it in this process. Yes. They have spent the best part of a decade pointing out the contradictions, the research that's shown how in archaeological terms there's just no evidence here. They have engaged with North Shore City, they've engaged with Auckland Council, they've done their bit. It's taken a terrible toll on them. And I find it a little objectionable for people to be supposedly speaking on their behalf, knowing full well if that was your property, you'd have a very different view. Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, I just finished by saying this is a compromise that enables, I think, everyone to at least explore the possibility of a proposal that can be agreed to by everyone, and with a bit of reason that can apply. That's what we're saying, that's what the local board said, that's what the councillors are saying, and that, most importantly, is what the affected landowners are saying as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. It would have been great to have the amendment an hour ago, because it would have been, because what we've just, it feels like we've been in just about the plan change hearing, as I said before, and that's not what we're here to debate, and so it's taken all that time, and I think what you're ending up here with is actually a perverse outcome, and at the risk of being criticised for wanting the best outcomes for the landowner, the Deputy Mayor is right and the Chief of Strategy is right. The fastest way is to proceed with it. I think it's true that we've gone as far as we can. It's not archaeological. It's mana whenua, and it's based on what the court has decided. We've got no influence over that. It has to go to a hearing. It has to receive the evidence, and you could achieve the absolutely desired outcome that you want. But that won't happen before a plan change hearing. It just won't. It has to have a plan change hearing. So to defer it is not doing anybody any favours. So I really struggle. I really do think it's going to create a perverse outcome after all of the hard work and debate and visiting and meetings that have been happening. And if we had had the amendment earlier, then perhaps we could have got to this point a bit sooner. We were just about debating the plan change, and it was pointless. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm surprised we're still talking about this, frankly, after so long. There's been some contention that the information is inaccurate or incomplete. Firstly, I'd just say, look, oral history is history, and we need to be listening to mana whenua's voice, right? Number one. Number two is this table talks for years and years about special character protections, 20,000 properties in Auckland, and those homeowners can't do what they like with their property based on evidence that doesn't even meet heritage standards. So I find it a little bit ironic that all of a sudden this is the big issue here. It's something that maybe we should reflect on. I'll leave that there. But I'm not going to support this, and the reason for that is simple, and it's in the report. And perhaps it should have been reminded of, we wouldn't have had an hour of discussion. Read it out, paragraph 49, here we go. The only way to correct inaccurate and incomplete information in the AUP Historic Heritage Schedule is to notify a plan change. The only way. No amendments can be made to each property without a plan change. The notification of a plan change is also the process for submitters, including landowners, to have their say and to be involved in council decisions on the matter. I will just remind members to read their reports before they come to the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Deputy Mayor.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Councillor Watson, I actually would love to agree with you. I really would, because I think the local board did try very hard to help this. But actually, that was the purpose of my question an hour and a half ago. And that is, they made all these amendments, but then in point 33 of the report, it says, taking the Upper Harbour Local Board views into account, there are two options, right? One wasn't supported by Council's historic heritage expert, which is basically what you're trying to do, and the other one was. And so I suppose, notwithstanding what Councillor Henderson has said, my question was, if you wanted to do the quickest assistance to the landowner to get the outcome I think everybody in the room wants, that you don't agree with this amendment, that you stick with the original, and we already know that council staff are going to do everything they can. So I'm sorry, I'm not supporting you, not because I don't want to support you, I really do. But the facts are, in plan change, you just politically cannot take it out. Point 49 deals with that point, and...
Can we please stop having... the Deputy Mayor is speaking, can we just stop having...
okay. I'm just not going to vote for it, don't worry.
All those in favour of the amendment? Yeah, all those in favour of the... Oh, sorry, Councillor Turner. Apologies. Councillor Turner.
We all talk here about what the owner wants, but the owner has told us what they want, so I understand. The local board has told us that they're on the same page as the owners, and so are the two councillors. All I can think of is the number of people that I'm representing in the West that are in the middle of process, which they're told it's simple, it's straightforward, might come at some cost, but, you know, this is what you do, and they're months and years down the track. I can think of one person who was told, go to public notification, give us a $20,000 deposit. They did get a ruling saying yes for common sense, and then they've just received a letter from council for $55,000 with internal charges. I know the council has said here that we'll do this and we'll help these people as best we can, but we're not the landowners. We're not the ones sitting there over our coffee thinking, oops, you know, we better just find that extra 7,000, that extra 10,000, that extra 12,000. That's the reality of what I see on the ground as people get stuck in the bureaucracy and it goes click, click, click. So I will be supporting this resolution because that's what I understand the landowners want. Thank you.
Councillor Lee. Okay, can we stop the debate across the table? Councillor Lee.
I'll be very brief. I think in the question and answer session, I raised the concerns that members should take very seriously indeed in this matter. If they don't, it will lead the landowner to unwarranted expense and probably bad publicity at a time when this sort of divisive publicity would not be helpful for anyone. But so I won't say anything more about it except to foreshadow that just before the election, Councillor Walker and I will be proposing a motion that this council supports Christmas Day being a public holiday and see how people vote on that one.
And Boxing Day.
Division call.
Okay. Right. Apparently there's been a division called, so we're voting on the amendment by... We're not voting on Christmas Day. Right. Voting on the amendment.
Thank you, members. You're voting on the amendment. Chair Hills.
No.
Councillor Baker.
No.
Deputy Chair Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
No.
Councillor Ferry.
No.
Councillor Filipona.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
4.
Hakura member Hanara's not here. Councillor Henderson.
No.
Councillor Lee.
4.
Councillor Leone.
Against.
Councillor Newman.
4.
Councillor Sayers.
4.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
4.
Councillor Turner.
4.
Councillor Walker.
Didn't hear the deputies vote.
4.
Councillor Watson.
4.
Councillor Williamson.
4.
Councillor Sayers asked for what the deputies vote on.
Yes, and Councillor Walker responded. So, Chair, that is a equal vote. We need your casting vote, please.
Yeah, so it's not the greatest way, but voting no to continue with the plan change.
Shame.
Again, could I ask for councillors to put their microphones on when they're voting? Chair, through you, Richard, thanks.
Yes, thank you.
There was just a couple missed it again. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. So back to the substantive. Are there anyone speaking to the substantive? All those in favour? Any opposed?
No.
Councillor Watson would like his name opposed. Thank you. Right, we'll move to item 11. Cool. Cool, just maybe that, I don't think we need to go through the presentation, just maybe the high level points, and apologies that we moved ahead of you and then made you wait so long. But Councillor Baker and myself have moved this one. Justine and Tanya, kia ora.
Kia ora koutou, ko Justine Haves, tōku ingoa, GM of Waste Solutions. Thank you for your time this evening. We'll keep it brief. This item relates to preparation of a submission on the New Zealand Government's proposals to amend waste legislation, specifically the Waste Minimisation Act and the Litter Act. We will take the report as read. Tanya will just briefly touch on the 5 key areas that are proposed where feedback is sought, and we are recommending that the committee delegate the review and approval of the submission to the Chair, Deputy Chair and Hokura member. Kia ora.
Thank you. My only question is, no, there is no other questions yet, but how strong can we be on the division of the waste levy? Like, I understand the rest of the country, have needs, but we do have a large city, region, and there are lots of rural communities. If we were still 7 councils, we'd be receiving what the other councils and the government are proposing. Will we be very strong about the need to retain our quantum of the waste levy funding for this city?
Thank you for the pātai. Just noting this is a very short consultation period, so the reason we're seeking delegation is in order for us to develop the advice in parallel to this process. So just any comments we make today are obviously subject to that further work. In terms of the level of the levy, we do understand the challenges faced by some of the smaller territorial authorities, and it is important to note that the levy rate continues to increase until 2027. So while we will receive a reduced amount based on the proposal of allocating 20% as a fixed rate and then 80% based on population, we will receive an increase because we have an increase in population that other areas don't, and because the levy rate is increasing. So we need to take both of those things into account as we prepare the submission.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Right. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to this? No? Good. All those in favour? Any opposed? No. Thank you. Sorry that we delayed you for... Thank you. Item 13. I think Katrina is online. Oh, she's not. This is make it operative. We can probably, Councillor Baker, would you like to move? Councillor Dalton. Oh, Katrina's here. We'll just let her. Poor Katrina's been waiting too. Just a brief comment. We know this is a make operative. Katrina, thank you very much. Oh, you're just on mute, sorry.
Sorry, my...
Yep, we can hear you now.
Stopped working. Sorry about that. Just this is a procedural item to make private plan change in Eastern Pukekohe being plan change 98 operative. The plan change rezones approximately 27 hectares of future urban zone land to the mixed housing urban zone and adds a new precinct to manage future urbanisation of the site. The plan change has been through the full notification process and we've had a hearing on it and the decision has been made. Just to note that Auckland Council, Watercare and Auckland Transport all submitted on the plan change and their submissions were considered as part of that hearing and resulted in a number of amendments to the precinct provisions which have been reflected in the decision on the plan change. Just by way of note, the Auckland Council submission didn't oppose the plan change, but did seek, amongst other matters, amendments to the proposed precinct provisions to ensure that the plan change adequately provided for integration between future land use and the planning and funding of infrastructure, in particular water supply and wastewater infrastructure. As said, through the hearings process, Council as a submitter, their expert planner worked with the applicant and relevant submitters to refine the precinct provisions. And an example of amendments that were made to the precinct and which are reflected in the decision is that the precinct provisions now clearly seek to avoid subdivision and development that doesn't align with the timing of the provision of bulk water supply and water infrastructure. And this was a key amendment sought by the Council submission. So the plan change, as I said, the decision has been notified, no appeals were received, so therefore we're now ready to make this operative with the committee's approval.
Thank you very much, Katrina. That's awesome. Any speaking to this? Anyone? Doubt it? Cool. Thank you. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? No. Item 14. Mover.
Kia ora.
Philippina. Dalton. All those in favour? Any opposed? I know Morris wants to speak to that one. The next item, which is, my brain is rotting, 15, is it? Well, the Morris and Baker would like to move this one. All those in favour? Any opposed? No. And then we are completed. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia. Kia ora tapinui, ki wātea, ki mama, tinako, te tinana, me te wairoa I tara takatu ko ia rā I rongo, whakairea a ki runga, kia tina, haumie huie tai ki e. We made it just before 6 p.m. Go home. Thank you.